see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Takiki takiki takita. Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. High in light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to
that really your best? I reserve mercy for what's known as the masses. And as for my wrath, it is reserved for the wicked. Only after enduring all 81 trials did I see how this world's hardships never end. How does your head compare to the Serpent Sovereign? Yeah! Huh? Divine form renewed! Evil, be gone! All forms fade! Before the Lotus Podium, all suffering ends! Mercy and wrath unite! I return from the West to dive back into this chaotic world. Little ones of Mount Huaguo, do you still remember me? The great sage, heaven's equal? I'll be back in a flash. Don't let any demons sneak in while I'm gone. Time to leave the stone behind and see where fate takes me. This land belongs to Mount Huaguo now.
Legendary!
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands.
Double kill! Double kill!
This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Fourth,
We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
The new Honor of Kings version is here. Let's take a look at the two major areas of updates: hero control adjustments and battlefield balancing improvements. Basic attack targeting rules have been updated. If a player is crowd controlled for too long while using a basic attack, the attack command will now automatically be cancelled, preventing heroes from continuing to chase enemies after the crowd control ends. The movement wheel's dead zone has also been adjusted. After the improvements, there's no longer a dead zone in the center, helping prevent input interruption issues. After improving basic attack and skill targeting logic, even if base attack target priority is set to lowest absolute health, you still prioritize nearby epic monsters, and targeting will feel more intuitive. Next up is an overview of the battlefield balance updates. In the new version, the true damage value of the Crimson Golem buff has been adjusted, with the minimum value slightly reduced. The tower destruction slow effect has also been improved. When a tower is destroyed, nearby enemies will now be slowed. The teleportation portal cooldown has been reduced from 45 seconds to 30 seconds, allowing for more flexible tactical choices. A new lizard platform return mechanic has also been added. When a lizard leaves the platform's area, it will automatically climb back onto the platform. There are even more battlefield improvements waiting for you to experience in-game. See you in the Gorge.
Azuria, the southern archipelago of Primera. Here, humans and great beasts live in symbiosis. How this came to be traces back to a never-ending catastrophe. 2,000 years ago, Azuria's mightiest great beast, Anita, merged with the power that fell from the Sky Dome. That power amplified Anita's strength, but shattered its sanity. Driven mad, Anita transformed into a massive vortex, the world devouring everything in its path. Where it passed, great beasts were torn apart and islands were destroyed. This was the disaster that would define Azuria's history, the Eternal Calamity. In its wake, Azuria stood on the brink of annihilation. This catastrophe became known as the Great Desolation. In despair, the humans and great beasts, once mortal enemies, became each other's only hope of survival. The great beast Devita and humanity's greatest champion, Devara, abandoned their conflict and chose to work together. The great beasts sheathed their fangs, and the humans let go of their hatred. All surviving life grasped at one final power, the churning. Deep beneath the sea lay Amrita, a force brimming with boundless vitality. Through the combined efforts of humans and great beasts, it was awakened, restraining the calamity at the center of Azuria and restoring life to the world. But the calamity was not destroyed, merely sealed within Azuria's center. It erupts from time to time, bringing countless disasters to the land. Tavara collected his knowledge and power and passed them down through the generations, hoping that one day the calamity could be ended for good. And so, this has continued for 2,000 years.
Chief Elder Tavara! The calamity has erupted again!
It seems trouble has returned. The secret to life is to just take every punch and keep going.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Itu kan track kita.
Relax bro.
Phone aku! Jom kembali. Mountain View! Angkatkan pengemaraan! Kau boleh! Kat mana pula ni? Water Trust!
Kasih boost!
Adventure! Dapat pun! Steady bro!
Rancangkan kemana gengmu!
Double kill!
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage! Slain. Don't crush us like insects! Slain an enemy! Defend our base! Our playground tower is under attack! Amazing! Unbelievable!
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage! Double kill! Amazing! Spectacular! Pentakill!
Lady Fortune is on my side.
With the new consignment market feature, both new and veteran players can earn consignment items just by staying active. Sell them to earn tokens and purchase the items you've always wanted. Players can head to Dragon's Hoard to get tradable appearances, chests, and more. Players can list tradable items on the consignment market to earn curio tokens. During the initial launch period of this feature, all item listings will have their listing charge waived. Use your curio tokens to trade on the consignment market, or purchase skins that were available before June 17th directly from the shop. With the new consignment items, players can complete events to earn tradable chests. Choose to open them yourself or list them on the consignment market for sale. Tradable skins can be obtained by opening tradable chests or by redeeming them in Dragon's Hoard. Tradable spritlings can be obtained by opening tradable chests. Tradable cards can be obtained by opening tradable card chests. If you bought an item but did not use it yet, you can still relist it on the consignment market.
Itu kontrak kita. Relax, bro. Phone aku! Jom kembali. Mountain View! Angkatkan pengembaraan! Kau boleh! Kat mana pula ni? Water Trust!
Kasih boost!
Adventure! Dapat pun. Steady, bro!
Rancakan kemana gengmu?
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular! Kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
how I feel the flame. You know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love back but can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Day 4 of the Honor of Kings Asian Games Qualifier saw another group step onto the stage, each team looking to build momentum in the race for qualification. Pakistan opened the day with a composed 2-0 victory over Mongolia, remained in control throughout, securing a professional win to begin their campaign on a positive note. Myanmar followed with another commanding performance, continuing the form that has made them one of the standout teams of the tournament so far. Lau delivered another commanding display against India, controlling the series from start to finish, securing a convincing 2-0 victory. Kazakhstan followed with an equally impressive performance against Saudi Arabia. Their consistent pressure proved too much to handle, resulting in another clean 2-0 sweep. Hong Kong, China took on Syria and wasted no time asserting control over the series. In a remarkable display of discipline and execution, Hong Kong secured a flawless 2-0 victory to close out Day 4 in emphatic fashion. The contenders are emerging. The statements are getting louder. And with every match bringing teams one step closer to the Asian Games, the battle for qualification continues tomorrow.
Live from the beautiful city of Petaling Jaya, Malaysia, welcome to Day 5 of the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings. 4 undefeated regions enter the gorge. 4 teams have yet to drop a single series. But today, somebody's perfect run will come to an end. The Philippines currently holds the fastest game of the tournament at just 6 minutes and 48 seconds, while Hong Kong, China are looking to build on their flawless debut performance. But all eyes will be on Group B, as Nepal and Myanmar have started this tournament in a very dominant fashion. And today, these 2 unbeaten regions will finally collide. Who will strengthen their grip on the group? And who will suffer their first loss of this competition? Meanwhile, in Group C, both India and Saudi Arabia are still searching for that first victory. And at the end of the day, well, one of them will rise and get their first victory. One region, flawless, will continue to rise and one will fall. And now we're about to start the day to officially open the Day 5 of the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings. Please welcome the Minister of Youth and Sports Malaysia, Dr. Muhammad Taufik bin Johari.
Assalamualaikum and a very good day to all 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifier Honor of Kings athletes, coaches and delegates, and all esports enthusiasts around the globe. It is my great pleasure to welcome all athletes, officials, partners and fans to Kuala Lumpur for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifier Honor of Kings. This tournament represents an important milestone for esports in Asia. Throughout these 9 days, we witness the very best talent from 20 regions across Asia competing for the opportunity to qualify for the 2026 Asian Games. More importantly, we will celebrate the values that unite us through sport, excellence, teamwork, determination, and mutual respect. Malaysia is proud to host this prestigious event, and as a nation that embraces innovation, youth empowerment, and digital transformation, we see esports as much more than competition. It is a platform that connects young people, develops talent, and creates opportunities in the digital economy. Over the past decade, esports has grown into a vibrant ecosystem in Malaysia, and today it supports not only professional athletes, but also coaches, analysts, broadcasters, event organizers, content creators, game developers, and technology professionals. It has become an industry that inspires ambition, a new pathway for young Malaysians to success. The Ministry of Youth and Sports Malaysia remains committed to supporting this growth. We will continue to work closely with industry partners, publishers, teams, and community organizations to strengthen talent development, expand grassroots participation, and create more opportunities for youth to compete and excel on the international stage. The inclusion of esports in major multi-sport events, such as the Asian Games, demonstrate how far the industry has progressed. It also reminds us that the athletes competing today represent the highest standards of skill, discipline, preparation, and dedication, qualities that deserve recognition and respect. To all participating teams and delegations, thank you for joining us in Malaysia. We hope you enjoy our hospitality and create lasting memories during your time here. To the athletes, we wish you the very best. Compete with passion, compete with integrity, and inspire the next generation of esports talent across Asia. May this tournament strengthen friendships among nations, elevate the esports community, and showcase the bright future of esports in our region. All the best to all teams, and terima kasih. Thank you very much.
A good speech here coming in from the Minister of Youth and Sports Malaysia, and also thank you to Mara for the opening segment here. My name is Sagi. This is day 5 of our Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. I'll be your guest host for today, and the casters bringing you the live action in the gorge will be none other than Sir Cloud and also Adam Spartanka. Welcome back to the broadcast.
Yeah, hello and welcome back. Hello, Cloud. How are you?
Oh yeah, feeling good, feeling the bond.
Yes, exactly. And we'll be watching amazing games for sure today. Again, there's 5 matches. It's gonna be all best of 3 still within the group stage, and we want to make sure that all of them are ready up on the stage as well. So, Sagi, what do you feel?
I mean, it's our day 5 here. I mean, like day 1, day 2, it's like we're starting slow. We're looking at teams, looking at their debut games. As we come into day 5, yesterday, we already had some teams that has no more chances in actually making it to the official main event of the Asian Games. And day 5 onwards, you're going to see more and more of that. Teams that are going in for the main event, top 1, top 2, teams that have solidified their spot for the last chance stage, and teams will have to sadly, some of them, have to bid goodbye to the stage.
Yeah, but on the other side, the chart is starting to shape, right? So we're also starting to see like some of the must-win games for some of the regions as well. So it makes the competition a lot more exciting from here.
Yeah, and I think moving on forward, we're gonna start to be focusing more on who's gonna be on spot number 3. This is because it's very important for them to fight against other teams from other groups to make sure that they can go through the last chance qualifiers. But let's see how we have the standing right now.
I like how you mentioned that the standings here, like teams have started to find their footing on the top 2.
Yeah.
And so far, if you were to browse through Group A, B, and C, there's a common thing among these 3 groups where Indonesia, Philippines, 2-0-2-0, Myanmar, Nepal, 2-0-2-0, Laos and Vietnam, 2-0-2-0 coming in from A, B, and C. You can say they're soft qualified for top 3 as long as they played their games coming in for the remainder of the day smoothly and sailing. They should be fine going in towards the main event. Now, the interesting part about this is Group D has the least games coming in for this tournament thus far in day 5, and that group will be definitely having more impact as days goes on.
Yeah, and looking at Group A, right? So because we're going to see the next match relevant to Group A, both Philippines and Uzbekistan, they're kind of close to each other, and Uzbekistan is also kind of close to Pakistan. So the upcoming match, in which we'll talk about it in a little bit more, will be interesting.
Yeah, it's gonna be between the standing number 2 and number 3, right? So we can definitely expect some strong fights coming in from them. But let's also see who we're going to be seeing today fighting against each other. It's going to be between Philippines and Uzbekistan. The second one's going to be Kyrgyzstan against UAE. And then afterwards we have Nepal against Myanmar. And then India against King Saudi Arabia. And also Sri Lanka against Hong Kong, China.
I think the highlight of today definitely falls on towards Nepal going up against Myanmar. I do think that those 2 teams are neck and neck, and we both have yet to suffer a single loss in their respective group, which is Group B. So it's definitely going to be changing up the dynamics to see who gets that first slot going into the main event coming in from Group B, and who will be having to struggle a tiny bit more before they can secure their own.
Yeah, no doubt, right? I think that's going to be a really tight match. I think the second match is also going to be really tight as well. The Kyrgyzstan versus UAE. This match, because both teams, they're also very similar in terms of level of performance, right? So it's really hard to predict like which team will actually win this one.
It seems like our opening today might be opening with a very strong start from Philippines and Uzbekistan. But also, we're closing in with Sri Lanka and Hong Kong, China. We do know that Hong Kong, China played yesterday as the last match, and that's their debut match. We know that they showed a very good performance. Every team is watching them, trying to learn a thing or two. But we can expect to learn a lot more things from them again today.
Yeah, very clean games thus far coming in for the side of Hong Kong, China, although they only debuted in one match.
Yeah.
But the way they play it, the way they execute it was really nice to watch. But coming in for this upcoming game, right, I'll have to say, Philippines versus Uzbekistan is definitely going to be a hot one coming in because we saw how Uzbekistan was able to come back in our first 3-game series with comfort picks like the Fuzi and Kaiser, and Philippines has been one of the more dominant forces coming in for Group A itself. So it's going to be shaping up a really big one, like what Sir Claude mentioned just now, right? If Uzbekistan loses this, they're tied with the 4th place.
But you know what else is hot? It's the new Bai Chi skin. Yeah, and this Bai Chi skin is available for free that you can claim inside of the game. All you need to do is just to follow the missions and you can claim it. It's called a Playground Hunter. I've been very disciplined in trying to get this free skin. And I can tell you, you've been disciplined since day one. Today is the day that you complete all the missions. You'll be able to claim it.
Oh, okay. So you are on track. You'll be following every single lane, not missing it out. Well, yeah, Playground Hunter is the name of the skin, so don't forget to check out. Also, coming back to our game, it's going to be between Philippines and Uzbekistan. I think I agree with Sagi as well because they might going to be tied out if they lose this one.
It's definitely going to be an interesting one because it definitely shakes up the entire dynamic coming in from Group A. But to start off the series coming in for Day 5, we would like to welcome both Philippines and Uzbekistan to the stage with this teaser video.
Records have fallen and a statement has been made. The dominants have set the standard for the tournament. Now they return, determined to stay at the top. Entering the arena, Philippines!
Their performances have shown clear moments of control and sharp execution. A team capable of dictating the pace when they find their rhythm. Now, they return, aiming to turn structure into another victory. Please welcome Uzbekistan!
This is definitely going to be an interesting one coming in for Group A. If Philippines win this, they soft guarantee and hard guarantee their spot into the main event for Asian Games, and Uzbekistan definitely needs this win as well to solidify their spot coming in for Group A.
For Group A, for sure. These are the lineup coming in from the Philippines. Chami, we have Justin, Dragon, Golden, and Charles. We do know that they have a lot of experience under their belt. They will be trying their very best to not fail their region. They will make sure that they will soar up high in the sky in this match.
I like how you use the analogy soar up high in the sky when they have a player called Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
The idea.
I mean, he's definitely going to soar out later, right? He's been one of the key players to look out for coming in from Team Philippines on setting up those aggressive plays, especially on the Mai Shiranui. But coming in for Team Philippines, right, they're really flexible in those compositions here. But across them will be Uzbekistan.
Yes, represented by Mahmoud, Farouk, Umid Ismail Bek, and Akbar. And Uzbekistan, they are also, okay, if they can get a win here against the Philippines, right, they will put themselves in a strong position, not only for the top 3, but potentially even the top 2.
Yeah, that's the sweet spot that both of these Group A teams want to be looking for. You get into top 1, top 2, you are guaranteed for the Asian Games. And this is the stakes at hand coming in for both of these regions competing today in the opening series.
It's definitely going to be huge if they manage to at least steal one game. So we're going to be watching this very, very closely, and pretty sure Philippines are not going to let that happen as well, because we do know that like Uzbekistan doesn't have their own league just yet, but Philippines do. So it's going to send a huge message if Uzbekistan manage to get any points from this match.
Yeah, and we're going to get a new stat here to illustrate like their current performance. So this is a head-to-head between the two regions. Looking at the hero pool, looks like Uzbekistan has one hero. I wonder which hero is that. We need to check that one out later. But when it comes to first strike, well, Philippines 100% first strike. They're getting the first strikes every time.
Yeah, that is an impressive statistic coming in for our team Philippines. It means that every single game that they have played thus far, out of the 4 per games, every single one of them, all the first strikes going into their pockets.
Yep, very much so. And we do know the amount of strikes they get, and they have been taken down for 14 times, but 191 assists or team fight participation. That just shows on how much they always rotate together and play together. So the higher the third column number is, the better it is for that team in general.
Yeah, and the stats do tell me that Uzbekistan needs to be aware of the fact that Team Philippines, they're capable of getting those first strikes every single game. That means they could play this really quick, very aggressive, fast rotation. So they have to find a way to try to slow them down, or maybe even more exciting, play it with the pace that the Philippines are used to playing.
Yeah, and talking about pacing, right, you can have to see on the specific head-to-head matchup between Golden and also Ismoilbek, both the farm laners here coming in from Philippines and Uzbekistan here. But okay, when we judge towards the statistics here, as the winning team with more clean gameplays, definitely Golden has been rather on top in every single department in this case, especially the average GPM, because if you have 800 average GPM, usually that's when you get 4 items going to the 10-minute mark as a farm lane.
I agree, and if all of us are very much aware of the average GPM that every professional players have to have, it's gonna be at least minimum of 800 to really be up there. So this achievement coming in from Golden is an immense amount of goal per minute for sure compared to Ismoilbek. But the average DPM is also very important, showing on how aggressive he does participate in the team fights.
Yeah, speaking about participation, their participations are quite close as well. But to be fair, some of these stats are also affected by their overall score. Right? Obviously, if you win all your games, then your scores will be a lot more higher, right? As compared to like teams who have maybe some loops here and there. So maybe this is a small reflection of how they might perform later on. But overall, it is still a team game.
Or it can be a reflection towards the priority that the team actually provides towards them. Right? Maybe Golden gets more resource. Maybe Ismoilbek is on the weaker end of the side where he has to play on the defensive side when his team is trying to look for hunts or fights in the cross map.
Yeah, it all depends on how the entire team execute the way they rotate from the beginning of the game. And we can see that the Philippines has chose red and Uzbekistan has to be going with blue then. So with red, that means that they're going to be reacting more with the drafts coming in from the Uzbekistan team.
And I'm seeing that the Uzbekistan team, they will be on the blue side. So getting that first pick will give you the advantage of setting the tone. I'm looking at like the usual suspects, right? Like maybe even the Chano being picked up. I noticed that some early picks on the Ata as well, and sometimes the Zhang Fei, so it really depends. But yeah, maybe the Chano might be one of the top picks here to be contested. But we're getting a top 3 highest average KDA, all from Team Philippines.
That is an amazing stats here coming in from Team Philippines. You know for a fact that if you have a high KDA ratio, it means that you suffer lesser takedowns or blunders coming in towards the game, as your games are generally much cleaner compared to your opponents here. But KDA is not about everything, because as our ranked games as well, you can't only solely focus on KDA, because you still need to do necessary sacrifices when your team needs it.
Yeah, eventually it all goes down to which crystals goes down first, and that's the most important thing for sure. But definitely a very high KDA. It shows that the success is coming in from Philippines, really trying their best to dominate the entire game from early on.
Oh yeah. I mean, KDA is sort of like a reflection, but like what you said, right? Like for me, playing as a roam, I always like have to do the sacrifice for the team. So I totally understand that. So thanks for calling that out, Sagi. But yes, what I do notice as well, as part of the KDA, even the roamer is also one of the top KDA as well. So I think it's reflected with their current dominant performance in the group, right?
And if we were to think back on Charles' entire hero pool that he actually pulled off, he had the Mozi, he had the Kui, he had one of the games where he played the Liu Shan as well. Very diverse hero pool coming in from the player himself. So I'm pretty excited every time when Philippines pops up and they're having a game, because their hero pool and the depth of their strategy is really, really deep.
And they're one of the only few teams that actually proved that Lucian can actually work very well. And they actually executed using Lucian so good, diving into the tower, make sure the tower is consistently silenced and cannot attack. That we haven't seen that from any other team just yet.
Well, we're going to see the drafting phase right now, and looking at the last band is going to be a Lapu Lapu. So right now, Chano can still be contested. Probably going to be the first pick for Uzbekistan. And no, okay, I mean, Maya is a good first pick as well. You want to lock in that sort of mid-hero that is mobile and able to clear ways quickly and rotate towards the side to support your team.
I like the flexibility, right, coming in for the side of Uzbekistan, because there's still so much engaged heroes available just now in the draft itself. There's the Mai, there's the Guan Yu here, which threatens the Chano's DPS safetiness, the range that can actually do damage by quite a lot. When you have these flank heroes or hard engaged heroes, it's pretty difficult for an immobile hero like the Chano to be surviving in those team fights here. But coming in towards the second and third pick, Uzbekistan going back to their tried and true, that's the Fuzi that they got back-to-back wins with.
You know what? It works last time, so why not they try to again this time? Trying to use Sage Might towards Guan Yu is going to be a little bit tricky though, because Guan Yu is going to be quite fast, dashing here and there, galloping around, so it's not an easy target to hit because there is a bit of a channeling time coming in from Sage Might. We have Yu Huan from Philippines, so it's going to be a good match for sure.
Well, I guess the answer to your question on how to get the Guan Yu is that the Dolia. So you double down on the Fuzi Sage Might. If he moves away, then okay, you do it again.
If he miss, just reset.
Just reset, right? And do it again, right? Or maybe it's safe for the Ukyo Tachibana. That could be a useful one as well.
Yeah, that could be, right? It's also a decent counter if you can actually find an angle on the double Sage Might. It's also really well rewarding if you can actually hit that. But as we know, a Fuzi coming in towards the game itself, you will definitely need a lot of gold to allow Mahmoud to scale into that late game here. We saw last time when he picked up the Fuzi, he had a lot of amazing early game moments. The flash Sage Mites, the engages, it was all coming in from him. But coming in against one of the tournament best Clash laners, which is Chami on that Guan Yu, this is going to be a quite difficult one coming in for the side of Mahmoud.
Yeah, and pretty sure he's not going to make it easy for the Sage Might to hit him. But we do remember on how aggressive and effective the Fuzi with the flash Sage Might. He did that many times in a row in that same game. So we all know how aggressive it's going to be after this. With Erin in hand, pretty sure it's going to be quite interesting and quite difficult for Uzbekistan to buy defensive item for her, because we don't know if she's going to go with physical or magic.
Now I'm wondering, is Uzbekistan going to go for another something that can combo together with the Dolia? Right? I was kind of thinking about the Dune, but the Dune was also banned out. So Kaiser as well. So their next option, okay, they're going to go for the Direnjin, which I think is fine because it's anti-CC and it will be good to go up against the Yu Huan. Final pick, it has to be a good frontliner here. Okay, Musashi,
Engage, doubling down on the Yu Huan ultimate refresh here. Sacrificing a bit on the tankiness, but they are looking for a lot of engage opportunities, especially on the Mai, especially with the Musashi, for example. And if they can allow the side of their Clash name Mahmoud to actually scale into that late game of the Fuzi, then it actually does a better work compared to any Clash lane as a tank. Because when Erin pops the ultimate, it's coming in as bits and bits of damage, which Fuzi's skill 2 blocks entirely perfectly.
Looking at the hero picks coming in from Uzbek, it's gonna be quite one big hero. I mean, the heroes that they have, we focus down on one person, one by one. So Musashi is gonna be aiming at Erin or maybe Guan Yu. All of their skill sets really is based on focusing their fire.
Yes, I can see that as well. I can see a lot of teamfight potential here from Uzbekistan that I look forward to. But Philippines, they have a lot of response as well and counter engages with their own teamfight potential.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you, Sir Cloud. But the early game will be essential coming in for the side of Uzbekistan, because every time we see Ukyo Tachibana being locked in by a team, they tend to like to play the early games in a hyper-aggressive way. And judging for the fact that Team Philippines, their mid, roam, and jungle shoves wave insanely fast, you can definitely expect some form of invasion coming in by Philippines against the Uzbekistan jungle in this game 1.
Yeah, it's ever going to be like that. And ladies and gentlemen, let's us witness the match between Uzbekistan and Philippines game 1. You want to know what they're going to do with their rotation? Because this is the most important part of the match. We want to see a proper goal sharing technique if possible.
I'm kind of thinking about the Musashi last pick, right? So what do you think about that? Because I kind of feel that the Musashi last pick is a bit of a... will not have a good time, especially going up against the Yuhuan, and then you have the counter engages that can come from the Guan Yu and also the Lianpo. So what do you think about that pick?
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting, quite effective for sure from this Yuhuan and Lianpo. We do know that there's a lot of crowd control. The mournful tempo, we can expect that to be used more often to try to initiate a fight so that Charles can follow up with a proper Tremor Smash. It all depends on the timing and the positioning of the dragon.
Okay, so it's really down to timing, right? So if we were to put that into theory, I guess that Uzbekistan, they have to try to bait out those skills as much as possible before the duel to the death goes in.
Yeah, I agree. And the duel to the death will also be a bit of a problem for them because it's going to be stopping any potential health recovery coming in from the Philippines. Whoever gets hit by duel to the death, which, by the way, can hit multiple heroes at the same time, is going to have a huge problem. So it all depends on how fast the Aninisoro is going to be used. If the timing is bad, the Aninisoro is not going to help.
At least when it comes to engagement, they do have options. Like Mahmoud can also engage with the Sage's fight as well. And if anything, in case he misses it, he still has the refresh from the Dolia. So they do have a good amount of options. But right now, Philippines, they're playing this very, very aggressively, making that kind of invasion. But the moment they go in, will the Philippines be able to survive this one? The answer is no. First strike towards Uzbekistan, breaking the record of the Philippines.
Uzbekistan actually managed to rotate, counter-rotate towards Philippines with the initiation from Umijon. But look at this, Charles is still in front. Charles has been caught with the Sage Might. Is he going to go down? He is still okay for now.
Chemi follows up just at the right timing, and he will trade it back with Mahmoud. Now he's on that chase, but then again, he's only level 5, but still they will go in. And here comes the Tremor Smash all the way to the backline, but Farouk is ready to take down Charles instead. Will they continue to follow up though? The buff is still up.
Yeah, he has to go back for now. His HP is quite low, but look at his boy back. He's really aggressive, still going forward, trying to punish them. They managed to steal the Crimson Golem away from the jungle side of Uzbekistan.
Oh, okay. I mean, job done, right? You managed to steal one. But then again, you lose 2 players in that fight. Break us down for this.
Yeah, it's going to be very different, but Charles was actually really focused down hard, and he actually managed to recover his HP just a little bit before he re-engages here. He actually dashed forward and used his Tremor Smash. I'm not sure if it's worth it at this point, but at the very least, he tried to open up something, right? And it actually worked quite well for both sides of the team. But coming out from that team fight, Philippines is leading 1,000 gold in front.
Oh yeah, even though they lost like 2 players, right? And now they're looking for another one. Akbar receives a lot of damage, but then again, he is the Dolia, so it's easy for him to just jump over the wall and he will be fine.
Yeah, right now they're going to be collecting some gold for Chemi. Chemi's going to be okay for a while. Right now, he's not going to rotate towards the mid lane yet. But it's very important for Chemi with Guan Yu to wait for the game to really be much more saturated so that the towers goes down, there's not much vision, so that he can start to play flanking maneuver much more easily.
And the Philippines, they're going to start off the Tyrant. But Uzbekistan, only 2 players not going to be ready. Oh no, Akbar overextended himself and he will pay for it.
A very good move coming in from them. It seems like they're going to dive again towards Ismailbek. Ismailbek's definitely not going to be able to survive this. He is going to go down very quickly, and the tower is going to be focused by the Philippines. The tier 1 tower at the bottom lane, but it seems like Uzbekistan has also been quite busy with the Overlord up in the top lane.
I mean, if you see like 5 players from your opposing side coming down into your first tower, right? It's like that meme, it's like, here we go again. You can't do much. You'll be like just there and like just, get ready for once you come back.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do for sure. And we do know that the entire team of Uzbekistan focused on Overlord, so they were actually quite far away. Probably what should have happened is that Uzbek should have maybe hide behind further back, knowing or assuming that maybe some or most of the Philippine players are actually focusing on Tyrant, which is very nearby farm lane. But we have Dragon's Rage for Farouk as his first item, but also Sparkforge Dagger has been bought by Mahmoud. This is quite good news for them. Glacial Buckler is still not yet bought by Mahmoud. It's very important for him to keep on resetting his second skill with a fast cooldown.
It did took Mahmoud a while though for him to complete his Sparkforce Dagger, but at least he completed it early, so that's going to be important because that will allow him to push quicker. And that's exactly what he's doing at the bottom. Right now at the top, they're going to focus onto Ishmael, and they will easily take him down just like that.
Yeah, that's the second time it's happening, but it seems like there's nothing Uzbekistan can do. They have to rotate closer towards him, or maybe invite him to join them to rotate together. Ismail Black probably has to be closest to his team.
Oh, and here we go. Underneath the tower, that's where they would dive. And are they going to be able to get one at least? Looks like they will. It took them a while, but it came at the end. Farouk, Umejon will fall together with Akbar. That's going to be 3 for the hands of Philippines.
Going to be looking at how Mahmoud is actually trying to do a split, pushing down there. Is he going to continue or not? It seems like Liampo is going to go back and try to defend this, but at least they're trying to pull attention away from the top lane. So it seems like Philippines are forced to separate their resources to 2 separate lanes.
Okay. So here's a replay of whatever happened earlier, but you can see the confidence from the Philippines in jumping underneath the tower.
Yeah, definitely. And this is what happened during the replay. We have the Chami, who's always going in, diving into the tower, trying to get the backlines. And without the presence of Fuze, it's going to be hard.
Oh, but speaking about the back, Chami trying to separate all of them, and they're looking at the second tower. Now, what they're trying to do is just to exert dominance on all the lanes. So even if the Fuze tries to do the split push, he is still forced to turn back to defend together with his team.
Yep, they're going to be rotating once more towards the bottom, and Justin is trying his best to maybe catch 1 or 2 people with his stun, but he did not hit just yet. Chami is going to be so ready coming in from the side. They know where Chami is. They want to be aware of that Guan Yu, who's going to be trying his very best to push everyone outside of their base.
Okay, but with the fact that all towers on the outside are down now, the Boozer is going to have a hard time to try to do that split push, because whenever he moves out, maybe he reaches the river, he'll be called back to defend to his team. Because for Team Philippines, they will know that, okay, now you are 4 people inside the base. It's our time to shine.
But Cloud, I feel like Mahmoud really needs to go out, right? Because he cannot stay inside the base. They need to do something different. Right now, we can obviously see Uzbekistan is really tied towards the gameplay of Philippines. They have to follow the rhythm of Philippines. They have to probably change something, maybe try to pull the attention towards the side lane for once in a while from Mahmoud, because I can't see anyone else trying to do this.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, right? Like, if they get stuck inside their own base, then it's just a matter of time from there. So they have to try to do something different, try to find an opportunity, somehow try to slide it out.
Yeah, right now they're going to rotate towards the blue buff, managing to get the Azure Golem. But look at this team fight. Are they going to force it out? Not yet. But Philippines is still trying to be quite careful.
Oh, but here comes bit of a poking damage onto the back to the side of Uzbekistan. Team Philippines will easily take down the top tower. They're looking for the next one, but then again, the objectives are up though. So, did you go for the Tyrant or do you continue to push?
Yeah, this is the question. This Tyrant and Overlord is still not a Shadow Overlord or Shadow Tyrant, still not enhanced. So, I'm not sure if it's really that important for them to focus down on that objective right now. But probably they're going to start something here. Seems like they are all quite ready. Yeah,
yep. Up. There you go. Oh, but then again, Tremor Smash did not connect. But it's okay, it's okay. Oh, but here comes the engage. Do it to the left, all the way to the middle, all the way to the back. After refresh by Tolia. But Chami gets Akbar in the front. Farouk gets taken out by Justin. And now Team Philippines, they only have 3 players left. But still, they continue to push.
The damage is enough coming in from Golden. He managed to actually go down or push them down quite a lot. And they are going to pull back for a bit and try to create some space or maybe get Overlord and Tyrant, but this is exactly what happened just now. The duel to the death actually managed to get 2 of them and stopping any health regeneration, hence getting Akbar in the process. And Akbar has went down because of Chami. And Chami has been so effective diving into the backline, and there's not much Uzbekistan can do.
I love the double duel to the death though. It was very cinematic.
Yeah.
So you go in once and then you go in even further behind. Yeah, that made a good highlight there. But who would take home this highlight? Because right now the Tyrant is up.
Oh, Charles has been spotted inside the bush. It seems like they will try their best to move towards Tyrant. They're not going to take it, most likely. Just opening up some vision, but he's still there. He's quite cheeky, this guy. He doesn't want to give it up.
Yeah, I thought when Uzbekistan they were gathering there, they would want to try to challenge it, but then I saw the Fuzer, which is Mahmoud, up on the clash lane side. So he's doing what, like what we said earlier on, try to open up the other lane. But will he have enough time though?
Yeah, that's the question. He have to go back to help his teammate. But look at this driver smash, connecting to 4 people.
Oh, and here comes, they go back because they know the Fuzer is not there. When the Fuzer is not there, they have the numbers, and that's where they get all those strike downs. Now the Fuzer came back, but is it too late? And are they going to be able to get an ace? But it does not matter, ladies and gentlemen, because Team Philippines will still gain the victory for Game 1.
Shaky at the start, but they found their momentum coming in with the mid to late game team fights here. They found it and they secured a clean win coming in for the first game of this series here. Cloud, Adam, I do think that Uzbekistan has what it takes in the early game. We saw Umijan find that 3-man spell 1 knockup flash on towards 3 members, and that was really good in stopping the invade coming in from Team Philippines.
I agree. I think they should do that more often. The reason why they managed to actually be able to get the 3 people from Philippines, but at the same time deal a lot of damage, is because they were rotating closely, Saki. They were in a close formation. They were nearby to each other and not far. So I think if they could try to practice that more, trying to rotate more together from early game all the way to the late game, I think that's going to be helping them quite a lot.
I think so too, especially when you have these sort of engages coming in from a Maestro in the early game. It definitely set the tone for the side of Umijan and Team Uzbekistan in the first few moments here. But when it comes down to the mid game, when the Guan Yu is more active than the Fuzi, you start to see Chami being more of a menace in the map compared to the side of the Fuzi coming in from the Team Uzbekistan.
Yeah, but looking based on their gameplay, right, their default plan must be like, okay, Fuzi, you're going to be the split push guy. All right, you try to push your own lane as long as possible, try to hold on to that one. But at some point, the other 4 players are not able to hold on to their own jungle side, and that's why Fuzi is like, okay guys, I have to come back and support you guys.
Yeah, there's not much he can do as well, but he did try to do some split pushes, try to pull attention towards him to create some space for his entire team. But then again, it's not fast enough, it's not quick enough, it's probably a bit too late into the game trying to pull the attention. He either have to commit to really join team fights or really focus on the side lanes.
I think he did a pretty decent job in the side lane, right? We saw like a tier 2 tower going down in the bottom side, but in the later stages of the game, he was stopped from doing so because the other side of the map was constantly being pressured coming in by Team Philippines. And Charles, on this VM poll, we saw a lot of aggressive tremor/flash in towards the backline to immediately start off the team fight coming in for Philippines against Uzbekistan. But there is a highlight moment coming in from Uzbekistan aside from Umijan. It was the double due to the death coming in from Farouk's Musashi, thanks to the ultimate coming in from Dolia.
Yeah, that was definitely a very good looking duel to the death. And although we might be going to be talking about the items right now, but I do want to say that I feel they need someone who's much more tankier. We do know that Farouk actually went with the tanky items. He went with full tanks. But let's say if they have someone who is actually naturally much more tanky, maybe in Atta jungle, just maybe, right? I think that's going to be helping them way a lot more because they don't have anyone who's thick enough to actually open the map in front.
You know what? I feel like you're ready for coaching because what you said is exactly what Team Philippines banned on the second phase ban. The tanky jungle heroes, the Dune, the Kaiser taken out, and when their options are not that many, and I believe the Atta was also banned in the first phase ban as well.
Yeah.
So when the options are not that many, then you have to go for like, okay, what's my next best option, right? Then Musashi seems to be their choice.
Yeah, they weren't really allowed a lot of room in their pick and bans here, especially they did showcase how their Kaiser was played out in their previous series just before this. So for Team Philippines, they definitely did their homework and they came up with a strong start coming in for this series here. But do break down these stats coming in for this game.
Yeah, this is where Golden really shines out with the damage dealt by him. That's probably going to be at least 32% coming in from him alone. But that's also thanks to Charles, who's always consistently opening up wars using his Tremor Smash, flashing inside. And with all the small little Morphine tempos coming in from Dragon, it really helps out the team to initiate something.
Yeah, the Morpho Tempo gets the easy stun in and then he follows up with the Tremor Smash, right? There was a moment as well that he used the Tremor Smash to zone his opponent, not necessarily to start team fights and to get takedowns. So I would say that's a good versatile type of usage of that key skill. But looking here at the graph, so there's a little bit of a bump up here towards Uzbekistan, and I believe this was the double duel to the death moment.
Yeah, they did bring a bit of the momentum back at their own high ground when Philippines challenged them in the full 5v5 team fight, where they got a decent 2-2 trade, if I'm not mistaken, trading Chammy and also the side of Justine for those 2 quick takedowns. But it's the 10-minute that matters, right? When you're Team Philippines and at the 10th minute mark, you have about a 5,000 to 6,000 gold lead, you're open up to so many possibilities on the shadow objectives like Tyrant and Overlord that just allows you a quick and easy win going in afterwards.
But I think they sort of made it a little bit more difficult for themselves, also because most of their heroes are very single target centric. It feels like there's only Mai from Umijan who can actually do quite a good amount of AoEs with the first skill or the ultimate, but that's all. I do feel that maybe if they really want to focus more on team fights, they probably have to take more heroes with a lot more AoEs.
I was actually looking at the early part of this highlight, right? Like the success of Uzbekistan also came from a nice duel to the death, like at the very early game. So it looks like they were very, very dependent on Farouk to be able to make that play. So they don't have a secondary option. Maybe something for them to consider in the next game.
Yeah, maybe the synchronization coming in from Umijan and Farouk needs to be more on point, because in some of these moments that we see on these highlights, it's always 4v5, 3v5, or during a Tyrant, the positioning coming in from Uzbekistan is slower compared to Team Philippines. But as we look into the early game, Uzbekistan still has what it takes to set up plays thanks to Mahmoud or Umijan. True. So maybe if they can repeat this formula in the early game, and then when it goes to the late game team fights, have members prepared already to always be able to react towards these situations.
One thing I do want to point out is that probably Uzbekistan needs to help Ismail back more. If they don't want to be with him on his lane, probably would be better to just tell Ismail back to follow us. Let's follow us, go somewhere else instead. Or else he's going to be focused down so many times, which to me, I think, is the beginning of the turnaround of Philippines for them to actually start to snowball all the way down into winning this game.
Yeah, Charles can focus on him, Justin can focus on him, Chammy can focus on him, but none of them happen to be the MVP. The MVP this time is going to be given to Golden with a KDA of 3011 and a damage output of 34.6%, damage taken 17.7%, and a total goal of 23.3%.
It goes back to the first head-to-head matchup that we see between Golden and Ismailbek, and we were thinking like, oh, why is Golden's statistics so way much higher compared to Ismailbek? And in this game alone, which we saw the performance of 2 farm laners here, definitely in game 1, Golden outshined Ismailbek in that sense.
Yeah, definitely. And also because of how dominant their team is, the way space has been created just for Golden to keep on farming non-stop and then get all of his itemizations, and for sure will start to steamroll throughout the entire game, which is a very beautiful practice that they will keep on doing over and over again, probably against any region as well.
And Golden got to give it to his teammates, right? He got a lot of protection. He got a lot of protection for his teammates, who's able to zone up for him, who's able to protect him from, most importantly, the duel to the death. So even when we saw like the few duel to the death, it wasn't really aimed at Golden because of his positioning and how his teammates actually create that wall for him.
Yeah, the healing, the positioning coming in for the team was really well thought out in allowing Golden to do the DPS that you mentioned here, SwordCloud. But Adam, if you're the coaching staff coming in for the side of Uzbekistan, what are you going to tell your players here after that first loss?
I think I would tell them to play in a much more close formation. I wouldn't want them to be so separated at first, because seeing the pattern and gameplay coming in from the Philippines, I think that the Philippines are much more focused on rotating quite early game, trying to find whoever that is isolated. I think that is very important for them to actually try and rotate together more.
Yeah, I think that makes sense as well, right? I think the only exception is that if you have somewhat of a plan to do the split push, then you send one person out, right?
Yeah, and also I think on top of that, I think it's also better for them to actually try to not just rotate together, but instead of they react from what's happening from Philippines, they do it first. Let the other team react to what they're doing.
Yeah, that's how you can rotate definitely as a pro team here. But let's say you are like us, regular players, and you are looking for a place to stay. You know where you can rotate to? You can rotate yourself to Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, which is our official venue sponsor and hotel partner for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. So thank you once again to Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel for this fantastic stay.
We definitely rotate here every day.
We do.
Yeah.
we do rotate here.
Yeah, it's a nice place to rotate though, not gonna lie. The food is amazing as well. And the food rotates every day as well. So that's good.
Yeah, that's true. And here we go. We're going to see what the players are doing up on the stage. Are they ready or not? Are the coach ready? Are they ready to draft one of the best team comps in history of Asian Game Qualifiers?
Wow. Wow, that's definitely going to be a big statement if you're looking forward towards it. But coming in towards the second game, Uzbekistan has chose the red side and Philippines will be heading on towards the blue side here. So for red side, it's about taking and opening up more meta picks, more OP picks. You don't want to ban away everything. You want to be having a few options here. Like what Philippines did just now, they allow the side of the Guan Yu and also one of the strong picks to be able to come in, and we are having a bit of a substitution coming in from Team Philippines.
Yeah, sorry. So Dragon actually goes out, and John's coming in to replace his position right now, and I think this is a good move for them to probably spread out as much as experience throughout the entire team as they can to have more of that team bonding.
Yeah. But whatever it is, they have a really good chance of moving forward, and this will give them a lot more experience and preparation towards their upcoming matches as well. And also, it's nice to give your players a feel of actually playing on stage, right? Like if you're that one player who has been like, okay, at the backstage, just like watching, it's like, oh man, I wish I was there. I wish I was there. Now's your time to shine.
It's once in a lifetime moment, right? It's like not a lot of the occasions that you actually get to travel from your own region to another region to be able to play on a stage in such a prestigious event representing your own country or region.
Yes, representing your own region is the most important thing, right? Not only your family is watching, but also your people from home are watching. And that means a lot to them, to many of the teams here for sure. And this is why it means a lot for them to try not to get sort of eliminated from the main event. They really want to get that standing number 3.
Well, will that change their type of play style? Will they change their draft? We'll find out here, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the draft. And Philippines, they're going to go for the Dharma pick, and Chami on his Dharma.
Ooh, spicy.
Spicy.
We've seen what he can actually do when he represents his own club when it comes to international tournaments, and he has always been an eye candy to look out for. Amazing engages, amazing laning phase coming in from the Filipino Clash laner himself. Uzbekistan, they really love the Dolia. I think this is their 4th Dolia in a row coming in from their first series before this.
Yeah, but we have to remember that the last time they actually got their Dolia banned from the enemy team in the second game. So what they did was they still take Kaiser, right? And then they actually managed to win with that. So I think it's very probably they can keep Dolia at the back, maybe try to pick it a bit later, because it's quite risky if you take it a bit early. Unless if this third pick, they're gonna go with what they want to combo with Dolia.
Kaiser?
Maybe.
There you go.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, the stock standard here, that's what exactly the pick, the Kaiser, that won them back-to-back games on their first series.
Yeah.
When they debut, right? They were like, what, down 1-0, and then they picked the Kaiser, they picked the Dolia, they started bouncing back into a 2-0 reverse sweep here. So maybe this is something that actually will put them back on the spot in this series, because this is a crucial one. We talk about it. Philippines win this, they are set and sailing for the main event. If Uzbekistan wins this, their chance is skyrocketing even higher for the top 3 spot.
I agree. Them winning this will send a huge message to everyone that they are able to at least steal one game from the Giant. And we do know that Chano and Direnji is going to be taken out from the Philippines side. So Consort use is going to be taken by Uzbekistan for sure, and he's going to be able to reduce or block all physical damage coming in from early.
Yeah, so that's going to be really helpful, especially at the lading phase, right? And I really like the fact that they brought in the Kaiser this time, because earlier on the Kaiser was banned on the second phase ban. Uzbekistan was not able to get it. And that was kind of like the loophole that we discussed as well, right? If only they had somebody who's more tankier in front, Kaiser will be the thing to pick here. But they're going to go for the Poozer again. So, do you think that they're going to go for a split push strat again?
Probably. It depends on what's the situation. We would prefer to have Fuzer to join team fights, right? Because last time why Fuzer worked so well, he flashed and Sage Might, hitting people in front of his teammates. So his teammate is nearby to really help with that.
And if we were to look at the team composition, right, what you have mentioned actually really makes sense, because coming to Team Uzbekistan, you would definitely need Mahmoud once again on this Fuzi to be able to follow the team and look for engages here. Yes, you have a solid front line, but where does the engage come from Team Uzbekistan if Mahmoud is always on the side lane?
That absolutely makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, they don't have a secondary option because Farouk is just going to be the tank in front. But let's see whether we will see a lot more Fuzer involved in team fights, or will they just try to hold on and go for a split push strategy. Let's bring on game 2.
Right, we're going to be going into game 2 between Philippines and Uzbekistan, which is very, very important for Uzbek for sure, because they really want to secure that third spot in their group to make sure that they have the chance to play in the last chance qualifiers. The rotations coming in from Uzbekistan is very new, refreshing, and very quite aggressive coming in from Umijan, going towards the jungle just now. But he is going to try to rotate towards the bottom lane now. Is he going to be able to maybe catch a few damage?
I like the quick rotations by Uzbekistan. You clear off the first wave and then you move towards the bottom, you put a little bit of pressure and then you return back. Just look at the movement by Umijan. To me, it is smooth, it is good. This is what they need to continue on to be able to catch up the pace with Team Philippines. But while that is happening, it's just one piece of it though. Something else somewhere is happening that gives Team Philippines that slight goal advantage.
Yep, very smart coming in from Golden, blocking the minion to do a little bit of a lane manipulation to make sure that the minions all stack up right in front of the tower so that he can just keep on farming safely there. So this will allow Charles to do a much more aggressive rotation with John at mid lane.
And they're waiting by the side. Okay, are they going to go for it though? But John, not that easy to be caught. I mean, he does have a shield and he's nearby with his towers, so it's not something that the Philippines would want to commit. But they're looking at the top now.
Yo, he's going to be forcing this. The ultimate has been used. And this is the identic iconic move coming in from Philippines. Always heading in brush. Always trying to catch anyone they can. That's the special awareness that they have.
You know what, considering that Farah actually lasted that long when there were like at least 4 players from Team Philippines, I was kind of impressed on how much he could tank that one.
That's invincible warrior for you, because when you press the ultimate, you're actually blocking a fixed amount of damage per projectile, per damage input coming into you. So with Dharma for skill, for sure, each of the punches are being reduced by his ultimate.
Yes, and it's a good counter towards the Dharma in that sense, right?
Yeah, and early.
And early, yeah, because of the stacking.
Yeah.
But then again, they still went down. So first strike, I guess the record returns back to the Philippines.
Yeah, that's what we will be seeing more often than not. 1,500 gold in front for the Philippines. We haven't seen yet Golden trying to be much more aggressive against Ismail Back, but this is very interesting on how Ismail Back is still okay. They're not rotating towards him too much this time. Philippines are going to try to focus more towards the clash and the jungle side of Uzbekistan.
Oh, and they're going to go in for it though. And the Blazing Brilliance will shoo away the members of Uzbekistan. Not that much damage yet, but here comes the re-engage by Team Philippines. Wings of Judgment to shoot them back in, and everybody will disengage.
Yeah, if you remember last time Uzbekistan actually did this, they went with Sage Might and then Wings of Judgment. So every time they lock someone's static position, fixed position, they make sure that Wings of Judgment really hits the person. So that was the combo last time. Are they going to be trying to do the exact same thing right now? And is it going to be effective? It all depends on the rotation coming in from Mahmoud. Mahmoud really need to hit all of his Sage Might perfectly with his flashes.
Yeah, and that means that he needs to play together with his team more rather than trying to think about doing this split push. looking for that opportunity will not be easy though. I mean, you also have a good amount of sustain from Philippines, especially with Charles as well.
Yeah.
Let's see what will happen here at the Tyrant. And the Philippines, they will start it off. 50% health left for the Tyrant. And Uzbekistan, they will go in, but Justin will get the smite in.
There's not enough time for them to go in actually, but look at Jamie, he's very ready. He's still keeping his ultimate for sure. I still think that Uzbekistan needs to be a little bit more aggressive to try and steal that Tyrant. It seems almost as if they just let it go.
Let it go?
Let it go.
Let it go. Yeah, but...
can't say that anymore.
Wow, I like that. But to be fair, right, if you can't think about it, we did talk about like, who else besides the Fuza? Who else besides Mahmoud do they have to engage? They don't have any secondary option. So without Mahmoud, they cannot go in. But here comes the Blazing Brilliance onto Mahmoud himself, and John will around to take him down.
Yeah, the Blazing Brilliance is so effective, so annoying. The cooldown is short as well, so it's gonna be a very strong skill for him to have and to keep on using. We have Golden still destroying towers in the bottom tower. It's going to be a very quick one from him. Wings of Judgment is being shot non-stop, but there's nothing they can do because the minion is being blocked by the heroes.
Oh, by the bottom, Akbar seems to be in trouble, but he does have that heal, so he'll be okay for now. Pressuring both sides is the Philippines. On the top, on the bottom, now they are looking at the middle. The moment Team Philippines, they get the middle, they will have absolute access into the jungle.
Yes. For sure, and Justin actually has one of the most gold right now. They have to be careful with Kong Ming. His damage explosive. He's gonna be more careful. Blazing Brilliance.
Jeremy!
They're gonna get his world back as well, and they're gonna get Farouk too. There's nothing they can do. Invincible Warrior is not enough to tank all that damage.
And even underneath the tower is not enough. You blink and you miss it moment, Adam. The moment they just like, okay, you hear that, you just need to hear that flash, and everything ends.
Right, and everything ends. That's what Chemi always does, right? You really have to be careful of his positioning. So when we have Dharma on the enemy side, what we usually do is try to spread out just a little bit based on how wide his ultimate is. So at most he can get 2. That's the idea. But to actually practice that and really practice that inside the match ourselves is actually quite difficult because everyone is constantly running around, changing their positionings, so it's going to be quite hard for them.
Yeah, and also how quick your teammates can react, right? Yeah, the moment you hear that flash, he goes in, whether he catches or not, you know what to do after that. There's so many things to consider in that split-second moment. But that's the advantage of if you have played together in the same club for quite a while right now, right? And to execute all these things is something that you probably practice as a bread and butter every day.
Yeah, chemistry is huge, but here we go, another Blazing Brilliance.
Oh, Blazing Brilliance beautifully executed from the back, and then we get Farouk. Now, without Farouk, who else is there to tank for them?
That's the question. Mahmoud really have to prepare for this. He have to carry the weight, thanking for the entire team. But is he gonna try to lock someone down at the back line? That is the question. He's coming in, but he's still trying to play it safe.
Winning strategy. Not enough damage, but that's okay. That's not going to be the objective of Team Philippines right now. They're looking at taking down the tower. They managed to catch one. Are they able to get at least one trade back? The answer is coming soon, but no, not yet. And looks like Chammy is the one that goes all the way to the back line to get a trade back instead.
Charles is actually alive. Everyone else did not manage to help him focus down towards Charles. And Charles will be able to do a recall. He will go back to the base and heal up first. But Umijan and Mahmoud becomes the collateral in this situation. And we have to be aware, 10,000 gold in front with 8 versus 0.
He must have been able to walk out of the tower
right.
shooting range, right?
Probably.
Yeah,
But I saw the circle was exactly inside within the tower range. Probably someone else actually went in and hit the hero to proc the tower towards him.
Okay, let's see what will happen. Speaking about hitting heroes are happening on top, and Mahmoud will not be able to survive that one, and they're looking for more. 2 left at the top, and Team Philippines are looking to clean up here underneath the tower. It's not going to be a problem for them to clean up that hot streak.
A very clean and initiation coming in from Jamie. He's actually initiated that one. A very clean move. Is he going to go in and do the same thing again? A great punch coming in from Jamie. Wings of Judgment is being shot non-stop, and Philippines will take game 2.
Back-to-back clean victories coming in for the Team Filipino squad. The Philippines take a clean set in the opening match coming in for day 5 of our Asian Games qualifiers here. And this is the Chammy effect. That Dharma into John's Angela, perfectly synchronized with every single truth into a Blazing Brilliance.
Yeah, it almost feels like every time you hear the flash, right, from Chammy, you hear that sound. It's like it's already like behind somewhere, getting somewhere, and after that 1 second, it's like gone. Whoever he catches, I believe in this game, whoever he catches,
automatic gone.
Yeah, automatic gone.
Yeah, I think he is always ready to do it, and that's what he's born for, using the Dharma. He's so good. It seems like almost natural for him to always consistently go and get multiple people at the same time. But that's the thing, right? When there's a Dharma on the enemy side of the team, you can never actually stick close enough, because Sagi asked me just now, what would I advise my team? Stick closer and rotate together. That sort of backfired now, didn't it?
Well, they sort of heard you and they're like, okay, you like to stick up? Okay, let's drop in the Dharma and we'll be probably catching you in different angles here. And he was very proactive, right, Chammy? He was, in the early game, found the first few takedowns, especially on the Kaiser, in the enemy jungle, under the influence of the Invincible Warrior and the 15% damage reduction taken if you are fighting in your own jungle. And they still managed to take down the Kaiser without the Blazing Brilliance. The Angela on jump was only level 3.
Yeah, but to be fair, he had like 3 other teammates of him to help him out. But also credit to the Kaiser, right? Like he held on that very, very long. I was like, is he able to really tank out 4 heroes? Well, he didn't, but credit to him.
Yeah, well, Kaiser has a lot of weakness as well, because any of those, what would we say, burst damage coming in from anyone will be able to deal a lot of damage coming in into Kaiser.
Exactly, right? I do think that that's definitely a good point coming in for the side of the Kaiser that we all mentioned there just now. They did try to push in the effort coming in with the Dolia Kaiser, which, like we mentioned here, if you have no real crowd control to make Philippines stay near you in team fights, they're just gonna be back off. Okay, like that's 7 seconds. Another Invisible Warrior. Okay, that's another 7 seconds. It's up. Okay, it's our time.
Yeah, it's almost like, okay, why they want to try to get the Kaiser early on, right? It's also because they want to try to bait out those Invisible Warriors, because they know that based on the draft, like even we discussed this, right? There's no secondary tank, right? You may say that, okay, maybe the Fuser can be the secondary tank. Yes, and he has to be the secondary tank. But that also means that Fuser cannot do like the split push thing.
Yeah.
So by just harassing the Kaiser, it'll force the Fuser to come together to a team, and they don't need to worry about any split pushing.
Yeah, and yeah, again, Kaiser is sometimes quite weak against heroes that has one huge damage projectile coming towards him, such as Kongming, right? Because the Blazing Brilliance can be countered quite easily, but Kongming's damage is not easy to be handled with. Chammy's ultimate is not easy for him to handle with, so there are a few things that he really have to be careful about. But ultimately, he's not a tank, but he's a skill-based tank. He is only a tank if he has his ultimate.
That's true, and you gotta give props to Team Philippines, right? Yes, it was a really clean game, but if you were to point out the important factor that allowed them to really make this game smooth and seamless, Chammy, John, and also Charles. These 3 players were in almost every single play. The setups, the crowd control, the combo connections by them was just really beautiful.
I noticed something with the items, right? So the Fuser did not buy first item Sparkforge Dagger as compared to before. That means that he didn't plan to like do the split push game anyway.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that means based on the itemization, he plans or they plan to play together from the start.
By the way, Sagi, what happened? Because from what I understand, Fuser is actually a hero that really prioritizes the item Glacial Buckler to really make good use of the second skill, to really, you know, have that damage reduction over and over again. But seems like nowadays, every time we see a Fuser, it's either using this Frigid Charge or Spark Forge first.
I think it's coming down to which enemy that you're actually going up against, right? Because Dharma has a lot of crowd control, and when you get crowd control, when you bought the Frigid Charge, you can get that small shield that actually benefits Fuzi, who has like a relatively lower health bar due to the fact that you need to keep spamming your spell too for those resets.
Right, and there's also a little bit of a resistance coming in for any crowd control, right? Probably 7.5% coming from Frigid Charge. That makes sense. Do you know what? That makes sense going up against Dharma.
We talked about like maybe the Fuzi, right? Mahmoud being the secondary tank, right? In the team fight or able to engage. But if you look at the damage taken, he actually took lesser damage as compared to Akbar. Akbar as the Dolia, you don't want to be putting yourself in a position to be like, okay, I'm the one that absorbs everything, because this is a utility sort of hero.
Yeah.
You're trying to stay clear and support your teammates around.
It's difficult as well, right? If you're thinking about this sort of situations here, when Mahmoud has to be settling the side lanes before they come for the team fight, then the front two is likely Farouk and also Akbar. When Farouk is down, the next line of defense comes to Akbar on the Dolia. And then you're looking like, okay, that's a Diadia. That's the Angela. That's a lot of damage here. Can we actually sustain against that? Because when you can't, this is exactly what's going to happen. 8 minutes and you're going to be seeing a 13,000 goal lead generated by the Philippine squad.
Yeah, definitely they snowball into that, and the advantage that they had coming in from early on really helps them with this, especially with that first team fight coming in at the Crimson Golden area. Yeah, the goal graph really showed the way they play this now. It's a steamroll.
Yeah, I mean, it's a clean game, right? Clean KDA. Even when it comes to the towers, Uzbekistan was not able to get a single tower. No objective, no tyrant, no overlord at all. That one tyrant was taken by the Philippines. So, yeah, this is a Philippines, welcome back to the game.
It's a quick game in general thus far coming in from Team Philippines. After taking that Uzbekistan, the final opponent will be Team Indonesia, which we will be witnessing at the, I think, 9th day of our Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, but that's for a later day, 8th day.
Yeah.
So for this upcoming play that you are seeing right now, this was 4 players piling on towards Farouk. And it took them quite a while to actually take him down. And all these highlights were started by Chami once engaged on the Truth Mantra into John's subsequent follow-up with the Blazing Brilliance. I believe this play is so as well. Chami 1 going in with the Spell 1 flash going into the backline. Truth 2 into the wall, and John just piling up the damage.
Yeah, the sequencing in this thing right from the Philippines, they are so good with Chemi go in first and then John follow up with something, and then Justin just try to finish everyone off, and Golden D just do what he does during the team fight, really position himself very well, and they keep on doing this over and over again with Chami. So we do know that Chami is extremely well prepared for this.
Okay, I was putting attention to the bottom tower fight, right?
Yeah.
Like, so I noticed that, okay, there was that small part where you can, like, walk out of the tower range.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's how they survive.
Oh, he managed to actually touch that small part.
Yeah, touch that small. Very, very small.
It's like a very clutch aggro reset coming in for the side of Charles to actually survive in that little moment. And this is a rather clean game. 13-0 at 8 minutes and 42 seconds, and Chami won. The one and only, this guy was everywhere on towards the gorge on that Dharma.
Yeah, 308, no death whatsoever, 16.8% damage coming in from him. I thought it's gonna be Komi is gonna be getting the MVP because of damage coming in from him, right? But it seems like because of this initiation, which helps the entire team to actually win team fights.
Respect ban his Dharma, man.
Yeah, you gotta respect his Dharma. Every time we watch international tournaments or even in the Asian Games qualifiers, his Dharma is really active in the map with those plays.
And it's not easy to actually pull this off, right? Because the AoE of the ultimate, is relatively not too big, and the distance of your dash for your first kill to be comboing with flash is very difficult to do. Very difficult.
Yeah, and considering the flash is actually quite an expensive type of skill, right? The cooldown is quite significant. So if you sort of use it but you miss it, they'll be like, But based on how Chami uses it, he has never missed his target. Like every time you hear the flash, it's like somebody's going to go.
Really efficient with it, right? The
Yeah,
accuracy on a Formlessness Mantra into the flash has been really high in finding not just one, but multiple plays which earned him the MVP title just now. So for this win that Philippines has received against Uzbekistan, they're currently 3-0 in the standings, which guarantees them the slot going into the main tournament.
Yeah, and then this is going to be a very, very big problem for anyone going up against Philippines. I think they really have to start respecting the Dharma a lot. They really have to start banning the hero out.
Yeah, and we all know who their next opponent is going to be, right?
Yeah.
In Group A, so that's going to be really exciting.
Who is it?
It's going to be Indonesia. I mean,
Indonesia?
We're going to have to wait until day 8 of the Asian Games Esports Qualifiers to actually be able to watch Philippines go up against Indonesia. You know, it's a grudge match between two regions where they're like, okay, long rivals, buddies, but you know, on the internet, netizens, they want that pride for their own regions. Like, okay, we qualify for the main event. The next upcoming one is for Indonesia and Philippines to duke it out to see who is the better region, at the very least for this event.
Because why this Asian Game Qualifiers is so hot, it's spicy. This is because like the Indonesian team, the players are actually a mix and match.
Correct.
So we can say it's like a dream team coming from the region. So they want to see, is this really the dream team? Is this potentially could be one of the strongest mix of players? Can they actually join in the same team and form the best team in the region? That's what they want to know.
Yeah, because we have not seen that combination before, right? Like how far is their potential? So it will be a good testing ground here for them as well. But no testing ground no more for the Philippines. They have done their mission after their clean 3-0 win. They have qualified themselves to the main event.
Yeah, qualifying to the main event, and they are getting a 2 days break before they actually face off Indonesia in the 8th day of our Asian Games Esports Qualifiers. But let's hop into a quick interview with Team Philippines and Mara on the stage for this upcoming segment.
And that's 3 match wins for Team Philippines. Golden MVP game number 1. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What we've noticed is that you started the tournament with Dragon as the mid laner. In fact, you had 5 games with him. And then we saw in game number 2, there was a switch with John. Let us know about this flexibility with Team Philippines and this adaptability with the member switch with the sub.
Maybe we want JM to experience the feeling at playing at the stage. And we didn't expect that he played very good.
Oh, so you like that he played really well and he performed better than you expected?
Yeah.
What would you tell him right after this match?
Good job, JM.
Good job, JM. Now, you guys have had a flawless performance. In fact, you had the fastest record, 6 minutes, 48 seconds. Everyone's talking about it. No one has been able to beat Team Philippines yet. What kind of message would you like to send to the rest of this region about Team Philippines?
Maybe we want to show the world that Philippines is really passionate about Honor of Kings, and the world is watching right now, and we want to show them that Philippines is ready at the main stage.
Making a statement at the qualifiers. And for sure, the Philippines right now, they're jumping for joy with this performance, getting closer to the main stage. What would you like to say to everybody?
Thank you for supporting the teams in Asian Games, especially the Team Philippines. I hope you keep supporting us and see you in Japan.
Once again, congratulations. That's 3 in a row for Team Philippines. We're going to break it down and head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
3 in a row, and that's a hot streak coming in from Philippines. And you can see definitely on the side of Golden, the trust between teammates. Trust on John, like Golden, Dragon, they're twins, right? And Dragon is like, okay, guys, I'm done. Let me go to the substitute. Let me sit on the bench and let's bring John in. And they're like, oh, John, you're pretty good at the game. You perform better than our expectation.
It's funny on how they're expecting him to not perform that well, and he actually performed so well. Now they have to be confused. Who do we put here? Who do we put for our next match against Indonesia? Is it gonna be him or is it gonna be him? So it's gonna be a big problem.
Dude, frankly speaking, if you like skip directly into the game without telling me there was a substitution, I wouldn't have told anything.
Right?
I can't tell. But of course, if it's going up against a team that you have a history together, you want to put your best foot forward, right?
I mean, it's a different philosophy coming in from both teams, right? When it comes to the Civil national team for the side of Philippines, it's coming from the Blacklist International roster, and it goes back to what Adam mentioned, right? For the Indonesia squad, it's a mix and match dream team scenario from the IKL region. So it's definitely interesting to see how 2 ideals clash against each other. But that's a later on story on day 8. The upcoming match that we will be having will be featuring Kyrgyzstan going up against United Arab Emirates for another epic showdown. They need to win this, either one of these teams, because losing, I think they're slowly pacing to the exit of this qualifier.
Yes, Kyrgyzstan and UAE, definitely a very interesting match to watch. Again, with these teams playing up on the stage later, we can expect much more unorthodox picks to be done, and that is where game starts to be very interesting and very refreshing.
Yeah, and this is a game that I personally have been looking forward to. I think this game, because the stakes are really high right now, right, for both sides, right? So we will get to see the best of the best out of these two teams. I think it's going to be a tight one.
Yeah, I mean, stakes are on hand. The players' quality, teams' quality on how they play and how they are able to play specific compositions are pretty 50-50. But you know what? You can make it 100% with. You can try it out on the iQOO 15R, our tournament official phone coming in for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. And a new patch is out today, so why not try it with a new phone as well?
I agree. 120 FPS and also very best cooling, very good cooling I might add, which ensure there's no frame drops, and it's gonna be dropping very hard for sure with Kyrgyzstan and UAE.
Yep, new patch as well in about 6 more minutes on our time, so I can't wait to get to a break and update later.
Yeah, talking about a break, production did tell me that, hey, Sir Cloud, want to try the new patch? Let's help to a short break so that Sir Cloud can try the new patch, and we will be coming back with more Honor of Kings action after this break.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Aspas in front. They're going to use it. Golden Tide slows down Tatsumi. Victory!
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, 1 stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Double kill.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage. Slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower is under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable. Triple kill.
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
Spritling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu bukan track kita. Relax, bro. Phone aku! Jom kemari. Mountain View!
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
decide your fate. You don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the starlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to
Another important match is coming up for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. My name is Sagi here, bringing you the best action for this Asian Games Qualifiers. And with me is the casters, the voice of the gorge coming in hot is Adam Spartanka and also Sir Cloud.
Hello, hello. We are still here with you guys watching at home. We are going to be waiting for the game between Kyrgyzstan and UAE. What do you feel about this, Cloud? I think it's going to be fun.
Oh, it's going to be super interesting, especially with the fact that these two teams have a lot on the line here. Every victory would mean a lot for their group standing.
Yeah, to explain what Cloud was actually emphasizing on this, right? Because Kyrgyzstan, yeah, you know, they're 1-2, 1-1 if not mistaken, right? If they lose this, it's not the end of the world. Yeah. But if UAE loses this, they're 0-2 now, one more loss, and they're out of contention for third place or for the top two direct to the main event.
Completely out, and that's where you don't want to be yet. So we do know that if both of them are actually trying to get this number 3 spot, so if UAE actually wins this, they can still try to go through the last chance qualifiers to maybe have an advantage to win in that qualifiers.
By possible, you don't want to go through the last chance qualifiers, right? It's always very, very scary there. But you know what is not scary? It's the
scary?
new patch update.
Oh, it definitely just dropped today. Me and Cloud just now, we were at the talent resting room, and they were like, new patch, new heroes. Yeah, like what, Davara, Lorian, Annette, and Florentino. All 4 heroes coming to you live. And if you're into the consignment market, it's a pretty special feature, right? Where you can put things, like goodies, like HOK goods on the consignment market, and then other people can bid and buy for it. So it's a very special new feature that I don't really see much in mobile games.
Yeah, it's definitely a market on its own, like with all of its ecosystem and whatnot. But it's going to be very interesting for sure. But coming back to our game here between Kyrgyzstan and United Arab Emirates, I am excited to see what are the picks that they're going to be doing. Probably going to see a lot more Ukyo again today, such as what they have been doing before.
I mean, it almost feels like whichever team that you talk about, right? There's always like this conversation around the Ukyo, the Chano. I want to see something different. I want to see heroes that we have not seen before.
What hero would it be?
Like surprises again, right? Remember the first 2 days that we saw like, oh my god, it's a Kui. We want more of that.
Oh yeah, I agree. The Kui picks are so fun to watch, especially when all of it connects. It's just so refreshing for us to see, while it's a hero that is rarely picked in some leagues of that.
Or one of those like, okay, 5-man strategy, like for example, like the full push lineup, but maybe something else. Maybe, I don't know, like a full just CC lineup or something like that. Get creative, right?
It's like we need a balance of both, right? Like fun and also strong. Just like what Philippines brought us just now in the first series. But for these upcoming days, I think a bit of fun is okay, but needs to be more serious as the day goes on. More teams start to leave the tournament unable to qualify to the main event nor the last chance stage. So I think the fun and serious segment, the 50-50%, maybe you need to fine-tune a bit more on the serious note.
The interesting about this qualifiers is that I think most teams are really leaning towards playing the early game, right? They really want to play the early game, really want to get the advantage. We rarely see a proper comeback has been made. only one match that we can see a proper comeback. But even that, they really need to work so hard to actually manage to come out from a very deep hole.
I think the proper comment that you mentioned just now was the Laos one that we saw, and the double Fever Barrage still etched in my brain. But I believe Kyrgyzstan and United Arab Emirates has a lot to say towards that, because they will be definitely bringing us more HOK actions. But first, let's welcome them to the stage with this video.
They have experienced both victory and defeats on this stage. Every battle has been a lesson, and every match has a chance to grow stronger. Now they step into the arena determined to continue their rise. Make some noise for Kyrgyzstan!
There are no second chances from this point forward. Every battle is a fight to keep their dreams alive. Now, they must deliver when the pressure is at its highest. Give it up for United Arab Emirates!
Group survivals are on the line from teams who have never met each other before, now silent rivals. This sudden game will be an important one coming in for both of these squads to find their one way into the main event.
Very important match for sure for United Arab Emirates, and we will also see who's the lineup coming in from Kyrgyzstan. It's gonna be Jamalbek, Dastan, Kubanich, Azad, and Marlon. These are the players that we've seen them fight so well before this, fighting for their lives.
And Azad is only 16 years old. He said that he only started playing this game just not long ago, and he's still delivering very consistent performances. And we still remember from that interview, he has a very deep voice.
And a very interesting pose. Yeah, I think he has the most memorable pose so far. Even on this, like, this shot, right? It's like, okay, everyone's like straight, and he's like, to the side. He wants to be different. And his gameplay is shown to be different inside the game as well, and that's how uniqueness brought him to be the MVP. But our next team that will be facing off against Kyrgyzstan is going to be United Arab Emirates, represented by Abdulaziz, Ahmed, Mohammed, Rashid, and Abdullah.
Oh, I do remember one of the plays that has been made by Abdullah. He actually tried to open the map very often, and United Arab Emirates is the only few teams, even though they're not exactly performing the best, but they consistently play very aggressively. Even though they are losing in terms of the early game, they keep on trying to raid, even though it's not working.
Maybe it's the strategy papers that's etched in their minds, like, okay guys, our plan is to try our best to rerun this trial that we had in our scrims. Maybe their scrims, they're like doing really well with the early jungle invasion they talk about.
Yeah.
One time it didn't work, we do it again. We do it again until we find a successful way. But that's a difficult route to be going down, because if one thing fails and you keep repeating it, it's probably a bit hard to find succession in that.
Yeah.
I admire the persistency though. It's like you stick with the game plan, right? But in reality, once the game goes, because you also don't really know what your opponent's game plan is going to be like, right? So you need to be versatile to adapt to situations. And looking at the current situation is that Kyrgyzstan, they chose the blue side. So now for UAE, they have to start to plan like, okay, after the first hero pick, what is their plan going to be?
Now, we saw an interesting adaptation coming in from how Team Philippines drafted in the first series of the day, where if you're on the red side, you don't have to ban the patch OPs, where we saw the Ukatachibana, Guan Yu, Maestro, these are patch OPs alongside the Chano here. So instead, you can utilize the red side, ban away some of the more or so played heroes by your opponent, and then look to take 2 more OPs that are available in the pool. So you don't always have to be banning OPs because you're technically limiting to a trade-off between your opponents.
That actually makes sense because they are the ones who's going to be getting the next 2 best heroes, right? So you don't want to waste that slots given to you in the second or red side. And I think it's going to be very interesting as well on how Kyrgyzstan's going to be playing after this, because we do have like very, very young people playing on this team.
Yeah, I mean, 16 years old. I don't even know what I was doing when I was 16, right? Yeah, and these players representing their country on this stage, it is an amazing story to tell. But what story will be told here in a ban and pick phase as we head on to it? And we're going to see Chano, as what we kind of discussed before this started, will be a hot contest.
Kyrgyzstan always puts their priority always Azad, as we could see back in his MVP performance yesterday. He definitely deserved it, and he's back at it again with another Chano pick. One of the hot tournament picks so far in the tournament, has consistent laning phase and strong late game approach here. So for UAE, they need some sort of approach to find a channel in the backline, and I'm liking the Lapu Lapu pick here coming in from UAE.
Oh, did you see that? How fast they actually locked in with Lapu Lapu and Princess Frost. This really shows that they're quite confident with this. Probably one of those scrims that, like Sagi mentioned, that they really try this out. And the next 2 heroes are going to be from Kyrgyzstan. They have to react to Lapu Lapu and Princess Frost. They will try to take some more tank to match the amount of crowd control coming in from Lapu Lapu. And there we go. We do have a Lianpo here.
Yeah, this is like a mirror match, right? Almost, right? You have like a big engages, or can be even a counter engage as well. I expect perhaps one more to come from the jungle side for Kyrgyzstan. Maybe they'll pick up the Dune. But okay, UAE probably read that as like, aha, I see you. You probably want to have like, okay, you have the Dune, and then you can have like 2 heroes that can engage. Well, we'll pick it for ourselves first.
Yeah, and they're really smart into banning a Lubu, right? Yes, we did mention about the first few days when you see the Lubu. It sort of takes a long time to scale, but it actually does really well into big tanks, like the Dun, like the Lapu Lapu, for example, here. So for UAE, they're like, okay, we might not be the cleanest team, but we don't want to increase our risk of losing to a late game pick like the Lubu.
Yeah, and so far, we can see that Guan Yu has been taken out as well, trying to reduce the amount of aggression that can be done by Kyrgyzstan, which is a very good choice, by the way. I'm not surprised if Kyrgyzstan is still going to be banning out farm lanes because they already have a channel in their hands. Probably going to be taking out Erin, which is not a problem as well. It depends whether or not UAE can actually use Arlie or not, but Arlie is, he's going to be counted by channel.
Okay, taking out the Dharma, okay, which is a decent take, alright, because we have seen a lot of Dunes in the jungle instead of sometimes people play in the Clash lane, but that's quite rare. But that will allow a lane to be picked up. Okay, you seem to have reacted to it, Adam. What's on your mind?
This is the Align pick. This is exactly what Sagi said just now. They need someone who can actually dive to the backline to try to get the channel, and Azad's going to be in danger if this Align can actually use his Death at Sunset directly towards channel.
And it's UAE's comfort, right? Every time we watch them play, yes, it might not be the best, but they always like to play comfort. The Princess Frost, something that Mohammed likes to pilot, and then the Elaine is also something that Abdullah likes to play in towards the clashing as well. So these are the picks that they actually enjoy in actually selecting. It's more towards what they're used to instead of the proper meta. But if it's something you're used to and you can play it well, you can redefine that meta.
Oh, this is like a mirror match, right? You have the Nakarul pick up by Kyrgyzstan that will allow him to go all the way to the back line, find the Princess Frost, because you don't want to allow the Princess Frost to have that free reign, right? Throwing all the spells, the CCs to lock down. You want to try to take the Princess Frost out as quickly as possible.
The picks coming in from UAE with Princess Frost, it feels quite tanky. All of the picks, they have Dune, they have Align and Lapu Lapu. And Frost is not exactly a burst mid damage. It's more like a support, long range crowd control, trying to slow them down, trying to be annoying. I think it's very different from what Kyrgyzstan has. They have a lot of burst damage coming in from Nakoruru, even Byron, by the way, and Xiao Zhao.
And I'm actually pretty loving the Nakoruru coming in from Kyrgyzstan jungler, because this pick so far in the Nakoruru has been consistently picking up MVPs with every debut of the hero in multiple matches thus far. And one good thing about Nakoruru, yes, hypermobility gets to go towards the backline, but she also does great damage against high health tanks. And take a look at UAE's draft here. You have the Elaine, you have the Lapu Lapu, you have the Dun. Those are high HP tanks that Nakoruru excels against.
Yeah, this is going to be surely interesting. A very good pick coming in from Kyrgyzstan's coach with the Nakoruru. And let's see if it works from UAE with their tanky composition. Are they going to be able to continue their onslaught, trying to raid the buffs, maybe Azure Golem or Crimson Golem this time? Let's witness this.
You know what? If you just remove like the character designs, right, and you give me like, okay, this character does this character does this character does this. I feel like I'm looking at a mirror here. Like, it's almost both sides. They have like a similar thought process to like how they want to engage, who they're going to target first, and how they're going to like counter engage in case needed.
Yeah, and they really have to start to rotate right now. They have to group up and or maybe do more of the gold sharing technique to make sure that they maximize the amount of economy resources that they have in their hands. So UAE are going to start to try rotate together, it seems, from the roamer and the mid lane, which is very good, Cloud, which is on this early stage on is very good.
Oh yeah, I think both sides are doing the early rotation good. After they clear out the first wave, they try to move away to the sides. So this is not them playing this very, very passively.
Yeah.
And it's good to be active, right? As long as you're active. Oh, wait, at the top. Ooh, that was close. Abdul Aziz was almost last hit.
Almost. He almost actually went down with the damage coming in from the Byron. But we can see a little bit of an aggression coming in from Kyrgyzstan, trying to focus down on the UAE. But these are still grouping up very early on with the Princess Frost. They have to be careful with the Frigid Prison, because if it hits you, it's gonna stick.
Yeah, and that's why it's important for Kyrgyzstan to try to take down the Princess Frost as quickly as possible, right? Because if it's like, yeah, you may think that, Princess Frost, I can deal with it later, but if it's just behind throwing all the spells, throwing all the CCs, then eventually it will be difficult to win fights.
Oh, look at Lampo. He's gonna dive in, but he will pull back. Marlon playing very aggressively. Frigid Prison didn't hit anyone, but it's at least a good try to assume that there's someone inside that brush with Lianpo. And I think they might start a new war this time.
Oh, and this time Ahmed might be in trouble, but he managed to get to safety thanks to his teammates and also the tower that's close by as well. But good engagement there by Kyrgyzstan. They're showing they're playing this very actively, and now they're going to put focus onto the bottom. And both sides actually hitting there. Kyrgyzstan waiting inside. Dastan is going to go in. He's going to engage right now. And looks like Abdullah, he has to turn away. Dastan will be the first one to fall. Good re-engagement by UAE.
Dastan actually went down over there, and we also know that they are not leading in goal for now, but if they continue this aggression, this might help them. A very good punishing movement coming in from UAE to really react with the positioning coming in from the Kyrgyzstan.
And if you think about it, right, Nakoruru is not the tankiest of heroes.
Yeah.
So you kind of don't want Nakoruru to engage in a fight where you have 3 opponents on the other side, right? You want someone else to do it first, try to bait out some skills, and then the Nakoruru comes in. That is the ideal situation.
Yeah, Kubanovic is going to be here, and Jamal Beck is also going to be trying to get the side minion as fast as he can. Abdullah is going to start to rotate towards mid lane, opening vision for his team, trying to open up some space for them to maybe potentially start a good team fight that hopefully favors his team.
Okay, and both sides, after we're getting close to 4 minutes now, there's only one takedown so far, given towards the UAE. So this Tyrant is contestable by both sides if you think about it.
Yep, both sides really have this exact same amount of gold, except that maybe UAE has that one extra takedown, but that's not going to really translate into anything. What's most important right now is the economy situation, and they start to move towards the Tyrant closer and closer, preparing for what's about to come.
Yeah, Marlon's waiting inside the brush, right? And, okay, they saw Marlon. Now he has to engage, he has to move. And look at this, he goes all the way to Princess Force. He puts focus onto the Princess Force, while his teammate Dustin gets the Tyrant in.
He really buys in a huge amount of space for his team to make sure that the Tyrant can be taken without any problem whatsoever. One Tribal Smash is all it takes to make sure the entire team of UAE are fearing him.
And again, good targeting, right? We did talk about Mohammed is going to be the one to throw the CCs. You have to deal with him first.
Yeah.
And Marlon targeted the exact right person. He could have gone like behind, but he went towards Mohammed instead. And now Ahmed, he's not alone though. Abdullah together with Rashid is there together with him, and Ahmed is going to be the frontline tag while Ahmed deals damage from the back, unable to get at least something out of there. So far, nothing yet, but they continue to pursue though. Abdullah takes a lot of damage. Now he's pretty low. He has to turn back. But behind, let's not forget as well, in front, Azad will be taken out. Now without the damage dealer, they cannot pursue. But still, Dustin went in and still got Rashid. So they're trading back with each other right now with Zamal back finally getting Ahmed.
Ahmed actually wants to continue fighting in front even though he's very low. He probably didn't realize that his unyielding might passive is already on cooldown, but it's such a good move coming in from both sides of the team. A good trade, and I think just a little bit of overextension coming in from Ahmed now.
Yeah, I kind of felt that as well. I kind of felt that the Abdullah also kind of overextended. It was almost like that fight could have been cut by half, and then everybody just retreats and resets, right? But because he overextended, that gave the opportunity to Dustin to come from behind to at least get one more for the team.
I agree, and also just now, Jamalback couldn't actually join the team fight properly because he was really low early on, and that sort of became an advantage for UAE to actually try something as well. So the amount of poking coming in from both sides is very good. He's going to use Tribal Smash into the tower.
Wow, that's very brave of him. But then again, they still get it. So he's going to rush it down, and that's going to be the big target at the bottom that they want.
Such a fearless Liampo gameplay. He just dives in by a bit of the time and space, making sure that both of the heroes are separated. So Rashid goes down quite easily because he's on the wrong side of the wall and he cannot survive.
Yeah, I was kind of scared when the Tribal Smash went the other side though.
Yeah.
But the buff stolen away by Dastan. Okay, so this is a good invasion by Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, Dastan really have the advantage right now. He wants to try to catch anyone. If it's a tank, he doesn't care. He will go in. Abdullah goes down. I think he is just so relentless.
I guess he was trying to open up the map, right? But he got caught there. But speaking about getting caught, looks like two players from UAE is getting caught right here. The sunset is being used, and now they're underneath the tower. They have to retreat, though. They're taking tower damage, and because of the tower, Marlon will fall.
A little bit too much of the tower projectile that he took in, even though it is a Liampo, it is a very strong hero that can just rejuvenate his HP afterwards, but probably a bit too deep. What can UAE do at this point is that they really have to try to slow down the tempo just a little bit, give more space for the Consort to get all of his items so that he can actually do a lot more damage and play around his teammates.
Yeah, in comparison of the two farm laners, right, the gap is like almost 2k if you think about it. And I like your point of saying that, okay, we have to buy space, we have to slow down the tempo for our console to farm. But the problem for them right now is that Kyrgyzstan, they are getting even more active.
Yeah, and what I like to see, Cloud, is that maybe Align should actually try to join the teamfight more, and by diving into the backline, that gives space for Dun from Ahmed to actually try to protect Rashid, protect Muhammad. I think that will be a lot more better for him rather than Dun going to the back line, and Abdulaziz is trying to protect the team.
Okay, Kyrgyzstan right now was a Tyrant area, but they were engaged onto UAE. They saw Abdullah. The tank is currently down. They're looking for more. Rashid, the main damage dealer, is out as well. So now without the two players, UAE, they have to let go of the Tyrant.
A very quick assassination coming in from Kyrgyzstan. Look at this, a very good knock-up. They're trying to find the amount of damage. Muhammad is still in front. Muhammad is trying to help, but look behind them! Dastan shows his skill, getting the kill. A very good move coming in from him.
Man, where did he come from though? Now Ahmed, he has to leave this tower. He cannot protect it anymore. He might even have to leave the second tower. His other teammate is still kind of busy up there. And speaking about Abdulaziz, right now Abdulaziz down to the last stick of health, and Dustin almost got him. But because Ahmed, he still stood at his tower, he gets taken out. Now Abdullah is the one to have to retreat.
I don't think that he should use his ultimate over there, and he's gonna go down right now, but he manages to survive.
Wow.
He used his Raging Sea when his teammate is actually quite far, Cloud. I think that's a bit of a waste.
Oh, but here comes the David Sunset though. Going all the way to the back line. Azar is going to be the target, but Azar managed to flash away to safety, and now his teammates will back him up, and that's how they got the counter on the Abdulaziz.
Abdullah really needs to go back again once more to replenish his HP. And they have to reset their game. They have to reset their positionings. They have to try to get a lot of resources right now, or else they will get stuck in the base afterwards and cannot come out. This is the only chance because Kyrgyzstan is still busy trying to clear their own resources.
Oh, and Kyrgyzstan, right now they can focus onto the top because the rest of them, they have good control right this moment. But UAE, they're coming out as a 4.
Yeah.
They're looking for an engagement, I guess.
Yeah, they are. They're trying to play around the brushes for sure. And the tower will go down for now. Ahmed is going to try to get the Azure Golem as fast as he can. But look at Dastan. His awareness. He really wants to make sure that they are choked out. They are suffocated. Cannot get enough resources out of their own jungle.
Oh no, Ahmed caught outside. And Ahmed now taking a lot of damage. He will be eliminated by Marlon. And without Ahmed, now they're dependent on Abdullah as the main tank. Abdullah Aziz shows up from the side, but Abdullah Aziz, oh no, he came in alone. I was kind of scared there, but then he managed to retreat. But can't say the same for Rashid though. Rashid still went down, and Abdullah, final tank standing, will be taken out as well.
A very good fight coming in from Kyrgyzstan. Are they going to try to focus down? They're still diving in, and the frost goes down. Abdullah Aziz is going to go down, but he's still okay. He managed to get into the fountain, but here comes the Vanguard, and Kyrgyzstan takes the game.
I would say it's a very back and forth game coming in from both teams. When it came down to the 5v5s, it came down to the skirmishes. Kyrgyzstan definitely take more of the winnings here in those exchanges here. We're well played and a good opening game coming in from Kyrgyzstan after a short one.
Oh, very well played, I must say. I think both sides really played this well. Based on the draft, we do see their idea. We can kind of imagine, like, okay, how they want to execute things and all that. And at some point, I did mention inside the game, I feel like I'm watching a mirror match, right? It almost feels like, okay, they both have a similar sort of idea. Now, if you have the same idea, it's really down to execution and who's going to be more efficient in their gameplay. And Kyrgyzstan, to me, had the most efficient type of style.
Yeah, and I agree with you. It's almost like it's mirrored, and the way they both play, they have the same idea. It all goes down to execution at that point. Who gets to the back line first? Who's protecting the team? And you know what? It's a very close game.
I would say it's really close, right? But I think the early game coming in from UAE, the Princess Frost successfully capturing the play coming in from Kyrgyzstan, freezing the Nakaruru, making sure that their invade was a bit too over-aggressive. But after that, I would say that the exchanges were okay up until they overextended. Then Marlon came in with the re-engage on the Liempo, and then the Nakaruru came piling in to get those easy pickups here. So, early game-wise, pretty okay for UAE, but it's just those plays. They can't overcommit, they can't dive. You just need to know when to pull back and when to go for those retreats.
I do really like the textbook gameplay from the Nakaruru though. It's like, you know that, okay, Nakaruru is not the type of front-to-back sort of hero.
Yeah.
You have to find opportunities to go behind, capture those squishies behind, like the Princess Frost, or maybe in this case, the Consort U. And he did that very, very well.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it's very smart coming in from Nakaruru. He always plays around with the available rushes around the map, and he make good use of those, even managing to surprise Abdullah and taking Abdullah down in the process.
It was always an eye-opener here watching Marlon play the Liempo. The previous time he played the Liempo, he was having fancy feats, putting on those magic shoes, just dancing around those team fights, unable to be taken down by the enemy team. And this game, once again, he is the anchor coming in for Kyrgyzstan in finding those big moments, initiating, peeling, opening up the map. He does it all.
Yeah, I think that's the big difference between Marlon and Abdullah just now, because Abdullah somehow did not manage to be the anchor that's needed from UAE, because he always used the urgency and try his best to try on opening a very big space for his teammates. But it seems like the damage coming in from UAE is not enough to really follow up with his presence.
Abdullah did have good attempts though. Like, he did try to open up the map, like he tries to stay in front, but at some point when, yes, if you open up the map, naturally you have to be in front, right? At some point, the gold gap and also the level gap was kind of big. That's why every time he was caught in front, they easily take him down.
Exactly, right? And the desynchronization coming in from UAE is also what cost them the game, right? As we talk about, like, yes, maybe the two teams' gameplay wasn't pixel perfect like some of the textbook style, but the way that they play the team fight is rather important. Kyrgyzstan always came in as 4 or 5. But for UAE, it's a bit scattered, right? You have a little fight on the left side, a little fight on the right side. It's never together as a unit.
Yeah, I agree. And looking at these stats, we can see on how all three of Justin, Kubanovic, and Azad deals almost the same amount of damage, meaning that they are contributing the same amount of help into the team trying to win the fights. And this is also thanks to Ahmed, who's consistently diving into the backline, and all of them are forced to focus fire onto a Dune, because Dune, you really need to bring him down as soon as possible before he can really appreciate and use his unyielding might passive that he has.
Yeah, and this graph shows whatever you mentioned early on, Sagi, right? It's like, okay, it's a close match at the very early on, and then it goes all the way towards Kyrgyzstan once they found their footing, right? Once they already got the right levels, the right items, just pretty much maybe after the first tempers, that's where they just went all the way.
Did you see that mini drop coming in on the side of UAE, having the goalie for just a small moment? That's the pickoff kill that they actually got against Kyrgyzstan, when they got a bit overzealous in their own jungle at the Azure Golem in the bottom side, which you can see later on in the replay. But afterwards, it's about those plays that you need to work as a 5-man unit, because in Honor of Kings, you're not rewarded with solo plays that much, but objective plays are what allows you to push the lead further. And these are the few moments that UAE found in these highlights here. Dastan going in, but a beautiful freeze coming in from the side of Mohamed actually caught him off guard. And so far, you look at this, it's looking good for UAE. Hellfires are blinking low coming from Kyrgyzstan, but the overextension coming in from the side of Ahmed, too deep into the enemy lines, you get Azad, but look at the backside here. So many of these players being caught over by Kyrgyzstan, and they just came in swooping, cleaning up all the mess that's made.
Yeah, even though he's quite low, he still goes in, and even though he actually managed to get one, it's probably not the best move he can make. And this as well, right? When UAE was trying to defend, they actually did not manage to run away in time, and their teammates are all actually quite far. Again, Ahmed, all the way down at the mid lane during all of this.
I can clearly see there's a bit of an overextension there by Kyrgyzstan at the bottom, but that's okay. They had a significant lead, so to lose one player, that's fine. And just to show how significant the lead is, right? Just look at Ahmed and his health. It's like, he is the tankiest hero, but when he absorbs damage, you can see his life bar going down really fast.
And these are the moments that you can really praise Kyrgyzstan for reacting, but you need to also give it a feedback towards UAE. It's like, every time the fight happens, it's not 5 men that's like reacting towards it. There's always one person that's either down, one person that's either away. So it always gives Kyrgyzstan a man's advantage or 2 man's advantage over the side of UAE, making a difficult team fight scenario coming in from the United Arab Emirates.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. And let's see who will be the MVP for the Kyrgyzstan. It will be Marlon. This is not surprising. He played so well with his Tremor Smash coming in non-stop. 1-1-13 with 10% of damage, but the damage taken is 28%.
His targeting to me is what brought him the MVP, right? Like, he could have chosen to, like, there were moments where he could have chosen to, like, okay, I want to go to protect my teammate, or do I want to, like, zone off an opponent? And for the most part, he went to zone off opponents, which is especially the Princess Frost. He made the Princess Frost not having a good time in this game. So I would say that Marlon definitely deserves that in terms of how he kind of decides in that split-second decision.
And he played a really good game yesterday, and coming in from today with the Lianpo pick as well, making his presence known as a really flexible roamer, right? Because sometimes when you are fixed on a role, like you're on an engaged roam, you sort of forget to protect your teammates. That we've seen some of these highlights on the previous day's teams. But Marlon, he's really flexible. He knows when to go in, he knows when to back out, and he's been controlling the tempo of the team fight really well.
Controlling his distance, being aware where his teammate is and where the enemies are, and separating especially the farm lane and the roamer of the enemy side just now helps him to actually manage to get the farm lane, helps his teammate especially. So the space created, the chance created by him is just invaluable.
Yeah, helps the Nakaru, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you open up that space. You at the same time, you do deal a bit of damage here and there. So when the Nakaru comes in, it's just as a finisher. So they have it like, okay, step 1, step 2, step 3. It's almost like they have this guidebook of like, okay, what to do now, what to do later. Yeah, and I really like that. They followed through very well.
I think they're really fast learners here, considering that we don't really get any information on Kyrgyzstan as a team, their players. But the way that they are growing in the game itself, I would say that they are pacing really quickly, and especially in their group. They are currently in Group B. So far in Group B, we do have Nepal and also Myanmar, who is undefeated. And judging from Kyrgyzstan's ability right now, they seem to be able to aim for that top 2 or top 3 spot.
Yeah, we would say it's quite comfortable for them right now, but they definitely do not want to be in spot number 3 because they will have to play a lot more games and a lot more fights, and possibly having a bigger problems in the last chance qualifier. They will try to avoid that as best as they can.
But you know what?
Yeah.
Because they're going to play here up until maybe third place or don't know, right? But anyway, they're going to stay here up until the end of the event, right? At this amazing venue, which is the Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, the official venue and hotel partner of 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings, where this entire venue is at, where the players are playing, the stage setup, the screens and all that. It's an amazing place.
It has been pretty good, right? Staying here and everything. Like, the food has been great. I've been eating quite a lot, I would say, so I gotta be avoiding that. I gotta hit the gym. Oh, they have a gym too, you know? The gym was pretty good. I don't know if you've been using that, but it has been pretty nice.
Yeah, Sagi has been asking me to join him at the gym, but you know, I really appreciate my fats. I don't want them to go away, so let's go back to the game.
So let's jump back right into the game here. So Kyrgyzstan will be on the red side and UAE will be coming in for the blue side here. So what would UAE prioritize on that blue side? Will they be picking up the channel that has been having relevant success coming in from Kyrgyzstan?
I think Chano has been a very strong pick. Definitely a very, very strong pick. That it's been proven every time. It works in the early game and it works extremely well in the late game. He can really deal a lot of damage, especially when he has the Eternity Blade, and is a very flexible hero as well. But this is the top 3 most picked hero. It's exactly like what I said. 28 times for Chano, Uki Tachibana 21 times, and Lapu Lapu 21 times.
Yeah, no surprise for me, especially for Lapu Lapu. Uko Tachibana has been a hero that we've been always talking about, right? But Lapu Lapu, yes, has gained popularity over time. I remember during the early stage of this tournament, there were a lot of focus on the Zhang Fei. But over time, it's like people start to see like, hey, Lapu Lapu is better because you don't need to stack the Madness stack. Right? The Raging Sea, pretty similar, maybe slightly smaller, also long range, but maybe just a bit smaller. But you don't need to like, oh, I use it once and then I need to wait for 5 working days before I can use it again, right?
5 working days. Gotta go head back to the you know, the gym, which is the jungle, and get those jungle monsters and slowly stack out the madness before you actually go back in. Pretty good argument over there on the point on Lapu Lapu. And also Lapu Lapu has like more mobility on its spell 2 charge. Super duper far as well, right, for a long range engage.
And to be honest, his second skill coming in from Lapu Lapu is also a knockup. And comparing to Zhang Fei only pushes people away, which is you know, a smaller version of a CC. I think, yeah, everyone have their own opinion on this, and also Diampo can sometimes be a better choice as well because of the passive that he has, that he can replenish his HP every time.
Yeah, I mean, if everybody, like, after this, they're watching this, they get inspired, oh, I should play more Lapu Lapu instead of Zhang Fei. Feel free to leave the Zhang Fei to me.
Oh,
yeah. I'm all good with that. I like my Leaping Savior. I think that's a really cool
no
style.
wonder you were praising Lapu Lapu so much. You don't want people to use your Zhang Fei.
Yes. Please take other heroes.
I mean, you need a flexible hero pool, right? If you have Zhang Fei, Lapu Lapu, and also the Liempo, you're having a really comfortable one if you are a roamer main. But that's not what we want coming in for ranked games here. We are here for the match between Kyrgyzstan going up against UAE. On the blue side, we see Byron and Ukitachibana locked away as the first 2 bans. I like these 2 bans because these 2 bans are really, really super aggressive early game picks that has been removed from the pool, and they proceed to lock in that channel.
Yeah, Chano is surely a very good pick, and this is taken away by UAE themselves. So Kyrgyzstan, I'd love to see how they try to counter this Chano pick. For sure, they will need someone who can actually jump into the back line, preferably maybe a Guan Yu, but they're going with Angela for now.
Okay, Angela pick, that's still very... That's okay, we've seen a lot of Angelas though. But the Baichi, okay, very, very tanky, can hold the front, has lifesteal as well, so they'll need an answer to that later on. But there's still other options to answer to the Baichi, right? But yeah, we talk about like combination and synergy together with the channel. The Dia is open and can be a good one. Potentially might be the 3rd pick here by UAE.
Yeah, could be. But Dune and Dolia has picked by UAE. Just now, they did not went with Dolia, right, Sagi? They went with Lapu Lapu. So I think this is what they were trying to achieve just now, but they went with Lapu Lapu instead.
I mean, the Dolia was banned by the side of the, I think, UAE or Kyrgyzstan just now, so that wasn't really much available. But coming into this second game of the series here, Channel doing Dolia is really comfortable looking at those 3 picks. Right now, the answer is coming in from Kyrgyzstan. What kind of pick? Which is the whole one of the really reliable engaged heroes on that ultimate, aside from having fantastic late game and also laning phase, Hoi is also one of the rare farm players that can engage for the team with that Burning Sun arrow.
I agree. He can also focus on his lane only and focus on trying to push and clear as much minions as he can and taking down towers on his specific lane while trying to assist his teammates from very far away, which is a very good thing. But in terms of this Dune pick, right, I'm just thinking to myself, is it really is an easy thing to do with Dune to just go in and just basic attack? Because I feel like the biggest problem with Dune is that every time we go in, everyone will run away. And it's very hard to touch them with basic attack to really make good use of the Unyielding Might.
Now that's where the Dolia comes in. Now you have double Unruly Blade, 1 to go in, 1 to go out, or 2 to double down and go in for more.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Oh, double down and go in for more. I like that one. I like that one. And speaking about double down, right? I'm kind of thinking of like, it would be interesting if Kyrgyzstan picks a Kui now. Why? Kui, Hook, Burning Sun Arrow comes in.
Oh, or
Overlock, man.
Or Burning Sun Arrow hits, then the Kui Hook comes in. Also works as well.
Ooh.
And then that's a Yaria we're looking at.
This is the first Yaria.
I think that's the first Yaria we're looking at. And Kyrgyzstan, for some reason, missed a ban on their 3rd slot, but let's not focus too much on that. But he's still picking. It's yet to be... Oh, it's locked in already, that Yaria here. So UAE once again went back with the Princess Frost, a comfort coming in for Mohammed. But I'm pretty surprised with the Yaria pick here, coming in for Marlon.
Yaria is usually paired with assassin heroes to really enhance the capability of an assassin hero. I think it's going to be very interesting here. Align has been picked by the UAE. Seems like they are very comfortable with these 3 heroes that they used previously, which is Dune, Frost, and Align. But it's going to be paired with a Hanshin.
I think that's still pretty okay though, if you think about it. Like Yaria paired with the Hanshin, I think that's alright. Hanshin can also be the one to engage in front, can try to just hook whoever or just spike whoever who comes nearby, right, for them to engage and follow up. So I think that's not bad.
A lot of mobility, especially here, and especially if the Yara is able to scale into that level 4 marker and start being the babysitter for either Azad or the side of Dastan. That's going to be providing a lot of value here. So the only thing that Kyrgyzstan needs to be careful right now, Yaria and also the Hanshin is not the best of the early game heroes here.
True.
The Dun has a very free early game in invading for those jungle resources, which is the prime gameplay that UAE likes to favor.
Oh, exactly what Sagi said. It's almost as if they really want to try to do something over the side of the jungle of the Kyrgyzstan. It's going to be very interesting to see. But they are going to start to clear the minions first. This is a very proper laning phase from them, doing the gold sharing thing, Club.
You know what? I just want to point out that we did ask for like, oh, we don't see new heroes. Well, we're already getting one here. So the Yaria is making his debut here at the Asian Game Qualifiers. How will it turn out though? Now, I think the Yaria, yeah, it's an okay pick. I don't think that is too much of an issue, right? I just kind of worry for like, okay, Azad really have that enough space for him to scale and farm till he gets the right items before he can actually fight, because the Hoi is actually a late game hero.
Very late game hero. And it's not easy for him to actually be in the farming phase because he cannot escape easily. All he has is his common skill, which is the flash. That his only lifeline. So I do think that if he can just stretch his game out towards the mid-game and late game, the game could be in the hands of Kyrgyzstan easy.
Okay, think about this, right? Because there's like, you still have the Princess Frost to deal with, so you don't want to stay too near to the fight, if not you'll get CC as a whole year, right? So the Sun Chaser will be a very important item. And normally the Sun Chaser is one of the last item that a Hoi buys, which also means that before he can be really effective in team fights, he has to get that item, and that will take a while.
Oh, it seems like they're trying to raid the buff, and he managed to steal the raid buff just like the Unruly Blade has been used. He's trying to punish them, but it's a bit too late. The damage reduction is already stopped because they are outside the jungle area now. I think a little bit too slow of a reaction coming in from the UAE.
Yeah, they allowed Kazakhstan to get their buff, so that's one buff down. And Kazakhstan now knows that, okay, that's kind of like their timing. Maybe we can try to repeat again. So for the second time around, when it comes, UAE needs to be prepared for that.
Marlon still over here with the Yarya. He's going to be sticking with Houyi first. And Azza is going to be taken care by Marlon. And I don't think he's going to be sticking with Azza at all. And Azza is going to be alone throughout the entire time because he has to be sticking with Dustin to help him do amazing rotations. And I do think that they're going to try to focus down towards the mid lane right now. Dustin is going to pull back just a little bit to clear jungle as much as he can.
But anyway, right now, a lot of focus onto the middle. And oh, here comes the Blazing Brilliance, and Kulic will get Abdullah. That's going to be the first strike for this round. Okay, and oh, they're not done yet though. Dastan goes in and looks like Kazakhstan. Okay, they continue to jungle invade, and now because of that, after getting that first strike and getting a couple of jungle minions at the side, yeah, they're hit by a 1,000 gold.
Yeah, and this is Kubanic is very brave to be right in front of Alain. Alain's not going to try to dive in for now. A very small amount of eliminations has been done here, Cloud. No one's going to try to force anything out just for now. And we can still see Rashid is still alone down there. It seems like Ahmed's rotation is getting faster and faster, a little bit quicker than before. We want to see a proper Unruly Blade reset coming in to start the fight very well.
Yeah, speaking of starting the fight, it looks like they might start it off right now. Someone coming from the side. Burning Sun Arrow did connect. Might connect out to the Dune. Not the target that they wanted. The Dune can still survive this one, but the Blazing Brilliance comes in. The Dune takes a lot of damage, but somehow he's still alive. Now the tower will give him extra protection, and he will live to tell the tale another day.
Look at the bottom lane. They still managed to get one more. Dustin actually managed to go down because he was inside the tower for too long. And that's the advantage of using a Dune Cloud, because he has Unyielding Mind. Unyielding Mind always gives you a lot of HP rejuvenation, HP recovery every time you land a basic attack or any skill damaging whatsoever, as long as it's within that 3 to 5 seconds window that the passive activates.
Okay, and the slight answer to that could be Kubanic already got his Venomous Staff, so might not be the direct answer, but at least there's still something to it, right?
Yeah.
And the next time they face off against Ahmed, that's where Ahmed will need to be aware of, like, okay, the item is ready. He needs to know what threshold of damage that he can absorb. But Burning Sun Arrow into the middle, and here comes Jamal back, diving in onto the back with the Blazing Brilliance all the way towards Muhammad, taking it down immediately. Abdulaziz fights back, and he gets 1.7. Jamal back down. So it looks like UAE, they got the most of this situation.
Oh, Dastan's gonna go back in, but he is not gonna try to force it way too much. But again, the fight actually started off with Azad, and Azad manages to get Rashid down at the bottom lane with just 1v1 without the presence of his Burning Sun Arrow. His Burning Sun Arrow actually hits Princess Frost, and the follow-up from the Lay Waste with the Blazing Brilliance actually destroyed Muhammad just now, and they actually managed to get the kill. Very, very nice. All thanks to the awareness coming in from Azad. Very good communications coming in from Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, there's so many things that I like in that fight. But speaking of the fight, it's going to happen again. Abdulaziz now on the chase, and the Yarya goes in. But then Abdulaziz, oh, Dustin still got him. Okay, can he get at least one more? And Ahmed is the target up there, but they don't want to focus onto him too much because he is the tank, and you don't want to overextend yourself.
Yeah, he's going to pull back just a little bit. Muhammad Al will try his best to defend here. But look at that. A very angry Dustin. He manages to get the elimination.
Oh, and Ahmed arrived just slightly a little bit too late to protect his teammate. And because he rotated towards the middle, the top tower has been taken down. Now Dastan is showing dominance inside the jungle. Marlon is behind him. And they will turn their focus onto the tower below, where Kyrgyzstan will easily get it. And that is the Blazing Brilliance to show away their opponents. And look at Jamal back. He moves all the way to the back, just trying to stop them from going back to their own base. And they will re-engage again with Jamal back. Getting him out, the main tank. Baldaziz lands the takedown with the defense on set.
But Dastan with the gameplay, with the help of Marlon, always be able to get a lot of damage in, diving out. He knows his combos and skill sets with the Hanshin. This is how good he was playing this now, but let's focus on Azad. He's going to try to get the tower. He's going to try to clear the minion as fast as he can. Right now, he already has Spark Force Dagger and also Doomsday, which means Dune, played by Ahmed, he has to be very careful, Cloud. His HP will melt so quickly if he gets hit by the Hoye.
Yeah, and besides the items, the level gap is there as well. So that's something that he needs to be aware of, right, in his next engagement. So for him to be ready, he has to be able to farm. Okay, but Kyrgyzstan, they're not going to give him that space. They're going to try to make this slight push towards the top and see who dares to come towards them.
Still over here, Dastan trying to poke, trying to kite them away. He's gonna go back in. There's the Burning Sun Arrow, Cloud.
And then they connect, and here comes the counter engage. They go all the way to the right line to get Muhammad. And they're looking for more. They're looking for the channel. But what Rashid can do at this moment, all he can do is just watch, and his teammates fall. But they still fight back, though. They still got Jamal back. They still got Dastan. But at the end of the day, they managed to reach towards Rashid, and he will fall. One more to go, and it is an ace given towards Kyrgyzstan.
Triple strike coming in for Azad. He's going to destroy the next tower as well. A very good team fight coming in from him. The war started with him. The team fight ended with him as well. A very good move coming in for Kyrgyzstan. This is exactly what happened, yeah. The Burning Sun Arrow actually went in. The follow-up from Dastan actually manages to find a lot of damage into the entire UAE. And he's not stopping right there. Dastan really wants to go in, but he underestimated the fact that there's an execute coming in from Abdulaziz. But this is how well they actually did it. No one actually went towards Azad. No one has the Dastan in the UAE.
Oh man, and that Burning Sun Arrow, it kickstart everything from there, right? It landed like at least on the 2 targets, splashed out, and they just U-turn from there. Great communications, they know exactly what to do, and because of that, they got that ace, and now the Tyrant is theirs, and now they have control of the bottom. They sent Jamal back to be that bait at the top, just to open up a little bit more space. But now they have the right to move towards the middle.
At least Jamal back is opening vision for his teammates, so that his teammates know exactly where they are. And Ahmed is still at the jungle side in the top lane. The goal difference is 8,000 in front of UAE. I think this is going to be very hard for UAE to do anything.
Oh, they jump all the way to the back there, and Dastan gets Muhammad. That's going to be a big target for them, but Abdulaziz comes in with a different sunset to trade back onto Azad at least, but the fight's not over yet though. All the way, UAE will find the back line. This is a double strike for Abdulaziz, and now they're going to focus on the Dastan, but it's going to be a 1v2 situation. And Abdulaziz gets taken down. It's a Panther Strike!
Panther Strike for Dastan. With the help of Marlon, he actually manages to annihilate the entire team. And the UAE is going to lose this one if they don't defend right now. He manages to let go of the ultimate.
Oh, and they're looking to end this game right now. They should have enough time. Burning Sun Arrow arrives! What a Burning Sun Arrow! Giving Dastan the double strike!
Dastan is still there, but he's going to lose his Roma. Dastan is still here. Is he going to go down?
Oh,
it depends on Ahmed. Where is the Celestial Melody? He needs a new ultimate, but he cannot chase. Dastan is too quick. He manages to run away. The tree of Kyrgyzstan is still here, buying some time for Dastan to go back and get some HP.
Oh man, that was intense. That was absolutely intense. From a Penta Strike to getting the Burning Sun Arrow all the way from the base to land, that was crazy.
It was crazy indeed. Blood Rage has been bought by Abdulaziz, giving them a lot more tankiness. We have to remember how actually Kyrgyzstan almost lost that team fight, if not for Dastan's involvement just now.
Oof, wow. And the game is not over yet though.
Not yet.
Yeah, Kyrgyzstan, they were not able to finish up the job because by that time, the players of UAE, they managed to come back onto the gorge and they defended their base. But now with Kyrgyzstan getting the Overlord, they're just waiting for it to arrive before they push again.
Yeah, and 9,000 gold in front is probably going to be giving a lot of problems for UAE. They need to defend this as long as they can. Their winning condition is to try to give a lot of gold to Rashid, give a lot of time, and what they can do is that Princess Frost can just keep on putting Winter is here at the places where it is most important.
Okay, now it's going to be really important for UAE to defend their base. This could be the final defense Kyrgyzstan going to push at the top. They're going to clean up all the towers. They're going to look for the right target before they re-engage. And speaking of engage, they found the channel all the way to the back. They got Russian. They're looking for more. And UAE, they will fight as they might. And UAE, they cannot defend their base no more. Lots of damage output from Kyrgyzstan side, especially with the Blazing Brilliance.
They really have to stop this Vanguard from coming in. There's still two of them. Muhammad is trying to use all of his skill sets. Really trying to get Jamal Bad. Jamal Bad manages to run away. There's still two more Vanguard coming in from the mid lane and the bottom lane. We still have Kubanuch. Very dangerous. Dastan is ready to pounce in. He's looking at Muhammad.
Oh, going
down.
All the way legendary. And Kyrgyzstan claims a 2-0 win, together with a Penta Strike.
It came with style. Our tournament, our Asian Games qualifiers, first ever Penta Strike claimed by a Hansin pick. Coming in from the Kyrgyzstan jungler himself. Very good game. And I would say it has been a magnificent game to watch.
Magnificent for sure. It's like art. It's so beautiful whatever happened just now. And we have to remember UAE, they actually managed to defend very well as well. They actually tried to use the online, put it to good use, and be brave, going to the back line, trying to find whoever is squishy, using execute. That's exactly what they did, and which is very, very nice.
So Yaria, Hansin, nobody's gonna challenge that no more?
I mean,
hey,
it was the Dastan show right there, right?
Yeah,
like Marlon, Dastan single-handedly turned that deficit of a fight into a Penta Strike. I mean, we couldn't ask for more, right?
I can't say it's just it's only Yaria and Hansin, but it's also that it's Dastan Marlon. Because they are so well working together just now. But we have to remember the Hoi Burning Sun Arrow initiated every fight, almost every fight in the beginning, which caused them to have a lot of goal advantage.
It almost feels like, what hero can Azar not play, right? It almost feels like, oh, you give him a more mobile type of hero like Chano, he can play. You give him like slightly more utility type of hero like a Hoi, he still can land those Burning Sun arrows. Man, hands down, man.
I mean, they're very flexible, right? When we talk about hero pools and hero depth, Azad is definitely showing off his entire hero pool. Like, okay, Hoi locked in. Don't worry about it. My Burning Sun arrows will find a channel in the backline, setting up Dastan and Marlon into a straight beeline access in towards the backline. And if Dastan wasn't there, the Burning Sun arrow also connects to Angela for the subsequent combo here. So it's a very well thought out draft coming in from the Kyrgyzstan squad.
Yeah, the combo, the communication is clear and it's reflected in their gameplay. Every time the Burning Sun hero hits, Angela is always ready. I think they know their combo very well. They've practiced this clearly because the cohesion from the team is just too smooth.
It is part of the plan, right? In particular, I like, okay, so there was that one fight at the top lane that the Burning Sun arrow, I think it came from the other lane to arrive. And then that last Burning Sun arrow from the base into the other side of the base and it hit onto the channel. Man,
beautiful.
That is crazy because you won't know where the channel's position is at because he just came out, right? It doesn't show yet on the map. So you kind of have to have the game sense of like, okay, this is about that he's going to beat this timing, pop, it hit.
And sometimes when you're not playing a hero with like a built-in CC immunity or like a cleanse or even like a dash, it kind of gets hard to dodge if you're not really noticing or being aware on the Burning Sun arrow's launch. You can hear the sound, but when it arrives, you have to react in time, which is pretty difficult.
Yeah, you can't just swipe the map around and try to see if it's there because it's dark in the fog. And unless if it passed by someone in the mid lane and they warn you, hey, be careful, it's coming towards you. But you still have to react immediately as soon as it arrives. Right? So it's not the easiest thing to do because the hitbox of the Burning Sun arrow is huge.
Yeah, it's actually quite big, right? Well, to be fair, we don't know whether the channels leap that time. Was it on cooldown or not?
Yeah.
Because you know it's a habit when you just respawn and then first thing you do is like, oh, I leap up, right?
Yeah.
So because you want to get that slightly faster movement speed. But if he used that, then it is on cooldown, then I totally understand.
Yeah, no choice, right? It's a habit and sometimes it happens. Been there, done that. But let's talk a bit more on the itemization here because Dastan with a 12,000 gold, 13, 2, and 9, he was really the star of the show.
Oh wow, he actually went with a full damage build. He went with the Axe of Torment, Master Sword of Lord Smite, and also the Doomsday, really focusing down on all the damage possible, which is also why he's kind of squishy. But thanks to the presence of Marlon, he actually managed to get a lot of shield coming in from Marlon's itemization, which is the Dawn Light.
Yeah, it's almost like he's saying like, or go big or go home, right? It's like all in damage item. And then he puts his trust not only on Marlon, but he also puts his trust on Zama Bag to be at the front line as well. Especially after Zama Bag managed to finish his Blazing Cape. He knows that, okay, dude, you're ready to be the front line. I will come in to be the finisher. So he almost plays this like a half assassin sort of role.
I would say so, yeah. If you were to look on towards Dastan style, the amount of items he has, and you compare it over to the defensive items the squishy heroes actually has, the moment Dastan goes in with an Empower auto attack, one combo, one swipe, those squishies, especially Mohamed and also Rashid, they are gone immediately.
I agree. Gone. And this is why it's a very good hero when you know how to play it very, very well. It's one of the heroes that I am really, really bad at. But this is the statistics of the damage, Cloud.
Yeah, I'm looking at Dastan, obviously, with 126k.
40%? 35?
Around there,
around there. But what's interesting for me is that normally you would see like Angela getting very, very high up there, right? Or at least close to any of your other teammates. But in this case, it's like he's way above the Angela.
Way above, right? And you can start to see like Ahmed and also Abdul Aziz, they had a pretty good game. They were constantly in towards the backline, finding Azab, finding Kubanuish. Before the Penta actually happened, we saw signs of retaliation coming in from UAE, where the backline of the side of Kyrgyzstan was getting threatened by the UAE fighters here. The Elaine, the Dun, and even the Princess Frost all have pretty decent showing. But that's where Dastan and Marlon, the two-man show, came in and swooped in with our first Penta strike of the tournament.
Yeah, I agree. And before that, that's when Abdulaziz and Ahmed actually dived to the backline of Kyrgyzstan trying to do something, but leaving their backline open, wide open for Dastan to just go in with the help of Marlon riding on top of it. And yeah, this is exactly what happened.
Yeah, that's true, right? Like, I understand that when fights are happening, sometimes it gets a bit messy because you're focusing on like, oh, I need to get the takedown, that takedown. But then sometimes you forget about the back. That was probably the case, but we're not going to take away the credit from the Hansin as well, right?
Yeah, the Kyrgyzstan Hansin and Yara combo, an eye refreshener coming in for us on the broadcast and also viewers at home. Checking out a very smart combo, I would say. It's slightly weaker in the early game, but you can see the potential of this duo when it came into fruition in the late game. But that's about Kyrgyzstan. Sadly for UAE, after suffering from this loss, they're out of the tournament contention for the main event nor the last chance stage.
But they should really be proud of the fact that they've played all the way to this moment. They will have their next match after this. It's not the end, but it's the end of their journey inside the entire qualifiers for sure. But it is fun to watch them, right? They're one of the only few teams that actually really try to play aggressively, even though they know they're outperformed, they're underleveled. The spirit really reflects into the gameplay.
Hey, and uniquely with the Hoyi's Burning Sun Arrow and the Yaria pick as well, I mean, they're not only here to win, they're also here to give us good entertainment.
Yeah, that's for Kyrgyzstan, right? For UAE, it's about these little fights like, hey, we're behind already. Should we back off? It's like, no, let's enjoy the fights, let's enjoy the stage, and let's go in for more. And even in these moments here, we do see more pickoffs here going over to Kyrgyzstan. And I believe the next play, this is the Penta Strike coming in from the stun, picking off the Princess Frost with the opening play, where Abdulaziz and Ahmed starts picking off the backline of Kubanuish and also Azad. Meanwhile, that's happening. You see the channel being taken down by Dastan, also Marlon. 2v3 situation. Dastan goes in, uses the Wind Spear to pick up all the remaining takedowns and ending up with our first ever Penta Strike of our Asian Games Qualifier 2026.
Penta Strike. I never knew that we'd see one today. And this is when it happened, right? We can see on how they really went all the way to the back trying to get as much damage as possible. They actually managed to get Azad out. It's just that too overwhelming, the entire damage coming in from Kyrgyzstan. But the fact that Mohamed and Abdullah is still here, they were trying their very best to stop it from ending. But you know what? UAE, they tried their best. They shot their shot.
Well, for Dastan, if he's not the MVP, I'm out of here after getting that Penta Strike, right? 13-2-9 KDA. I believe this might be the highest takedowns that we have seen on an individual so far. Damage upward 36.3%, damage taken 25.3%, and a total goal of 26.7%. I mean, he dominates all the stats in this game.
Bro, all of it is above 25%, including damage taken. But I wonder if the damage taken actually calculates the Yaria's yellow bar.
I think it does.
It does?
I think it does, yeah.
Into dust stance.
Yes, it calculates dust stun as well because that's his hero body. But this has been, I think, I agree with Sir Cloud, one of the highest single elimination takedowns coming in for a single player in this game alone. Very well played, and I think that was a hyper carry performance coming in from the jungle player.
Yeah, amazing gameplay. For sure, the coach really knows what he's doing. He knows that his entire team can really rely on just dust stun. So that's probably why they went with Hoi, right? They know the Burning Sun arrow is so accurate coming in from the teammates, and all they have to be doing is just be ready. When it connects, all we have to do is just dive in.
Yeah, connect and dive in. Again, they're like following this step-by-step guide, right? It's like step one, connect Burning Sun arrow. Step two, Hansin goes in first. Step three, okay, maybe the Bai Chi first, right? And then the Hansin and all that, right? Step four, find the backline. That's also very important. And looking back at the replay, how he got that penta strike is that he goes behind to get the backline first. Most players might go like in front because they want to help their teammate, but no, he decided, stay calm, we settle the backline, and then we can win the fight, and that's exactly what happened.
I think the jungle carrier players that's in your rank games or where not, they need to be knowing for the fact that what's your role in this game? Are you supposed to jump on the backline? Are you supposed to pick off the important objectives, the targets here? You need to think who you need to be aiming down on the opposing team like Dastan to be able to find those key moments in your rank games or in your practice matches here. So for Dastan, he knows what he needs to do. Like Nakoruru. Yes, Nakoruru is an assassin, but he was the prime player in chunking down the front line, softening them up and battering up for Team Kyrgyzstan to pick up those few takedowns. And in the second game on Hansin, different style because Hansin doesn't do that much damage against tanks.
Yeah.
He swaps his direction to go for the squishy heroes like what Circle mentioned.
Yeah, understanding your skill sets and identifying who's the biggest threat. And he eliminated every one of those very, very well as well. So I think the understanding that they have towards this game and the heroes that they're using is just so high.
Yeah, and we will have to throw it to an interview towards the stage with Mara and also Team Kyrgyzstan to listen to more about how they are feeling, because right now they are definitely more solid coming into their group and have higher hopes to go into the main stage. So Mara, take it away.
Dastan, MVP of game number 2, helps Team Kyrgyzstan get their second match win. Congratulations! And that was a phenomenal game 2. You had the first penta strike of this tournament. How did you feel about that, and what was your reaction when you got the penta strike?
У вас был первый пентастрайк за всю игру. Как вы чувствуете себя и как вы вообще ощущаете себя?
Бұл өте сонун. Biz şu draft alganda da özüz ойлогонбуз, şu аракет кылып көрөлү деп, сен хотя бы квадракилгачы. Бул балдар командный оюнун балдардын жардамы менен болду. Бул өтө сонун сезимдер болуп атат биз үчүн да. Аябай кубанычтабыз да.
We are very happy. I'm very thankful to my boys. It's all thanks to my boys that I got the pentakill.
And we were all cheering after that. It was the first time that we've seen in this qualifiers. Now, in game number 2, we saw something that was not usual. While the other teams picked traditional heroes, for the first time, there was a Yarya pick. How did this composition help the strategy for your team, and what was the strength for this?
Во второй игре вы выбрали Ярию, что необычно для этого турнира, так как это первый пик этого персонажа за этот турнир. Какая у вас была стратегия для этого и на что вы рассчитывали, когда вы выбирали ее?
Бул биз Ярия еще Хансинеда бул Марлен Строум. У нас тренировка көп болгон болчу. Бул боюнча просто нам рисковать этип көрдүк. Просто кандай болот экен депсем, бул туриктечи. Ошо ойлогондой эле болду, жакшы. Биз да кичине бандардан жана успеть этпей калдык. Геройлорду алып атканда 1-2 бам бере албай калдык. Что там еще Хайну хотели попробовать там на выбор.
We want to try this fighter because we didn't have too much time, so we were really in a hurry. And when we were training, practicing before, we were trying also this character, and we want to take a risk and try this character how will it be in this tournament.
And now with that 2-match win, you have one more match coming up. How about let's invite everybody to support you and your greetings to Kyrgyzstan.
У вас есть еще один матч. Скажите свои слова Кыргызстану и слова пригласите Кыргызстан, получается. Кыргызстан сөз слова.
Шу біз аябай қуаныштамыз ушундай мероприятия келип ушундай участие масштабный турнирлерде катышып жүргөнүбүзгө. Ошо Кыргызстандын атынан Кыргызстанга да чоң салам айтам. Ушу бизди колдоп, жана күйөрмандарыбызга бизди көрүп отурган силерге да чоң рахмат. Ошо алга Кыргызстан.
So I'm very thankful to Kyrgyzstan for all the support they gave us. We are very happy to participate in that kind of big competitions. So I want to thank Kyrgyzstan, all my Kyrgyzstan fellow mates, and let's go Kyrgyzstan.
Once again, congratulations with that Penta strike and that win. Now we're going to break it down even more, so we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
You see, guys, taking risks is also a part of the game, and Dastan, he was like, okay, we practiced these heroes before, the Yarya, the Hansen in our scrims, and we're thinking like, okay, why don't we take some risks and showcase it off on stage in this tournament? And they were rewarded not just well, but immensely well with a Penta strike and a very important win for not only the team itself, but for Kyrgyzstan as a region and nation as a whole. Because right now, they're 2-1 in standings.
Yeah.
Soft guaranteed for their position in the last chance stage. And if they can beat their upcoming opponent, they go straight to the main event.
Yeah, going straight to the main event is what you want, all because of the risk that you take. Because if you don't take any risk at all, you're not trying anything at all. So
Correct.
That's going to be a huge waste. I love on how he was saying just now, the fact that Marao asked him, what do you feel about getting the Penta strike just now, right? And then he said, oh, it's thanks to my teammate. That's the only thing he said, it's thanks to my teammate. He remembers to thank his teammate because he knows that without his teammates, he cannot pull it off.
But you know how he pulled off the Penta strike besides his teammates as well?
How?
It's because he used the best device to pull off that Penta strike, ladies and gentlemen. That is the iQOO, which is the official gaming phone for 2026 Asian Games Esports Events Honor of Kings Qualifiers. Imagine, like, that fight was so intense, the phone, the frame rates and all that. iQOO got you covered.
King Rainbows.
You know, like, imagine if you're doing that in 30 FPS, I don't think you can actually do that. But you know, iQOO 15R can actually bring you to 120 FPS. So thank you so much, iQOO 15R and iQOO, for sponsoring this event.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, a very great game coming in from Kyrgyzstan. We know that Dastan is going to be thrilled with that game. Everyone is going to be talking about the one and only, for now, Penta strike in the entire Asian Games.
But you know what we have to be talking about as well? The upcoming match for today. I think everybody has been waiting for this. Two undefeated teams coming in from Group B. Whoever loses this joins Kyrgyzstan in the 2-1 in their respective group. So whoever wins this match goes directly to the main event.
This is such an important match then, and people would really want to watch who's going to go to the main event first. I think it's going to be hard for me to pick which one is more likely is going to go to the main event first.
Yeah, the skill level is about there, right, for these two regions, so it's really hard to tell. I don't know. I don't know. This is the hard one.
I mean, if I ever have to put my coin on towards either of these teams, I mean, there's probably like a little bit of a coin.
You're gonna cut the coin in half for sure, and a lot of experience under their belt. Going against Nepal, Nepal is probably still trying to learn a few things or two. But then again, who knows if Nepal is gonna change something, and if they're gonna be bringing something new that might surprise Myanmar.
Yeah, I mean, from what we learned from even this match, right, is that if you keep bringing the same things over and over again, people kind of like can read like, oh, this is what you're going to do, this is how you're going to counter and all that. So if you bring something new like Yarya Hansen, is like, your opponent is like, how are they going to play? We have no data. We have not seen them play before. Nobody has played in this tournament. How? And they got called out. So maybe we might see something, hopefully we get to see something more creative from either Nepal or Myanmar coming soon.
And I might add, they have a Hoi on top of that, right?
Oh, yeah.
The whole thing is really composed around the existence of Hoi and Dastan's Hansen. So good.
You may be scratching your head like, oh, what kind of composition is that? But when you think of it piece by piece, Hoi Ultimate into Angela, Hoi Ultimate into Bai Chi, all those really make sense. But we're going to head to a short break before we bring you more Honor of Kings action between Myanmar and also Nepal to find out who will be the undefeated one coming in from Group B.
stage. Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands.
Double kill.
This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Fastest in front. They're going to use it. Golden tight zone. That's Hatsuni.
Victory.
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Double kill.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage and slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower is under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable. Triple kill.
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
They tried.
The new sprightly skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu bukan track kita. Relax, bro. Phone aku! Jom kemari. Mountain View!
cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the starlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to
It's been a few minutes and you are currently back at it again at day 5 of the Honor of Kings Asian Games Esports Qualifiers 2026. My name is Sagi, your desk host for today, and we're subbing out Adam Spartanka and bringing in Holler to be partnered up with Sir Cloud on the English broadcast.
Yeah, okay, don't look at me like that, okay? It's nice to be here with you as well. Finally, we're here to day 5, and I saw some pretty good games. I mean, there was a little bit of a, not the game 3s that we've been looking for, but hopefully in this series.
Well, we saw a new hero being featured, right? That is the Yaria, and we got our first Penta strike, so that was amazing stuff there. And I expect more to come.
I mean, you know, there's a lot more to come, especially you're only halfway through the tournament itself, considering that the later of the days that are coming, yes, teams will be leaving the tournament, teams will not be able to advance to the main stage, but the main storyline is currently the battle to secure first and second, and also the battle to minimally get to that third spot for the last chance stage.
And actually, we're going to be finding out exactly roughly where teams are going to be. I think that the teams have been kind of shaping up to this moment, right? Group B, exactly. Who's going to be kind of taking the top spot? I think that there's a lot at stake, especially in this series.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tight one, right? And not only because of how the group is shaping up, right? We get to see a couple of games already from these teams, and we know their potentials. And the two teams that we're going to feature after this, I would say they're pretty neck and neck in terms of skill level.
Yep, undefeated coming in for both Nepal and also the side of Myanmar. So it's again the same thing, right? When you're going up into a third series win in a group where you are not losing at all, you sort of qualify directly to the main event. So this is the most important game thus far that Myanmar and Nepal will be playing for today.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are 2-0, right? I mean, who's going to be basically drawing first strike against the other squad? I think that it's going to be key because, again, everybody's kind of flying high, but are they able to kind of continue on with that momentum? And plus, once you lose once, it's kind of like, oh, okay, now we're here. And actually, you might be at risk and you might be bouncing out into that last chance.
Yeah, and you know what day is today now that we're here? Well, not here, but the day itself. It is the day where the new patch is up, ladies and gentlemen. And together with the new patch, you can participate in events for a chance to win physical prizes, their special items, their redemption codes, and lots of other amazing rewards.
I mean, June 17 is one of the biggest patch thus far coming in for Honor of Kings, named as the Grand Venture. It's Season 15. You're bringing in, like, what? 4 new characters, new heroes, right? You got Davara, Lorian, Annette, and Florentino up for your usual in ranked games. But remember, practices before you actually go into ranked games because rank has been resetted. You don't want to be dropping them to Diamond.
Yeah, but I'm going to have my fun with it, all right? I don't want to listen to you. You're not my dad, Sagi. I will play whatever hero I like, and if they happen to, you know, float my boat in the sense of just being one of the new ones, it happens to be that way.
Remind me not to play rank with him.
Avoid him at all costs.
Come on, man, just one game.
Well, we'll figure it out down the road later here, but let's re-emphasize back into our matchup of the day, right? Myanmar and Nepal. 2-0-2-0. One more win, you go to the main event. One more loss, and you are still comfortable, but who wants to lose, right? It's a pretty 50-50 matchup, and so far, if you were to look into the stats, they have yet to lose a single game. Not match, a game. They all ended their games in 2-0-2-0 fashions here. So, undefeated versus undefeated in the group.
So, this is going to be a bit of a shakeup, right? The first team that blinks, that loses, now how are they going to feel, right? I think that good teams are going to be resilient and they're going to take those lessons and kind of move on and improve. But at the same time, you're like, oh my gosh, if we lose one, do the wheels completely fall off and the world crumbles for them?
And you know what? Besides this tournament itself as well, right? Let's say if these two teams do move on to the main event, it's also about setting up the stage for that as well. True. And if you end up like really strongly in your group, you walk into the main event with a red carpet, everyone will be like, okay, this is the team to beat, right? And that will give you like some of a psychological advantage against whoever you potentially may face later.
It's like a feels-good moment, right? If let's say like you successfully qualify yourself into such a score and mark going into the main event, you're going to be like, okay, you know, I earned my rights here. It's not by luck. It's not by any mere coincidence. It's by my own efforts here. But let's do welcome the teams into the main stage, both Myanmar and also Nepal, for this epic showdown.
They have let their experience do the talking. Every move is calculated. Every battle fought as one unit. Now they enter the arena ready to defend their unbeaten record. Here they come, Nepal!
They have remained unshaken through every challenge. Patience, composure, and confidence have brought them victory. Now they step forward for a clash between two rising forces. Let's hear it for Myanmar!
This is the battle for the top spot of their respective Group B. Winner goes to the main event of Asia Game. Losers will have to try again to find that relevant spot. So this will commence between Myanmar and also Nepal.
If there's ever a moment in time when you're like, hey, what was that opportunity to qualify? This is it. And it's going to be made up of Nepal, Shushank, Swastik, Vijay, Sushil, and Suyog. And we've seen nothing but success out of this team. They've been starting to roll, but now they're going up against the Titan. That is Myanmar.
Yeah, but I always remember Suyog for bringing in the first MVP for the Zhangfei. So he's my guy there. He's my guy. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason why these two teams, in fact Nepal as well, to be at a 2-0 winning streak so far, right? It's because of the quality that they show. And also, most importantly, is the adaptability to this stage the moment they start their game.
And mostly also they rely a lot on Suyog's engage that you talk about with the Lapu Lapu, Zhangfei for example, but across them is Myanmar.
Yep, represented by Min, Ian, Sai P, Zin, and Sai H as well. And Myanmar, these players, we know that they have experience playing at different competitive stages, right? So I'm pretty sure they're prepared for this one.
Yeah, it's a very experienced squad coming in representing Myanmar, but you can't be saying the same for Ant because Ant is only 16 years old and is his first time on a plane coming into a foreign region and playing in an Asian Games tournament representing his home region as well. So for Myanmar, it's about battling it out as an experienced squad with a young prodigy against Nepal, an unknown page coming in, still yet to be undefeated.
I mean, for both of these teams, it's going to be great. This experience, being on stage, being able to play, and then doing it at such a young age. I mean, at 16, if you're able to take these, no matter when, like how you do, you win or you lose, you're coming out much stronger. And much later in your life, you're going to be an incredible player because you've had all those experiences.
Absolutely, right? It's always great to start early like him. But before we get into the game, we're going to look at some of the head-to-head stats, right? Now, we do know clearly that they are both 2-0 wins for these two teams. Like, they're unbeaten in their respective group, but we can see that there's a clear distinction between the stats.
Oh yeah, if we were to look over to the KDA, I would say the eliminations will be in favor of the side of Myanmar, but the death counts coming in will be in the favor of Nepal. You can say that Nepal might have better games where they have lesser fumbles, where they are more cohesive and are more careful in a sense, whereas the KDA of Myanmar represents more team fights, more chaos in the battlefield.
Yeah, and at the same time, I mean, yeah, they haven't lost a single game, but you're looking at the hero pool, and you're like 13-15. Okay, a bit of a wash, but you're seeing them kind of sticking to the tried and true. They're not, you know, experimenting or showcasing any of the deep hero pools that each of the players have, so that you're kind of like, okay, now when we're talking about the ban, we could look to target those 13 and 15 heroes, and then we can kind of go in, and then now you're going to see the expansion and the evolution of the drafts.
And what I'm seeing for the first strike rate that favors towards Nepal is that they are a more aggressive sort of team. They like to take pickoffs at the side lanes. After clearing the first wave in the middle, they move towards whichever lane, whether it's the clash lane, whether it's the farm lane, to get the first strikes. So having this data, having this understanding, it is important for Myanmar to adapt to the pace of the game that Nepal might bring here.
I like the emphasis on the first strike rate, right? Because both of them play back-to-back 4 games against their opponents, 2-0s, 2-0s. So for Nepal, it means that out of 4 games, they got first strike 3 times. And for Myanmar, they have first strike 2 out of 4 games. What does this mean? It means that in Nepal's early game might be cleaner compared to Myanmar in terms of the execution.
I mean, it's not exactly correlate. I mean, there's more correlation than causation in this one, but I do think that when you're taking the fights to them and you're going for the ambush, chances are your first strike rates will be much higher because you're initiating on that one. But let's talk a little bit about this head-to-head here.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so we're going to compare between BJ and also P, right? So even though they have the same result so far in their group, but when it comes to the KDA, heavily leans towards a P. Average GPM, they're kind of close to each other. Average DPM, okay, heavily leans towards BJ. So what does this tell me, right? This tells me that for P, he's probably more of that kind of finisher sort of role for the team, whereas for BJ, he's more like, okay, I'm the poking guy, I'm the damage guy, and then someone else comes in to finish.
And he also seems to be the person to actually set up the plays coming in for the team, right? Kill participation wise, I think it's much more equal coming in for both players. It depends on how and what they actually play. For example, if you play the Maestro Nui, you tend to have a higher KP in the early to mid game, and if you play a mage hero like the Ladies of Frost, in the late game, your KP will be skyrocketing in those big team fights.
Basically just says that Saipi doesn't die. I mean, when you have a KDA higher than 10 at that point, you're looking at just a lot of assists, especially from the way he's been playing from the mid, but you're also just not dying, so that you're not giving those chances away. So Myanmar have essentially played a cleaner 4 games to get to this position.
I mean, that's a good point as well, right? It's about him protecting himself, and maybe even his teammates protecting him as well. So it really depends on what sort of composition for that particular game.
Look, if you're not going to protect yourself, who's going to protect you? Right? So I think that in this case, you got to worry about your positioning. That's the #1 thing in Honor of Kings. I mean, I could tell you all a billion different things, but the #1 tip for any player is just to die less.
Just so you know, I will protect you, except for our ranked game tonight.
Okay. I mean, come on.
If you're even playing in the first place.
I'll be clicking the report button if you try out that new hero coming in on the first try. So just be mindful of that, you know?
What happens if I lie to you and be like, oh yeah, I've been training for hours since it was released? You still won't go? You won't fall for that?
Yeah, I think I've known you for quite a while now, you know? I can see through that fake, you know? But let's jump right back into Nepal versus Myanmar in this opening match 3, because we keep emphasizing on this. The main thing coming in for players, regions joining this particular event is to make it to the Asian Games main event. That is the end goal here coming in for both of these two teams, and with this win, it's a good start in the series.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Both teams have their own mission on why do they need to win this one. They need to finish up strong inside the group. But let's see what sort of draft are we going to see. Are we going to see something new and creative from any of these teams? Let's kickstart the draft.
Yeah, and look at this. Already kind of going, the Byron, Chano, the Yukio, Guan Yu, all of these have been meta picks. So both of these two teams very in tune with what's been going on the past 4 days. And now that we're entering the 5th one, it looks like Myanmar are going to start strong. They want to go with Saipi's Mai to start things off.
You still have the answer coming in with the Yuhuan here. That could be a potential pickup coming in from Nepal. And judging from the fact that Dolia is still up and available, that could be the case as well. But they're going back to their comfort here. They're going with the Ata and Zhang Fei for Suyuk and potentially Swastik in the roam and jungle role.
Yeah, I mean, to them, this is textbook gameplay, right? Like, you have the Ghost Ship up, and then you have the Unbridled Outburst, and when they use the Unbridled Outburst, with the Ghost Ship, at least whoever that they aim is not going to be pushed too far away. So that can be a simple combination that they can come from these two. And we have seen before that Suyok is the MVP with the Zhang. So he knows his timing on when to use the Unbridled Outburst as well.
Yeah, it's like basically like Nepal side is like, how much team fight do you want? Yes. I mean, the Ata, the Ghost Ship, the Zhang Fei, setting it up. Basically, they've got that all down. Now they need to kind of balance this out. The Aaron one is going to do a great job of kind of ensuring that they do have that balance.
The balance will also come in a different way, right? Where right now you see, okay, on the Myanmar side, Maestro Nui, Dirinjie, and also Fatih, that's technically locking down your main laners coming in towards this game. So far, it looks pretty good for the side of Myanmar in terms of priority. For Nepal, it's about breaking that circle. You need to make sure that your upcoming side lane pick is able to outpace the Myanmar Clash lane in that 1v1 and converting that pressure into jungle pressure for the side of Swastik from Nepal.
I wouldn't be surprised if this last ban by Nepal is going to be Lapu Lapu. Yep, there you go. Because the moment you see them picking a Zhang Fei, and this is a trend that I start to see, right? The moment the team starts to pick a Zhang Fei or Lapu Lapu, they will ban out the other tanks because the tank is quite limited here, especially for the roam tanks. Right? It's quite limited here in this patch, so they had to like. it's one of those strategies to try to just filter out your team.
Yeah, and taking those one big ult out, I hope that Myanmar doesn't end up taking the Zhang Yu. With Hegemon Slash, we don't need any more. That's probably not going to happen, right? That's not realistic here.
And I'm pretty much loving Nepal's draft right here, just like what Sorokal mentioned here. You remove the Lapu Lapu, you remove the Lian Po and pick the Zhang Fei for yourself. That removes majority of the tank roams in the Asian Games version. And right now, Myanmar, potentially they have to revisit into a potential jungle tank like a Dun or another hero plus a soft or squishy roamer to pump those healing like a Diathea here. For the side of Nepal, picking the Garuda is a pretty decent counter into the side of Xin on that Direnjie. Maybe for Myanmar, they could go for the Dolia Dun, maybe?
Yeah, I think a Dolia Dun makes sense. Okay, so Moza, okay, fine. Oh, Nerza. Okay, so at least Nerza can also kind of engage, right? So I would expect to see this Nerza being a full tag build Nerza because that's their other best option.
I think we've been seeing a lot of like full tank or the entirely opposite selection of the full damage Nerza, where the moment you jump on in with the Skyfall, you technically delete the person, which is either going to be the Garuda or going to be on that errand here. And I like the last pick coming in from Nepal. They're like, sure, you think our Alta is going to the jungle? No. We're going to flex it towards the Clash lane, pick a favorable jungle matchup for Swastik to make sure that this Nakaru can bully the heck out of Ant on that Nerza.
I love these drafts, right? I think that Myanmar are just gonna come out guns blazing. They want to just like run at you. They have definitely a lot of the different key points for this one. The Direnjie, the moats, the 1-2 combination with those stuns. Plus you're looking on the other side of Nepal. They just want to they have team fight galore. They have the Garuda who's definitely going to soften you up. The Nakaruru for cleanup. Both of these squads right now, very balanced.
Yeah, very balanced. It's about team fight and the early game execution coming in for both of these teams in an important match to make sure that they find the opening win to scale better in their respective group, to be the group leaders leading towards the main event.
All right, thank you so much, Zaki. As we go into the third series of the day, this is going to be game number 1, Nepal versus Myanmar. Which of these two teams are going to take the top slot in the group?
Oh, this is going to be the question, right? Who's going to break each other, right? Because both teams have been very clean in their respective group stage performances. Now, between the draft, it's also really hard for me to tell, like, okay, who's going to get the better edge of each other and all that. Cannon Blast is definitely going to play a big role here because that's going to be their good long-range engager. But after you get the Cannon Blast in, the follow-up has to happen. What's good about Myanmar is that they have very quick heroes with the Nerza, with the Mai with the Mai as well. Oh my goodness. Yeah, with the Mai as well. So you got two very quick heroes that can follow up after a Cannon Blast.
Yeah, and also at the same time, when you're rightly pointing out the Mai, it's got to have impact, right? She is definitely a hero that, you know, kind of falls off towards the late game because she comes very squishy. So she kind of has to play a little bit more passively. But the early game is when she spikes. The amount of impact that she's going to potentially have is there. So Side P needs to start early.
Yeah, and they're starting early here. They're making this rotation, especially for the side on Nepal, right? So sending 4 players down just to put pressure back onto Team Myanmar. But Team Myanmar, what I like is that they know that they went to chill. Okay, it's like there's 4 players there, the comms are great, they're missing from their lanes. Okay, let's stay behind.
Yeah, and at the same time, I mean, you're kind of seeing how Swastik is just moving from place to place. He didn't get too much value as he rotated bottom. He was looking for some sort of gank. It wasn't there. And again, anytime you kind of make a move towards an area and you didn't get any sort of kill, you're kind of wasting time, or it's at least inefficient for you.
Definitely not going to make a move towards you there. And Wings of Judgment does connect, but it's not going to give the biggest impact, but that's okay. It's more of just shooing them away so that they can continue to farm in the middle.
Yeah, just threatening, right? I think that you want to kind of push them out, and look at how Sai P, this is what you want. You want that gang squad, Sai H walking around with them, using that gold sharing now. Again, the timing and the rotations that they're going, this is perfectly played by Myanmar, and now they've got a bit of like a 400 gold lead here.
Look, although it kind of looks like Team Nepal, they are pressuring Myanmar, right? But when it comes to the goal difference, Myanmar, they have the advantage here. I guess while Team Nepal, they were like, okay, we want to try to get a takedown at the bottom. Team Myanmar, they're like, okay, we just go farm somewhere else.
Yeah, and you're kind of thinking, oh, like they're taking their time, right? Oh, they're just going back and forth. I mean, still early game, and it is. But the way that Myanmar, CSIP, he's so active across the map. He's constantly moving. Okay, the mid lane is there. He's just going to wait a little bit, let for Ant probably make his way there. So they've got the gold sharing so that he takes advantage of that, and they all get value.
Oh, they're waiting. They're waiting at the side. Okay, they're going to move in. But then again, Suyong, he is at level 4 though. They have to be careful of the Unbridled Outburst and realizing that, oh dude, he's at level 4. Let's not go in yet.
Yeah, it's a good attempt, right? You're constantly threatening, and that's what you want, again, is this Mai. Constant pressure, constant attempts to just go in. Nepal has to play a little bit more defensive, and they might not want to play that type of game.
Yeah, venomous stuff completed by side P. With that item, they can engage. But it came at the right timing as well, because the Tyrant is going to be up in about 15 more seconds. So they will be prepared to try to challenge this one. As for Team Nepal, well, they don't have an anti-heal item yet.
Yeah, not just yet. Again, very early. Hasn't even been 4 minutes, but you're seeing how Myanmar are kind of making their way around, right? They're trying to fortify the area, make things a little bit more difficult for Nepal to potentially go in.
Oh, and here comes 50% health left on the Tyrant. Is Suyong going to do it with the Unbridled Outburst? And yes, he will. Kind of missed that one. And now he tries to at least get a trade back here. But here comes the rest of Myanmar. They go all the way to the back. And they will get the shield. That's going to be the first strike towards Myanmar. They let Suyong go. They're looking for the next target instead. It's going to be a bigger one than is Swastik.
Oh, but definitely a bigger fish there. Swastik and Shushil, both of those guys going down. Those are your cores. Those are your win conditions. And both of them going down at the stage. Absolute travesty. Plus the fact that they lost the Tyrant. How can you out-smite Ant? He's just got way too much at this stage. And again, that's why Myanmar are up huge at this stage.
Yeah, that smite is one thing. And Swastik, I don't think he was in position yet to come in and smite. So yes, you can pull off the Unbridled Outburst, but if it's only you with the Unbridled Outburst in that situation, it's kind of hard.
But it was the positioning, right? Nepal were very late. They were kind of, Suyong had to make that play because it was getting close. The rest of them, Swastik, unfortunately for him, he was a little out of range, wasn't able to get the smite, and the positioning for them was, you know, not able to get on top of the Tyrants.
Yeah, it's a split-second decision, right?
Yeah.
And I do get that as well. You have to decide whether to go for it or not. But speaking about going for it, Team Myanmar might want to go for it onto Suyong, but the Leaping Savior will literally save him.
Yeah, not the end of the world for Nepal, right? Things are not looking great. They're down about 2.5K, and just how quickly things can shift, right? And now with this huge advantage that Myanmar have, they're being aggressive, and they're taking over the Nepal jungle.
Oh, but keep an eye on the bottom lane. Right now, Sushi, he has nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, and he will be easily taken down by Zin.
Yeah, Sushi going down like he's sushi now. Okay, and as he's going here, but look at how they're playing. Again, Myanmar still has that advantage. Now they're going to be just threatening, again, the enemy jungle. They haven't taken the bottom T1, so they're being a little bit greedy, but they're cutting the creeps, and this will, again, provide more of a push for Myanmar here.
Oh, the Team Nepal, they're losing space right now. As Team Myanmar decided to group up together as a 5. If you look at this, like, they didn't really put attention onto the top lane. They just let it go for now. As long as they can win other areas of the map, they're cool.
Yeah, they are cool with that. So Nepal finding something, right? And looks like there's a little bit of fight here.
Oh, ghost ship there, but nobody's there to follow up though. Everybody's so engrossed into the pump, which I totally understand. That's more of a defensive ghost ship, and that's fine.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the roster of Nepal here. I mean, when you've got a Garuda, you have wave clear. The Wings of Judgment will always be able to kind of clear things out. Your mid T1 is under half, which is a little worrying, especially at this stage. You gotta focus, you gotta defend that T1, because you're just trying to extend the game as long as possible. Then Swastik and Sushil will be able to catch back up and hopefully have an impact in this one.
Okay, I'm just doing the math here, right? So if you extend the game even further,
right?
Are you expecting Team Nepal to make a comeback here? Because they're behind in terms of gold. But we'll talk about that later, because right now, because of the ghost ship, Min is not able to get away any further, and he will be taken down. Well, that could be the moment that you were talking about.
Yeah, of course. It's about the little things, right? And being able to take that one off. I mean, yeah, you lost your bottom T1, but you're trading it away. You've finally taken down mid, but now you've lost the mid T1, which again, I was trying to be like, use that energy to kind of shuffle you back to defend it, and they didn't do a great job. And this opens up the map. Myanmar have a huge lead at this stage, especially with that tower down as well.
Oh, and In's waiting for the right moment again. Okay, they're scouting into the jungle, and Swastik. Okay, everyone's gonna chill for now because they realize that in about 40 more seconds, the next tire is gonna be up. So for them to engage, if they were to engage, they have to win it.
So one good thing about Nepal right now is that Swastik is actually doing a pretty decent job in terms of at least the level. He's got a slight advantage over Ant.
Oh, look at the damage on the Suyong. He's forced to use the Unbridled Outburst. And now without the Unbridled Outburst, Team Myanmar, they know that they have a big advantage, not only during the Thailand phase, but also while taking this buff as well. And we can see that there's probably a small attempt from the side by Swastik, but the moment he saw that, okay, they're still there, they're still well and healthy, I'll just turn back.
Yeah, map control turning into a contest. It's a 50-50. Ant was much better or quicker than Swastik on this one. Taking that away, it's going to slow down his farm. So Nepal, again, further behind, and now they're losing even the potential blue here.
And now with the Tyrant up, and Team Myanmar, they're waiting for it. They're almost using the Tyrant as a bait, right? They're not going for it yet. They're waiting in the brushes. And if Team Nepal happens to walk in, they'll be like, okay, we'll take you down instead of the Tyrant first. But Team Nepal, they read that very well. They went for the Overlord instead.
Yeah, Nepal trying to go for that Tyrant, that would have been, you know, like a terrible situation. That would have been the worst case scenario for them. They decided to take the Overlord. This is about creating a little bit of space to buy yourself time, at least to the 10-minute mark, where you're able to maybe contest the Shadow Tyrants.
Oh, but here comes the minions as well. Are they going to try to take this one down? Nice. Quickly cleared by Team Nepal. So everybody's back to reset. Right now, Team Myanmar, they also need to pay a little bit of attention to what's happening at the top.
Yeah, and I've been talking about this constantly. Whenever losing teams, they need to be looking to...
Oh, here comes. It's going to be a 3v1. There's nowhere to go. And they will take him down just like that. And that's the advantage that you get if you have like the Nurza on your team.
Yeah, definitely with the Nurza. And then what I was trying to say, though, is that you're looking to split push. I know Swastik got caught out, but you have to make those sorts of plays because you need some sort of space. You are far behind. You're down more than 2K. You need to create a little bit of space, so somebody needs to rotate. If that action was happening in the top lane, maybe you look to push the bottom lane. And Susheng is now there, but it seems like they were a little slow to kind of, you know, create all of these different pieces to this puzzle.
Well, I guess Suyo is trying to create that piece of a puzzle, but where is he going to go right now? It's going to be quite hard, right? Because he also has this level gap and also item gap between him and also on the Myanmar side. So even as tanky as he is, if he steps out, he might be taken out easy.
So you still have the Vanguard. That's going to put pressure on the bottom T1. This Shadow Tyrant's going to be wide open. But look at the Shadow Overlord. It looks like that's where the contest is going to truly be here.
Oh, okay. They know that they're going to contest for the Tyrant. That's where they go for the Shadow Overlord. But then again, the focus is fighting right now. Women went all the way to the back line, getting the shield. 2 from Team Nepal. No! Make that 3! Make that 4! 4 from Team Nepal. Taken down by Team Myanmar. Suyo has to back off right now. And Team Myanmar dominates the Overlord cap.
Yeah, Suyog has to recall on back. I mean, the fight was just really disjointed for them. You just saw how strong this Myanmar squad is. The fact that their heroes were able to just jump on you from all different sides. You have Skyfall, you have the Mai just looking to dash in. I mean, they were on top of them so quickly that Nepal was not able to, you know, withstand that assault, and they got completely caught off. Again, they're very squishy, and as we check out this replay, they instantly run to the Overlord. They knew the fight, and look at how fast and that much burst. Sushil, once he's down, there's really nothing you can do. And you saw BJ just running for his life, but the Cannon Blast and Sai, they were doing some serious work. And yes, Sai trades his life away, but they got everything.
Oh, but the fight's not over yet, though. They fight again onto the ramp-up side where Ian gets Sushil. Sushil not having a good time now. Suyo's taking all the damage. He does not have the Uprider Albus just yet, and that's where they're going in onto him. But Suyo still holds on for his dear life, and he is okay for now.
Yeah, a little bit of a reprieve in that sense, that they didn't just lose because they didn't have the minion wave, but it looks like Swastik finding Sai P, able to get that solo pick, but now he's running for his life.
Yeah, that's the typical Nakaruru gameplay, right? Go from behind. But then you have the Nurza chasing you down. Now Swastik is kind of cornered in front. You have the Cannon Blast. It did not connect, but it's all right. They will still get him at the end of the day.
Yeah, they actually found him, right? I mean, you got to check all little different parts. You have no real way to get away from this one. But he did get the kill onto Sai P, which is going to help him out. Again, you're just trying to slow them down in some fashion. Yes, Swastik needs to stay alive. He probably needs to be farming. But again, it's about buying time. Sushil needs to die a little bit less because he is going to be the one guy that needs to get all that farm.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? His KD is 0-4-1 right now. That's not good if you're a farm laner and you're expected to carry the team at the later stages of the game. So they have to find a way to, well, either protect him even more or he needs to keep the distance.
I mean, he's 3K behind. I mean,
oh, man.
Zin, right, in that lane matchup, the head-to-head, if you will. Just a terrible spot to be in. So, again, Nepal right now, they're reeling, but the opportunity, again, slowing it down, wave clear, make sure those minions aren't hitting you, and to, again, slow this game down as much as possible.
Oh yeah, and Team Nepal with the Wings of Judgment, they can definitely do that. But the longer they drag this game, the more resources they are losing. For example, this buff. And Team Nepal, yes, I admire the fact that they still try to come out, they still try to win over space, but they need to do this fast.
Yeah, and look, somebody else needs to be split pushing. I think Shushank is probably the guy. It's okay if Shushank dies, right? Swastik needs to stay alive as well as Sushield because those are your damage burst guys that need to get on top when those team fights are actually happening.
Oh, here comes the Cannon Blast, but it is onto Soo-young, so he will be okay. He'll be happy to absorb that Cannon Blast. Now just waiting for the next wave to come in. Team Myanmar, they're putting all the pressure in though. But in about 20 more seconds, we're going to see either the Overlord or the Tyrant up. Is Team Myanmar going to pull the handbrake?
Yeah, I mean, they can. They don't have the minions, right? And Nepal, this is the way you want to defend high ground, at least for now. But with all three lanes pushing, coming on this one, this is going to be a tough hold because you've got an assault from all fronts. How are you going to defend?
Okay, so it looks like they are going to go for the Tyrant. But it's not a full-on commit to the Tyrant. They send out Min, they send out Sai-P to be the frontliners, to open up that space, and also to distract Team Nepal, thinking that they are still around. But in fact, they got the Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, and Nepal was not able to contest because the top lane was completely in their crystal, right? So they had to just defend on that one. And it just makes it very easy. So Myanmar, this is the other side of the story, is that they've been in full control, right? They had a 2K lead. They've expanded that into like a 5K at this point. They're playing a very offensive game and a suffocating one where Nepal is not able to bounce back or find any gaps to get back into this because Myanmar have done such a great job with the map control.
Yeah, and even though Team Nepal wants to do a split push, right, you have like the nerds that can chase you down. So what options do you have? You have to win the fight inside your base.
Yeah, but at what point do you want to look to jump? I mean, you lost the T3, you were watching that tower go down, you didn't seem like you were ready to jump in. What is that moment where you're going to be like, okay, this is the tipping point, we have to fight, it's now or never?
But that's probably going to be Soo-young's call with the Unbridled Outburst. What moment can he find? But Team Myanmar, they are well spread out, and because of their positioning, because of their spread across the base, it's hard for the Unbridled Outburst to decide on who and when to use it.
Yeah, can't get any sort of jump. Everybody understands where things are coming. Your base is now barren. The perfect disengage by Myanmar. And again, I want to shout out to Sai-P because he's had such an impact. His aggressive roam, assault from all of the different lanes, he was constantly just making sure that their Myanmar was up front because he was on those gank attempts.
Yep, and speaking of an attempt, they attempt to take the Shadow Overlord and it will fall to their hands. Now, all they need to do is just wait and push it all together. Now it's all about wave management.
Yeah, but it's kind of the 16-minute mark. I don't know if we're going to see a Tempest Dragon. Knowing my history, we probably will see one. But this is still one where Myanmar are playing the patient game, right? It is their game to lose. They just need to just take over the enemy jungle, constantly just put pressure, because eventually one of the holes will be pushed in wide open so that you can kind of just end the game.
Right, so this is probably going to be the final defense here for Team Nepal. Okay, walk me through your thoughts, right? What do you think is going to be the winning condition for Team Nepal, or the comeback condition here?
Well, the comeback, they have to win a team fight somehow. Like, if somebody gets picked off, and then they kind of start it. They haven't been able to find Xin or Sai. Xin has not died a single time in this game, so he's been literally perfect in this one.
Okay, they're setting themselves up right now, and Team Myanmar coming in. Soo-young waiting for the right timing to use his Unbridled Outburst, but there's still no moment yet. Wings of Judgment will be deployed, but Soo-young receives damage from the side, and they're pressing it from multiple angles. Look at the Crystal! Crystal down to 40% of health. They're aiming for the Crystal, but Swastik gets another takedown, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. The Crystal is taken by Team Myanmar.
I mean, Min from the top side, the fatigue was able to do enough, right? They were kind of scattered throughout. Sai-P going down, things were not looking great, and then all of a sudden it was like, actually, he's pretty much a carry himself. He's able to close this one.
I mean, the entirety of the game we see is a slow pace out, but the main breakpoint coming in was the 10th minute mark where we saw the Overlord. Yes, Team Nepal did get the Overlord, but at what cost? Double carries being doled by the Maestro Nui, by the Fatih coming in from the side of Team Myanmar, allowing them to have an easy team fight. But as of that point, even if you get the Overlord, the goalie has been pulled in such a wide gap that is not recoverable. And yes, we praise Soo-young on his ability to find Unbridled Outbursts, right, engage opportunities, but in this game, he was shut down.
Yeah, I would say that it is not about him, it is about the situation, right?
Wait. You're just saying this because you are a Zhangfei main and you're trying to deflect on behalf of Zhu.
No, I'm trying to justify it, right? I'm trying
Okay.
to look at different perspectives, people. Be positive about it.
It's other people's fault. It's never Zhangfei's fault.
Yeah, it's not the Zhangfei's fault, right? I mean, just look at how Team Myanmar, they position themselves, right? They never grew up. They're always like, one is here, one is there. They're like, okay, if you draw a line, it'll be like a U-shaped sort of thing, right? From the top to the other side. So if your opponent is in that situation, when do you land the Umbrella Albers? I can imagine myself holding his phone there, trying to find out, like, where do I let it go? Right? Because Umbrella Albers is such an expensive skill that if you let it go once and it whiffs, that's it.
And it's also a very difficult situation coming in from Team Nepal because Zin was on a Direnjie. Out of the marksman that has a built-in CC removal, it's a Direnjie. You hit the Umbrella Outburst, so what? I'm just gonna hit that legal immunity on my spell too, and I'm gonna walk away. Easy peasy, right? And if you think about it from Team Nepal side, in a traditional way, Swastik is gonna be able to go for those side lanes and look for that split push. But the problem is, you have side P on the Maestro Nui and Iant on that Nurza. Anytime you show yourself in the side lane, a Skyfall on your head will be flying towards you, and then the cavalry arrives, and then it will capture you. After that, it's a 4v5. 4v5 converts into more jungle pressure and wins coming in from Myanmar, and this is essentially how they built that lead from start to finish.
Just too much mobility from Myanmar, Sky, right? The Neza and the Mai, the way that they were able to just kind of navigate any sort, like you go onto them, they get on out, right? But at the same time, you go on somebody else, they fly on in, and they just like help each other out. The support is just instantly there. I like the fact that you snap. I can't do it right now. But I think that this is still a great draft where Nepal, again, didn't really have any answers. Once Sushil got taken down, and he got taken down 4 times, you're going to really struggle to find anything. You didn't have a carry that's able to kind of do that consistent damage to deal with the Myanmar squad.
Yeah, I want to give a bit of credit to Swastik, right? Because he realized that after that first takedown, when Nurza comes in, Mai Shiranui comes in, and everyone else, because of their mobility, he doesn't do that again.
Correct.
It's like he quickly learns and he readapts again.
Yeah, I'll have to agree, right? Because in these sort of moments, you're like, okay, we need to split push, but when I split push, I will get targeted up by the Nurza, and that's a very stressful situation.
Yeah.
The only thing that I can see Nepal doing better is potentially in the drafting phase, when you see a Maestro Nui, consider taking away the Direnjie for your own usage, which will give Sushil more of a comfort room in that farming, because in the early game, we saw how the Maestro Nui from side P was just casually doing a drive-by, going into the bottom lane, picking up few quick takedowns onto the side of Sushil, because it's an errand. Not a lot of mobility when you don't have flash. One good setup coming in with side P and side H, you're gone.
Yeah, instantly. And that's kind of what you saw. He was kind of bullied in that way. He was constantly focused. The priority was incredibly smart by Myanmar. Finding the right target. Sushil was definitely the guy. Swastik was definitely high on that list as well.
And you can see this one player coming in from the side of Myanmar, side H on that Mozi. 70,000 damage, the second highest in the team coming in from Myanmar. It means one thing. He's been hitting a lot of those cannon blasts throughout the entirety of this game 1.
You normally see that kind of stats if you play a Moza mid, right?
Yeah.
You play a Moza roam and you're still up there. In fact, he had more damage output than some of his other teammates. So, yeah, he has been hitting everything on point.
So it's like the perfect complement to the rest of them. When Neza and the Mai are flying in, they're looking for, like, they'll start with their, like, mini stuns or whatever, and then the cannon blast comes on top, just like the further gravy, that control, so that you have that burst. And you're seeing exactly the goal graph. They were constantly in control, basically just dictating the pace of this entire game. They were, again, just like perfect, dare I say, in this one.
I like that breakdown, Hauler, because if we were to deep dive into both teams' draft, I would say the commitment required coming in from Team Nepal for a successful engage is much more expensive compared to Myanmar. Let's take a look at Myanmar's draft, right? You have the Maestro Nui, you have the Mozi. Meaning, if you land a good Kachosen and a good Cannon Blast to thin out the enemy's health bar, the next moment what happens? Ant comes in with the Skyfall on that specific target. But when you turn the script over to Nepal, it's pretty difficult. You can't engage on anyone unless Suyok lands a perfect Unbridled Outburst. But as again, we see the enemy draft. Both side lanes coming in for the side of Myanmar has a built-in cleanse in their ultimate or in their spell too.
Yeah, and actually, the way Ian came in just to clean up, I mean, he came in like a wrecking ball, like at the perfect time, like right when things are about to happen. They dive in your tires. They are not scared. They can be aggressive because they understand that they have this mobility game.
Yeah, but I like that ghost ship though. So that's one of the ideas that, okay, if a team fight goes well to you, yes, the ghost ship blocks your opponent, Unbridled Outburst comes in from the back, and then it's all good. But there was no opportunity given by Team Myanmar. So I must say that this game was a bit of an outplay by Team Myanmar in terms of how they position themselves.
I think this was also a crucial misposition coming in from Suyok. He wasn't handling any sort of push. Instead, he was joining the Overlord damage contribution, which if he was nearer towards BJ or Sushil, you have the heal, you have the redemption, you have the shield coming from Zhang Fei, maybe that Overlord fight could have been better coming in for Nepal in turning this game around Myanmar.
Yeah, and even this final hold, easier said than done, but you're kind of like, everything is from a front. If everybody's coming in, they're dictating when things are happening. And Ian, again, clean up on aisle 3, because Neza, every single time, 4-0-2, the way he's able to jump in, yes, he had only 30% of the damage, but the timing and the ability to kind of ensure that you secure those kills, very well played by Ian, the 16-year-old prodigy.
Dude, if I'm not mistaken, he has the most MVPs for Team Myanmar, right?
I think so. Yeah. He's at 3 MVPs, if I'm not mistaken, as of this point, which is tied to some of the players like Emmanuel or Ling Wang thus far, who also has 3.
Just cleaning up. I mean, this is what you want, right? Whenever a team is kind of like, I need my carry, I need my core to really step up, he's as consistent as you can get, right? And this is what you want from the jungle lane, because it really sets the tone of how a good game is going to go, because, you know, he's ready to go and doesn't even die in his case as well.
Yeah. Flawless game, right? Yeah, flawless game.
Yeah, flawless game. And imagine that his role is like, okay, my role is to go in first.
Yeah.
And normally, if like, oh, you're the go in first guy, you're expected to sacrifice yourself.
Yeah.
But in his case, it's like, no, he comes out clean.
Very clean game, right? Like early game jungle pressure, I would say that it's more of a collaborative effort. It's about being consistent, right? We did see like Side P, Side H, they set up a lot of team fights in the early game, especially the Cannon Blast coming from the Mozi. As on the Tyrant fight, that was really crucial. In the thing inside the box, locking in Swastik's Nakoruru, giving Team Myanmar a good game 1 opening here. Now for game 2, right? I think for the side of Team Nepal, maybe let's avoid the Zhang Fei for now and go for something that allows them more proactiveness. Something like the Lian Po, something like a Lapu Lapu. Maybe that could have helped Suyok open up the game faster compared to a Zhang Fei.
I mean, the idea is definitely there, but it just seemed like Myanmar were able to kind of move around expecting that it was there, and they never really grouped up so that he got that perfect angle to get that umbrella outburst off. Right? And so that's kind of where it doesn't matter if it's like a Raging Sea or a Tremor Smash, because they're so spaced out. Their positioning is flawless. And that was how they were able to, again, navigate through these big ults.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not about like, okay, you need to find that opportunity to land that big ult, right? It's also about like, can I open up the space or not, right? Can you go in front? And if you go in front, if you're caught, can you actually turn back? Frankly speaking, between, Zhang Fei can do that as well. Lapu Lapu can do that, but Lapu Lapu, we did talk about the difference that the ultimate cooldown is way shorter / easier to obtain.
Yeah, which is some of the considerations that Suyok needs to consider, right? Yes, you can pick the Zhang Fei, but maybe a supplementary engage coming in from the side of Team Nepal might be more cherished here, because we saw from that game itself, when they are behind, they were put in a rather passive position. They couldn't find any engage. If they were to split push, they were checkmate by the Nutsa ultimate per se. So coming in for the second game, their draft needs to be more flexible. They need to have more directions of the game. Like, I'm behind? Sure. At the very least, if we're behind, we still have engage tools to pick people off guard when we see Nutsa on the side lane, or we see the side of Min on the side lane split pushing as well. They need more options. They need to be more proactive in a sense.
Yeah, and actually, I'm kind of thinking like, what other sort of roam might they pick? And I think like a Diadia or somebody. Ooh. When the Mai or the Neza comes in, you've got the Bitter Farewell, a little bit of control. Plus, you're able to help sustain some of your cores, keeping them alive. I mean, another one that kind of comes to mind is Liang, but nobody likes guys with glasses. Like,
yeah, nobody likes Liang thus far. It's a pretty difficult hero to actually play. But you know what I like so far? The venue we're actually playing at, which is the Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel here, the official venue sponsor and hotel partner for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings event. Thank you so much, Marriott Petaling Jaya, for sponsoring us. It has been a fantastic event thus far at this venue.
Yeah, and it has been fantastic games as well. But speaking about games, we're going to check out what's going to be the next draft, right? So there are a few suggestions here and there which are great, but okay. So if you were Myanmar, right? Let's talk about the other side, right? What would you improve further for the game? I know it's a flawless game. We did talk about it, but I'm sure there are things that can be improved further.
I think you just ride this out, right? You don't need to change things up. That was a dominant game. You had a great draft that countered almost everything Nepal was throwing at you. Continue on. Make Nepal make all the adjustments. If they beat you in game 2, okay, now let's go to the drawing board. Let's figure out what we need to do. But right now, this train is rolling, man, and it's all in favor of Myanmar.
Yeah, they're definitely in the driver's seat right now. And for Myanmar, just maintaining on what you were doing last game and converting it to the momentum this game is exactly what you need to be doing here. Drafting-wise, I think it's coming more of a Nepal's improvement rather than Myanmar's improvement right now.
And Myanmar, they have the first pick after this. So again, they can set the tone. They can pick, and they can again potentially pick a Nerza and like, now I have a Nerza again. What are you going to do about it?
Well, they need to do a much better job of dealing with that. I think the Neza is a little bit easier to counter. I think that, for me, I think the Mai just had too much impact.
I agree on that statement. The Mai and Mozi was the key factor coming in for the early game. That's why we saw Zin. He was practically untouched in that game. No one could do anything towards the Direnjie. He was just taking down towers with those golden tokens, with those third stacks, just pinning those towers down, softening it and battering up. That's why they're putting that focus once again on towards Zin's Direnjie, because they know for a fact, okay, Nepal, you're probably going to pick like a Zhang Fei onto a Suyok, a Lapu Lapu. What am I going to do about it? I'm going to pick a Direnjie that can perfectly mitigate those knockups.
Looks like they're going to go the Mai themselves. They want to set up with tempo. They want to be like, okay, it worked for you. Will it work for us? Nepal, we're like, we're going to show you how it should be played. And I know that BJ will be up to the task here.
Now, just for kicks, I want to see Myanmar picking the Zhang Fei now.
They will. We might be seeing it right now.
Right.
They're back to what they've successfully again. You know, the Nerza being locked in here, likely going into the hands of Ant. And I'm liking the Hano. Good counter into the Mai Shiranui as the anti-burst. Not sure if he's going for the Purify or the Frenzy that we've seen some players would like to go. And then the Nerza, every time you see a Ata, you'll be like, oh, you like to heal. Let me bring out the Nerza. Built in parallel effect that can reduce your healing.
Yeah, and also the Hino, it's about the towers that might be potentially taken down because the Mai is all over the place and having impact in other lanes. So you also have that Fate Rewind. Again, just trying to slow this game down. Right now, they've got the Direnjie. Yes, it's also kind of like that, you know, the old tried and true, but you've got the Neza for the potential backline jump in, finding that Mai and hunting her down.
And since Team Myanmar, they already have the Nerza, right? So same formula applies, that Team Nepal, they have to forget about like, okay, we want to do the split push thing. Right, let's just forget about that. Maybe focus on the team fight. So I would expect like maybe in Team Nepal, they are going to pick a hero that can set up for team fights even more. Honestly speaking, I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the Zhang Fei again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised as well, right? But judging from the current bans thus far, Myanmar and also Nepal, they're still not touching the roamer pool. Both of them are tending out the clash lane pools that they don't really want to be seen that could actually threaten their backline here. So the Zhang Fei, the Lapu Lapu, the Lian Po, one of it will be available for either teams.
Yeah, just targeting like both sides in terms of the clash, right? A lot of impact that you could just potentially get on, like the Byron and the Guan Yu. Like these things are like power picks that you want to kind of take out. Now it's going to be a little bit of a different story. I mean, I'm thinking that the Ata here is probably a jungle, but they could flex it, and that flexibility could really help into the second phase of the draft.
And then I like the fact that you bring out the bans, right? Channel, ever since it's banned out, we saw in the previous series, is one of our most picked thus far in the Asian Games qualifiers here. And the substitute pick coming in for the farming that has been consistently performing, winning or losing moments is the Direnjie.
Oh yeah. I think Direnjie maybe it has not been highlighted as much just because of how much Chano has been picked, right? Yeah, but also the Arlie has kind of fallen off favor as well. Obviously, we're not going to see the Arlie here being picked up. The idea is going to be banned out instead. So now it's time for the CC setters to be picked up by Nepal.
Yeah, and actually for me, I mean, talking a little bit about the Arlie, it just seems like it's so squishy. You have to be completely, I mean, obviously all of these players are focused, but like you have to be ensuring that your positioning is flawless, because you make one mistake, literally your team just crumbles because you don't have that damage, and she will fall.
She will fall, and you take a look at the side of Nepal, they technically just told him like, okay, you played the Mai Shiranui, you picked the Mozi, let me swap it up. Let me try what you actually did just now and try it for myself. Is it really that good? And for Myanmar here, they need a hero that can actually defend them while also look for advantage in that team fight. I think Myanmar might be locking in that Zhang Fei pair of the Direnjie and also the Haino to form that strong break wall that they're looking for, because so far, Myanmar has already sufficient damage and strong front line to actually pace themselves in these moments here. But it's going to be the Lapu Lapu and a late game Charlotte here going to the hands of Min. So what will Nepal be coming in with their last pick here for that clash lane?
Wow, very, very balanced draft here by Team Myanmar. You have the Lapu Lapu can set up on the front, open the space, can absorb damage, and if they want to go to the back line, they have the Nerza. They even have the Charlotte as a choice as well. So very good choices here by Team Myanmar. So now for Team Nepal, I would love to see more durability, but then again, yeah, it's the clash list of durability. I don't know. Maybe it's time for the Lubu to come out.
I'm actually scared about this Charlotte, right? I think that from Min, you know that once he gets going, he's kind of like the Fatih in the last game, where he's going to be like a bit of a carry, right? You need some sort of control and another way to kind of deal with that. But it looks like they're going to shift gears here. Nakaru stick to that same tried and true, but they've kind of added the moats and the Mai to hopefully overcome in game 2.
I like it, right? A more stronger, I would say, early game mid duo with the mid and roam to actually give more jungle pressure here. So you don't need Swastik to always be the one jumping in first. You can let the mid lane on the side of BJ or on the side of Suyok to find that crowd control in first, then the subsequent cleanup crew come in for Swastik on the Nakaruru.
Yeah, I like how they set up Atta to be like either you can be the jungle or you can be the clash lane, and at the end of the day, they chose Nakaruru as the jungler here. So, interesting setup here. What are your thoughts, Holler?
I mean, I like both sides. I think going into this one, the Nakaruru really needs to be on point. I think that the last game he was split pushing, he got picked off. I think that somebody else needs to be taking that role. But again, if you're winning, that's not a problem whatsoever.
All right. I mean, if you're winning, it's never a problem, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. There are times when you're winning and you're like, my teammates are still kind of toxic though, you know?
Okay. Sounds like experience.
I'm not the guy. I'm saying my other teammates are. I just want to be very clear with that.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. We won't report you for now. Yeah. But again, same formula applied. So both teams are already very good at this. It's like after they clear up the first wave, they rotate to either side to put pressure in. And because Team Nepal, you have the Moser, you have the potential jungle a bit slightly more, or at least at the side.
Yeah, so from last game to this one, the biggest difference is that Nepal, their movement needs to be a little bit more decisive, right? They were letting Myanmar make most of those moves, especially since they had Sai on the Mai and was able to impact it. Now that he's on the Haino, he's much slower. He probably needs to stick in the lane a little bit longer, so now you have that advantage as now you have that Mai.
Yeah, because Haino is not the most mobile sort of hero, right? Like, yes, you can clear your lanes really, really quickly, but can you outmove the Mai? Definitely not, right?
Yeah,
so that's why it's like, okay, by the time Mai's done, you'll be back on the lane. I might as well stay for another wave.
Yeah, so this, you got to take advantage of this, right? Nepal, on the other hand, they need to be fast. And I love the way that they've drafted. They're kind of setting themselves up for a good early game, because that will get the snowball going. Once they have control of the map, they can do what Myanmar did to them.
Oh, they're grouping up as a 4 now, but it's still kind of early though. Yes, it's level 4 here and there, except for Suyo. But Suyo, level 4, not the biggest of impact. The bigger impact for a Moser is going to be the Cannon Blast, because that's going to be like continuous stun from afar. If you get the thing inside the box already, that's a nice bonus.
Yeah, it's just like when the team fights are happening, probably more in the 4 minutes, when it's, you're going to have it way before then, but it's not something that you want to be gunning out of position for, especially early, because you're very squishy.
Oh, but keep an eye on the top though. I see that there's a rotation by side Age above. Okay, just waiting right in front of Sushant, but both sides really teasing each other.
So if you're looking exactly what Zin H is doing as well, he's kind of been moving, they made a rotation, so he's in the top lane, something to take note of. And in the bottom, you're seeing that Min is like, okay, I can actually deal with Sushil by myself, just got to stick to my, my long-range tri-slashes for those last hits.
Yeah, they did a lane swap, right? And I guess because of the harassment kept coming in from Team Nepal early on, like they sent 4 players down, he wasn't comfortable there, and they said like, okay, you know what, let's just do a lane swap, Charlotte can tank it out, that's okay, and you just focus on the farm because we need you at the late game.
Yeah, and it's also just, again, if you get ganked on, you have mobility. You can get to the tower, right? And I think it's just kind of like thinking long-term. Plus, we're trying to, again, get Xin H going. He has been the guy that's been able to close out games, and anytime he's got that farm, and he's going to have a huge range advantage against Sushank, so it's going to make his life difficult.
Yeah, and now Sushank, he needs a bit of help there. But if his objective is just to hold the lane, he'll be okay. But if he wants to win the lane, he'll definitely need backup. And that's where they send their players up there. But let's remember, there's about 20 more seconds before the Tyrant comes up. So are they going to focus onto the Overlord? Try something different? I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't mean to be a defeatist for Sushank, but it's a range versus melee, right, in the lane. Plus, Sai is there babysitting. Chances of winning the lane are very difficult for Sushank. It's about him just holding the fort. Again, now the 4-minute mark is happening. You're seeing the teleports as now they're going to start to move in towards this Tyrant here.
Okay, both teams starting it off, and the Tyrant's now down to 50% of health. But then again, the moment Team Myanmar arrives, like Team Nepal, they all turn back. It's like they're giving away the Tyrant just like that.
It didn't seem like Swastik really wanted to go for that fight. They were kind of playing defensive in that regard. They started it, which is very odd, and then they're like, actually, we don't want this. We're going to give it to them.
Yeah, and they did them a favor by chunking down the health to 50%.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. But
maybe they're just nice, huh? Did you ever think of it that way?
Okay, that's nice and positive. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we need to learn how to think positively. But Nepal, okay, they're still around this area, right? So this kind of worries me. Are they stuck here?
Nepal?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that they should be. If anything, right now, it's about securing your own buffs.
Okay.
Making sure that you're not being, invaded. And Suyog is there. He's that sentry. He's watching things and making sure that, again, Sushil stays alive. The blue buff was in your favor, and now Swastik, he does have this buff, but now Skyfall going in.
Oh, okay, from the back. Oh, but then again, he pulled back, but that's okay. That's good communication shown by Myanmar. They know that they don't have the minions that time, so it's not worth it.
Yeah, definitely not worth it. That would have been very deep, especially since they didn't take the bottom T1. But now, again, the way that Myanmar, they know that they're up, and now they're trying to take over the map here.
Okay. They see Swastik there, Swastik takes damage, and they pull back again. This is a very different playstyle from the first game from Team Myanmar. Very, very disciplined. But now they're grouping up all 5 together because they know that the difference this round is that there's no down phase, so they can move like a drone now.
Yeah, I have not been...
Oh, there you go, Swastik. It's going to be difficult for him to escape. There's one last hit left, but still able to get away. But Swastik, is he able to at least trade it back? Looks like the answer is no, but somehow Swastik survived that one. How did he do it?
I mean, his friends came, right? And the party members were all just like on top of him and like, we got you, buddy. And they ended up making the save, which is key. Swastik going down would have been a disaster. I wish in my ranked games, when I get assaulted under the top T1 like that, somebody came to help me. Sad story.
But if you're toxic, it's nobody's going to help you.
What are you talking about? Just because I write in all caps? I'm just emphasizing what I'm trying to say of help me.
Oh, okay, all right. Nice justification. I'll take that the next time we play our ranked games together. But anyway, now focus is back onto the blue buff here and Team Nepal. Okay, Team Nepal is starting to mirror what Team Myanmar is doing, right? They're moving as a 5, Team Myanmar moving as a 5. It's a matter of who will pull the trigger first.
Yeah, it is about that, but you're behind. And if anytime you're mirroring somebody, you're going to be further and further behind because they're up, right? This is where you need to be aggressive. You need to change things up and get some sort of, aggressiveness. Look to invade the enemy jungle in some fashion. Right now, everything is very reactive. And again, just to your point of just mirroring them.
Oh, okay. And who's going to make the big move here? So if for Team Myanmar, Sai H needs to make the big move because obviously he's the Lapu Lapu, right? If he doesn't make that move, then nobody else is going to do it.
Yeah, no, Sai H is doing the perfect job. That's not the issue. I'm talking from Nepal. They need to be looking to kind of getting into this one because Sai H, excuse me, he's just been that forward scout, right? Anybody that walks around, he's like, okay, I got you. I know things are coming. The numbers. Like, that is so key when you're able to kind of track movement across the map.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because the one that's losing ground right now is Team Nepal, not Myanmar. So Myanmar is like, I'm all good that we just continue this on. We can drag the game a little bit more and subsequently win the game because of, they take all the ground, right? But it looks like they're going to pull the trigger on this Suyog. Suyog managed to flash away to safety with the cannon blast behind. Does not connect to anyone, but that's okay.
Yeah, but just using a flash, yes, you stay alive, but now you don't have it for the big team fight, and now they're going in here.
This is going to be a 2v1 here, but look at the amount of damage he's able to absorb. Swastik is still alive after all that.
Yeah, Swastik, he is alive, but he's limping back into the fountain. He's going to do the walk of shame, even getting back in. And look at how Myanmar, again, just surgical, the way that they're able to take over this game.
This could potentially be the longest wait for a first strike here. We're already like 8.5 minutes in. So it's going to be interesting to see how long more this can drag on.
Yeah, and this is more of like how Nepal are not willing to give up anything other than towers. I mean, they haven't died, but they're trying to play a very cagey game, but it's playing into the hands of Myanmar. Their draft has kind of, made things much worse for Nepal to kind of come back in, but now they might go for this steal here on this overload.
Okay, I see a sneaky one here. And
don't tell them.
Okay. Okay. Now they get the notification say, hey, you know what? Check your message there. You missed this one. This email was a week ago. That Team Myanmar, they got the overlord. But while they were doing that, Team Nepal got the overlord. What with that? Team Myanmar actually kind of put pressure onto the bottom lane.
Yeah, but these Vanguards, a little bit of space, a little bit of push. At the same time, Myanmar, I think that they're more than capable with this lead. They're going to be able to just burn them down as they're already in all three lanes, taking them down and just kind of, again, just shepherding the minion waves forward.
Okay, look at what Team Myanmar is doing right now. They are opening up Yant onto the bottom. Let him push. If he's needed, he can come to them to support further. But Sushank taking that damage, he's the one to try to bait out those skills for a potential engagement. But speaking of engagement, we're coming close to 10 minutes. No first strike yet.
Yeah, no first strike, but the way that Myanmar are threatening, they did a lot of damage. How many common skills, how many flashes have we seen from Nepal where they're just trying to stay alive, right? They don't want to fight, but at the same time, they're forced to kind of play even more defensive because they don't have those common skills. So the poking from Myanmar has been on point in this one.
Okay, now blue buff time. Is Team Nepal going to challenge for it? I doubt so. No. They have been protecting their blue buff decently well for the past few buffs, right? But this is that time where they lose that blue buff, they will lose the Tyrant as well. So once Team Myanmar gets this Tyrant, okay, I'm pretty sure they're thinking of like challenging Team Nepal right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happened last time, right? Where they took the Tyrant, they quickly moved over to the Overlord, and Nepal had stuck around. They stuck around way too long for the Overlord, and they got paid with their lives. So Nepal right now, we're like, okay, let's retreat. We don't have enough time to really take it for now. Let's, again, just buy a little bit of time. Hopefully, we can deal with these minions here.
Yeah, and Team Myanmar, they had eyes on the Overlord side, right? So they kind of know, like, okay, is it worthwhile for you guys to rotate in? Is there still enough time and all that? And there was. So when they came, Team Nepal could not complete taking down the Overlord, and now the Overlord is still standing.
Yeah, and look at how the numbers from Myanmar, top, mid, both of those lanes are pushing. Bottom is just going to be fine, equalizing, right? They're going to be happy with this, but the way that they've got the numbers so that Nepal has to respond to this. They're not able to split push because, again, they don't even have the bottom T2.
Oh man, they're just eating space right now. Oh, but it looks like an engagement. They're going in. Swastik now in trouble. He's all alone. His teammates all the way behind. It was almost like they were playing in two different games.
It just didn't seem like everyone else got the memo that he was going in, right? Swastik was trying to force the play a little bit, got out of position. He just paid with his life because, again, Myanmar were like, okay, you want to fly into the back line? Let's go. And then they ended up just eating him up.
And now it could probably be BJ though. BJ has to be careful there, but lucky enough he's able to roll back into his space. But now without Swastik, Myanmar, they have the man advantage. That means that they will go in and the Raging Sea catches two of them. Together with IP coming and getting Suyok and mid with Sushil. And this is Team Myanmar having the man advantage. Swastik is back though, but what can he do about the situation? He tries in mind, but then the Crystal will be taken down. Another clean win for Myanmar.
Clean win. I mean, Sage, when he goes in with that flash, Raging Sea, that was perfect. That's the perfect initiation to start off the team fight. And we were talking about not very many kills. Well, boom, that's a team wipe. They'll take the game.
One is all it takes. One mistake coming in from Swastik at the 11-minute mark, causing the first strike, allowing Team Myanmar to just brute force into the base of Team Nepal, claiming a clean 2-0 victory. And right now, with that win over to the side of this 2-0, Myanmar has directly qualified to the main event.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a little bit of a cue in terms of the handshakes at the very end. I mean, Myanmar just completely in control of this one, just dominant. And we were going to question, like, hey, 2-0 teams going at it. Who would be able to take it off? And it looks like just too much Myanmar. They were on fire this game.
Yeah, I guess that one moment that broke this game, right, was the Nakaruru going in alone, right? His other teammates were like left behind, and it's not only about like behind, right? Like there's a wall separating them. Like even if they want to go forward, it's like, hey, dude, there's like a wall in front, and you're the Nakaruru. Obviously, you can chase, but we can't. So they were left behind there. And the moment that Nakaruru went out, it was a 4v5. Team Myanmar, they had the man advantage, and that's where they know that they can just press the W button.
I think it's like what you mentioned, right? It's out of sync from what we expect. It's like Swastik going in while the tower is already down, and then the teammates are already backing off. Like even the side of Suyok, he already burned the flash, so it wasn't really a proper timing for him to actually look for the engage. Maybe he was panicking because the game is slowly slipping out of control. Out of that game, yes, it was 10 minutes of just Myanmar looking for the objective wins, but the way they do that is actually very, very nice, whereby they played Xin on the Direnjie to consistently push down those towers with the help of the Lapu Lapu and the Haino constantly guarding him, which to the side of Team Nepal, they had no answers to the infinite pushes coming in from this Direnjie.
Yeah, no answers indeed. I mean, if you're looking at Nepal, it's like, okay, they're going to give up a tower, but that ended up being like 9 towers, right? Like in the very end, they were like, okay, we're not really willing to fight at some point. You got to take a stand at some moment. But what is that moment? When you get a certain item? Is it a milestone? Like what is that? What are you waiting for, right? You have to go in at some point to defend because they were completely playing passive, even to the very, very end when the crystal was just like there, like they were not willing to initiate. They got jumped on.
Yeah, they were moving further back and back and back, right? But I guess to be positive about the situation, right? That was what the Nakaruru was thinking of. It's like, okay, guys, if you don't want to engage, I will just do it, okay? Just follow me. But everyone was still like, sure. You know, the kind of hesitation, right? And that it was kind of reflected in the gameplay.
I think it's more of a shot call issue, right? Where it's really desync, and then you needed the Mai Nui and also the and the trio mid, right, to actually look for a good plays in the early game where we didn't really get to see. And the Nurza, traditionally speaking, right, it's kind of weak of an early game jungle unless his jungle tempo doesn't get bottom, which is what we saw from the last 2 games. He was free farming, he was getting all the resource in the wall without any hesitation coming in for the team itself, which really allowed Team Myanmar to consistently get more and more leads. Yes, takedowns wasn't a lot. It was a total of 3 takedowns in the entirety of this game. But Team Nepal, they just couldn't find any single moment that they were looking for.
Yeah, no single moment. And you know things are rough when your Mai is like 0 kills. I mean, 0 deaths is great, but 0 wins, 0-0, right? Like you didn't really have much of an impact in terms of the early game. That's what you want. That's where she excels, where she's able to kind of dominate the outside lanes, let your other cores get some kills, and then that's when you snowball. And that's, again, you want to be aggressive. Unfortunately for Nepal, they weren't able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and because they were pushed back, they couldn't get any takedowns, they couldn't farm at all. The items are just too far. I mean, it's not comparable at this point. But yeah, when was the last time you see a 0-0-0, not only on Myra, but on any hero, right?
It's been a while, right? I mean, it's a very, I would say, quiet game in terms of the takedowns or team fights. It boils down to the final moment where Swastik went out of control and then he went in with a desync play and everything just escalated from there on out with the final play coming in from the Myanmar roamer, Sai H, on that flash ultimate on the Lapu Lapu.
I mean, Sai P, this is exactly what you want. Like being that with those scepters, just constantly being the front line. I mean, Ian didn't really have too many Skyfalls because they were never really catching Nepal out of position. Nepal playing a very cagey game, and it seemed like they were almost too scared to really make a play because they're like, Skyfall's going to be on top of me. Like, we can't do this. But it played in the hands of Myanmar. They're like, okay, let Xin H do his work in terms of the towers, taking them all down. You had Sai H as the backup in terms of those Raging Seas. Like, Nepal had no way in, and it seemed like it really was like a mental thing more than anything else.
You know what? It almost feels like it was something that they brought from the previous game.
I agree.
Right? It's like, okay, you have a Nurza. Oh, if I go out, I'm going to be caught by the Nurza. But maybe this time the Nurza is like, hey, you can do whatever you want. I'm going to play a different style this time. But you don't want to go in the lane. You don't want to push. That's fine by me.
And for Myanmar, right, it's like what you said, right? It's like something that they brought through the previous game. It's like, oh, we saw the DRNJ having so much success. Let's just lock it in again. Let's just play around it. And for Team Nepal, they're like scratching their heads, like, how do we actually tackle this DRNJ? Because every time we don't handle it, we lose. Or when we are trying to handle it, we get caught in a team fight that we cannot win, which resulted into this goal graph. Yes, not the biggest of the goal graphs at the 12-minute mark, but this is a game under our consideration that is only 3 takedowns involved by both teams.
And you're kind of watching this and you're like, With the kill counts as low as they were, am I watching soccer, right? Am I watching football for you other folks? But this is a game, I mean, it's low scoring, right? And you're kind of just getting pushed back. You're losing towers, right? And that's not like recorded in the scorecard, if you will, but that's kind of where Myanmar are willing to play a boring game, a very cagey one, where nobody's able to kind of get to the back line or find any sort of kills because they're able to, again, control the map and dominate you.
Hey, it's all about objective, right, at the end of the day. So for them, it's like, okay, we can get 100 takedowns, but if we still burst our crystal, it doesn't mean anything, right? So they're thinking of like, okay, let's just control, play this super discipline. This is like really super discipline. You know what? It almost reminds me of how Hong Kong China would play.
Oh, I like that comparison, yes. As you can see, this is the moment that you have like a 4,000 goalie coming in from Myanmar, not the end of the world coming in from Nepal, but this decent play coming from Swastik. It's a bit of a sad approach, I would say, and then when it's a 4v5, the Lapu Lapu coming in from the side of Saihe just comes in with the spell 2 charge into the backline, finding the perfect engage to send the game to a 2-0 finish. And Myanmar, congratulations! You are heading towards the main event.
Yeah, congratulations to them as they move on. I mean, the first highlight was actually the 11-minute mark. I don't know if you noticed that. Okay, so it took us a while to get there, but again, the main guy, it's going to be Min on the Charlotte. He was 2-0-1. I mean, not too much damage as well as damage taken because, again, this was a very low-scoring affair.
Hey, I mean, Min, he came out with a max performance here in this round, so nice KDA.
I see what you did there. Get out.
Gotta give credit to him, right? Yeah, I mean, so for him to be able to execute what he do is also about a team play, right?
I agree.
The entire team has to be like super disciplined, understand what the game plan is, when to go in, when not to go in, when to pull back and everything else. But of course, because of the stats, he got the 2 takedowns, so
yeah, props to him. I think it's also a very important game for the side of Team Nepal. Currently got 2-1 in the standings here. They need to revisit back the tapes of this game, find out what they can actually do better to better secure their own slot going into the main event later on. Not all hope is lost coming in for the side of Team Nepal, but for Myanmar, they're definitely happy and able to take this game.
Yeah, and I think that for Nepal, this is one where it's like, okay, you lost.
You lost.
Right? But you got to shake it off. Right? If this starts to spiral, if this starts to get into the head, this becomes a problem, right? You had a lot of success going into this one, and I'm sure that felt great. You were at the top. Unfortunately, you ran into a beast of a team in Myanmar, but now how do you respond? Are you championship material?
Oh, yeah, I think that's a good calling there, right? I mean, it's a competition at the end of the day, right? So somebody has to win, somebody has to lose, but more importantly, if you just lost your game, is how you come back from that one.
Why did you say win and you pointed towards Sagi and then say lose and you pointed towards me? I'm a little offended.
Because our win rate with games isn't that great.
Actually, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
No, thanks, Sagi, for carrying everything.
It's okay. It's a new season again. We can all play together, you know? And talking about new season, we always want to check out all the new updates here. Do check out the new Diamond Draw with Dragon Horde skin pool and a limited time token skin pool has also been updated here. So more value when you are spending your diamonds in the game. You know, the little spin thing you can actually do, or the new limited token pool. You know, more skins are unlocked for your purchase here. So you can better use your limited time tokens for better items in the game.
Do skins make you a better player?
It does. 100%.
Yes.
100%.
Totally agree.
Totally agree.
Yep.
Okay.
When you're playing, let's say per se, Arlie, for example, right? When I don't have a skin on Arlie, it's a bit clunky, you know? When I'm on, like, say, like the Flawless Arlie, I'm on a limited Arlie, I feel better.
Is it more psychological, or is it just like, it's like a flex to the point where they're like, ooh, I gotta respect him.
Okay.
He's got some money.
I think psychological is one for myself.
Yeah.
And then there are, like, different, I would say, feelings when you play towards that skin. It's like mechanical feelings. It's like, some is smoother, some is like, has like a bit of delay, which has been fixed in this patch. But you get what I mean. It's more preference.
It's psychological.
It's
yeah.
summary. Too long to read. Okay. I'm gonna have to start buying some skins because I need to up this win rate, give myself a chance. And yeah, I mean, of course, the free buy Chi one. That's definitely something that I'm eyeing next at this point.
You said buying.
No, I
that's
know.
free.
Look.
He said buy.
I said I'm gonna.
I got you, brother. I got you.
Well, all jokes aside, I think we do have to congratulate Team Myanmar on their win. And let's do check out on the stage with Mara. Who does she have with her for the upcoming interview? Take it away, Mara.
That's 3 match wins in a row for Team Myanmar. Ming, congratulations. Your MVP Game 2 with your Charlotte. Wow, you were so impressive. You know what we noticed with Team Myanmar is that unlike the other teams who like to force their advantage, Team Myanmar is very comfortable walking away from a fight and coming back to it seconds later. Why is patience so important as part of your team's identity?
It's because our coach instructed us to play like that. Like we have two coaches and they instructed us to play like more systematically and more patiently to wait for the chance to strike and then like take the lead after you have comfortable farming, and that's kind of like that. So.
Very disciplined, and for sure coach is proud of you, and I'm sure you're proud of yourself also because Team Myanmar currently leads Group B. You're number 1 right now. No one has been able to defeat you. Do you think Team Myanmar has shown its full potential yet?
So we could say like we haven't shown our full potential yet because we recently just started training with our new coach and like the analysis of our coach. So we need to, there is also room for improvement. So I think we need to learn more and learn from the other countries how they play. Like some region, for example, in this tournament are like Indonesia and Philippines. Like we haven't reached their level yet, so we can improve more.
You are so humble, and I think that's a huge part of Team Myanmar's success. Now, Myanmar is watching right now. What would you like to say to them and invite them to keep supporting you for your last match?
မင်္ဂလာပါမြန်မာအဆင်ပြေတဲ့နေ့ရက်လေးကိုမိုင်ဆိုင်မယ်လို့မျှော်လင့်ပါတယ်ကြီးစုနေတဲ့ပြည်သက်တဲ့ဦးချင်းတွေကိုလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဆက်ပြီးတော့အားပေးပါအောင်လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့အနေနဲ့အကောင်းဆုံးကြိုးစားတော့မှာပါကျွန်တော်တို့ခုချိန်မှာ Group B ရဲ့ number 1ကိုရပ်တည်ပြီးတော့ဂျပန်နိုင်ငံကိုတွားရောက်ရှင်ပြိုင်တော့မဲ့ Asian Game မှာကျွန်တော်တို့ performance ကောင်းကောင်းနဲ့အဆင်ပြေရလဒ်ကောင်းကောင်းထွက်အောင်ကြိုးစားတော့ပါမယ်လို့ကြီးစုနေတဲ့ပြည်သက်တဲ့ဦးချင်းစီအကုန်လုံးကိုလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီကနေကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ဟုတ်ကဲ့
And what would you like to say so everybody understands what you're saying in English?
What I said is like, hello Myanmar, I hope you have a wonderful day. We're currently at the Group B number 1, and we would like to want your support in the Japan also. And we thanks to one of our fans, like we thanks to every fan. We thanks to our fans, and we sincerely enjoy your support, and thank you.
Once again, Ming, congratulations. Team Myanmar leading Group B, currently number 1, still undefeated. Let's head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Minamara. Ooh, Minamara does sound like a pretty good, like a band name,
Okay.
It's like a streamer name or it's like a cooking show. But all jokes aside, Min definitely has a very sweet heart. Like he knows for a fact that they're a team coming together, they're representing their country and region, and they are here to make their netizens, the people of their country or region, proud.
Yeah. Actually, I was subscribed to that cooking show, if that's possible, Minamara. I think that's something that's great. But again, the fact that Min is able to kind of do that interview and do it, with multiple languages and just kind of, again, just being as humble as he is, understanding that, hey, he's 3-0. They're moving on. Right? Like the amount of support that they can get, this is that moment where, again, if I was in his shoes, I would be letting everyone know and I would be trash talking, and there's probably a reason why I'm not able to.
That's the comparison. here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk about like the other groups, like those teams like, Indonesia, Philippines, Hong Kong, China, and so on and so forth. Myanmar has come like undercover, suddenly they show up. It's like, hey, you know what, guys, don't forget about us as well. This is the reason why we are one of the top contenders.
And they've been clean, right?
Yeah.
6-0 in terms of their groups, 3-0 in terms of their match scores. They have yet to be undefeated, and no one has able to crack their defense. And with one more win, they could be going for a flawless victory in Group B.
Yeah, and at the same time, you're kind of like, okay, they're flying so high, and no team has really contested them, where you're kind of thinking, okay, let's make sure that our ego is still in check. And as you saw in that interview, Min is like very humble, right? He's like just willing to be like, okay, we're still going to continue to just grow and to improve. So I think that that's the perfect attitude as you continue to move on, because again, it only gets tougher from here.
But you know what else is no contest? is our official gaming phone for the 2026 Asian Games Esports event Honor of Kings qualifier. That is iQOO, the phone that is used by these players on stage. When you see them on camera, they hold it up and you see them doing those moves, those flicks on screens. Yeah, it's thanks to iQOO.
Yeah, iQOO has been fantastic, right? Especially when it comes to a new patch, when you are trying new things. Definitely consider getting an iQOO to better enjoy the current patch, which is the Grand Venture. A lot of things coming, especially, mark the dates, 27 June.
I'm waiting for it, right? The iQOO phone, as well as the patch. I guess both of those things. It would be great if actually if Honor Kings was already installed on it, so that I wouldn't have to do that. But you know, that's a whole thing because I'm lazy. But I do think that this is a great opportunity, right? I think that to see Myanmar rise the way they did again, and to kind of again to your point of just flying under that radar, to be at the top of the Group B, like we didn't know who was going to be there, but it looks like Myanmar are here to stay.
Yep, and they did it in style as well. And they showed us throughout this entire tournament so far, there's of course they still have one more match to play, that they can play different styles. They can play different kind of compositions. They can play different kind of strategies. Like you want to take it slow, you want to eat space, or you want to play aggressively. They show that they are adaptable.
Really adaptable and flexible in that sense, where Ant can play tank jungles and Ant can also play carry junglers, which is really impressive for a young prodigy like him that has his first showcase in an international or regional tournament. So props to him as well. But that's all for the Myanmar versus Nepal matchup. Congratulations to Myanmar and good luck to Nepal for their upcoming games to further qualify for the main event. Our next one, as you can see, will be featuring India going up against Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Although India has lost their chance in qualifying for the main event, but this is a fight for pride and fight for honor.
Pride, honor, and experience.
Correct.
The lessons, all of the good things that you want from India. I think that it's been a little bit of a disappointing run. We've seen glimpses of the India squad doing well. They have a potential, but unfortunately for them, I mean, the journey will end at the end of this qualifier, but let's go out with guns blazing and let's, you know, take down the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia here.
Yeah, they came close a couple of times, right? It was just unfortunate that they didn't win at the end of the day. So whatever it is, this is an opportunity for them to do well for the fans.
Definitely will want to see them perform later on in the upcoming matchup of our match of the day. But we will need a short break before we bring you the matchup coming in between India and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. See you later.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Fastest in front. They're going to use it. Golden Tide slows that Tatsumi.
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through. 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Double kill.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage. Slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower is under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable. Triple kill.
Ah, the fragrance of romance. Lady Fortune is on my side.
They tried.
The new sprightling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu bukan track kita. Relax, bro. Phone aku! Jom kemari. Mountain View!
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the sky. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the
Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can learn better, but can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
We are back and onwards towards match number 4 of our day number 5 in the Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Once again, the name is Sagi here, your desk host for today, and with me on the broadcast is the Voices of the Gorge, Holler, and also Adam Spartanker.
Yeah, happy to be here. It looks like we've shifted a little bit in terms of the roles, but, you know, we've gotten Adam in instead of Sir Cloud. Dare I say upgrade, huh?
Upgrade.
the
wow.
slander.
Thank you. I'm so sorry about that, Cloud. I know you're listening in the talent room. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun because we are going to go into our match number 4 between India and Saudi Arabia.
I'm actually I'm excited about this one.
I think India and Saudi Arabia, right? In terms of the importance of this win, okay, not to say I'm undermining anyone's effort, but if you think about it from India's side, it's about to prove that they are improving. But for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's a bit tricky because if they lose this, they are also out of contention.
Yeah, so it's about survival for one, you know, the Saudi Arabia side, and then India right now, again, just kind of making a name for themselves. You could play spoiler, and I think that this is the great opportunity. This is your last match. You have nothing after this, right? You might as well go all on.
Talking about opportunity, the better opportunity for all of us is to actually try the new hero Devara has been added into the classic and classic AOV heroes that is free to try out for a limited time. And this will be very fun for us all to try. It has been released today, so don't forget to update your game.
I'm gonna head home later after the cast, and I'm gonna be spamming some Devara because that hero can go Clash lane and can also be flexed into the farm lane role, but that's on the official server for later on. But coming back into our topic here for India and also Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. For India, I like the fact that you put on, it's like, you have nothing to lose. So why not do your absolute best? Convert this experience for their next international tournament as a team.
Yeah, and they're going to be continuing on.
Correct.
I mean, they're the Revenant X Spark. They are the #1 team in India, and they will continue on into the KWC. So anything that they learn here is gravy. And having the opportunity to playing, global teams, the teams that have been outside of your region, is a good opportunity for you to grow.
I agree with that because they have nothing holding them back anymore, so they should be able to just release and let go of everything, of their anger, of their maybe disappointments whatsoever, so they can try their very best right now.
Wait, hang on. You have, when you play this game, are you like, oh, I want to kind of unleash my anger onto my, my opponent, so to speak, when you play Honor of Kings?
If I didn't make it to the main event, I might have that feeling a little bit, you know?
All right. I thought you were just doing it to your teammates in ranked games. I was like, whoa.
Well, sometimes that do happen when we have teammates like Cloud.
That's where the dopamine hits, right? Like, that's how you actually become happy, because when you win games, when you have fun with your friends in the game itself, Honor of Kings, 5 stacks, 3 stacks, or duo solo, anything that makes you happy, it's gonna be happening in HOK itself. But for these two teams, I think it's pretty serious for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We talk about the Team India perspective, but for KSA, final shot. If they lose this, they're out.
Yeah, it's very important for them. They have to do something. They have to really improve something, and maybe they have learned after all of these matches that they've gone through. So this is also their proving grounds, trying to make sure that they can actually achieve a better game.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Saudi Arabia, the best they can do is 3rd place, and they need a little bit of help from the other teams. This is a very difficult group for them, and having the opportunity, I mean, you're still in it, right? So unlike India, which are not, sadly for them, but I think that this is also a moment you got to go all in.
And this also converts into stress points coming in from KSA, because if you think about it, India is like, okay, it's another game for me to play, to experiment, to enjoy the stage. But for KSA side, the pressure points on towards their mental is going to be like, damn, if I lose this game, I might be out. So the perspective coming in from both teams is rather different. For India, pretty stress-free, more on the fun side, more on the enjoying side. But for KSA, stress.
While there is definitely stress, and I think the coach's job right now is to just pretend like that stress doesn't work, like is not there, right? I think you need to want to play a little bit your free-flowing. What got you here? You know, how did you play? Like, let's not so worry about the draft and all the different strategies and execution, and let's just play our game. And once we're able to kind of do that, then things will happen naturally, and then we can worry about those problems later.
That's ultimately the mental state of mind that you want yourself and your players to be in, right? In this free flow state, and you don't really have all of these unnecessary worries out there that might be affecting your gameplay. It's definitely very hard to achieve that as a coach. Definitely, it's a very heavy responsibility to try to manage the mentality of your players, but that's one of the hardest things to do as a coach.
It's a good perspective that you brought up, right? Because the coach is not only known for making pick and ban pickoffs or the strategies or the in-game teachings, but out of the game, you need to coach your team into a strong mental zone where if you're in deficits, where you're in like a pinch, you should have that mentality to strive even further to look for that ultimate goal that you're looking for.
Yeah, the coach is pretty much like the parent of the team, right?
Yes.
Not only in terms of like strategy, overall direction, and just like basically taking care of them, making sure that they're ready to go.
And talking about ready to go, both of our teams are currently ready on the stage to come up with this upcoming final match for India and an important one for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So let's welcome them with this teaser video.
They have never stopped pushing forward, no matter the challenge. Though the road ahead has changed, their fighting spirit remains the same. They stand here with pride, ready to leave one final impression. Please welcome India!
They have delivered moments of brilliance. With the pressure lifted, they can now play their game without hesitation, ready to leave their mark once again. Give it up for Saudi Arabia!
Both teams with one goal right now. Find that first win in their respective groups. That one win will boost their confidence, not only for today, not only for this tournament, but for the future of their career in Honor of Kings.
Yeah, and actually being able to kind of win, get that first international win, that's going to be huge for them. But it's going to be made up of Team India here. Ashish, Ainul, Harsh, Ayush, and Akshaj for all five. We've seen them time and time again. Harsh has been made some serious plays, getting a stolen Tempest Dragon, has been able to pick that up. But Ainul also has been the guy, at least from the jungle.
He has been the main guy coming in, right? As you would mention, the guy that always plays the high-level mechanic heroes like the Arlie, sometimes lane swapping with Ayush. So Ayush and Ainul, they are both really flexible in that sense. But for me, I will want them to grow further as a player by specializing in their role, becoming this, I wouldn't say perfect player, but flexible player that is able to have a deep and diverse playstyle and hero pool.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see the lineup coming in from Saudi Arabia. We have Faris, Anas, Muath, Ahmed, and Mohammed.
And for this specific roster, right, coming in for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed and also Faris, they often change their roles between each other. Sometimes Faris will go to the roamer role and Mohammed will go into the Clash Lane role.
Yes, this is why they are very well prepared, and we do know that they always change around their roles because they want to see what's the best way to put it, what's the best way, what's the most effective way for their players.
Yeah, but I mean, to your point, when you're pointing out with like Ainul, just like locking in a role, I think that, you know, it would help them long term if they were also able to lock it in Saudi Arabia here, where for us is Mohammed, so that we know exactly what you have, so that you're consistent. Changing things up can add a little bit of turmoil to a team.
Yeah, this is the exact thing that I want to point out, right? Whereby if you're consistently swapping roles left and right, yes, it proves that you're flexible, but in terms of the overall specific role mastery against your opponent who day and night trains in the same role, it's slightly different because it may not match up to the same level here. Maybe you cannot see it now, but in the future, when the games are even tougher, when the games are even more high stake, that's where it starts slowly coming out to be a focal point for both teams.
I agree. It's definitely gonna affect you a lot in the long run because you don't really collect that experience accumulatively enough to go against someone who is purely on that specific role. But again, probably maybe still very early on for them. They're still trying to see if, okay, this guy's attitude, this guy's gameplay, his character, is he the best to be playing at that specific role? Or maybe we should move him around. Maybe the coach have that kind of mindset.
But do check out the screen though. These are our most banned heroes in the Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. So far, Mai Shernui has been the top ban with a 34 count, and then it comes down to Guan Yu and also the Dolia. Hence, we don't see much Dolia nowadays.
Yeah, it's completely being consistently banned out. The Dolia one is definitely more about the general strategy. Mai is about tempo. Guan Yu is about that game-changing team fight abilities that he has. So again, very good in terms of having those 3 bans because they could literally change this game here.
The pattern of these heroes that's being banned is always heroes that are annoying in general because it's very hard to deal with a fast Mai Shernui, a very fast Guan Yu players that have a high mechanical shielding. I think it makes sense why we would ban these kind of heroes.
And Mai Shernui has been one of those mechanical heroes that you talked about that if you play it well, you can really showcase its effect. But when you don't play it well, it's more or less a negative point coming in for your team roster.
Do you actually realize that both of the heroes, the first and second hero, Mai Shernui and Guan Yu, actually is a hero that doesn't need mana and also doesn't need any too much of energy consumption. All they have to do is just focus on the cooldown and all that, so they don't have that kind of a problem, probably contributing to why it is oftenly picked.
It's lesser cost, right, Caller? And as we go into the pick and bans here for game number 1, this is India on towards the blue side, banning the Mai Shernui and also the Yu Huan, while KSA locks away the Diadia and the Arlie here. Maybe we might see a Guan Yu or a Channel first pick coming in from Team India.
Definitely open, but they're going to go with the Zhang Fei. And one thing to take note of, India banning out the Yu Huan, this has basically traumatized the India squad. This hero has just completely dominated them when it's been on the opposing side. They're like, no, we're going to shut that one down.
It's definitely a hero with a lot of capabilities, right? The unending sorrow, healing you a lot. So maybe sometimes instead of banning, maybe they can try playing heroes like Ninja to reduce the healing instead.
I like the idea, right? The built-in healing healing reduction effect coming in from the Ninja really serves a role in cutting down these large healers like the Diardia, like the Byron, for example. So maybe that's a consideration that India can actually venture into. However, they do lock in the Xiao Qiao for the side of Harsh in that mid lane and pick up the Chano coming in from Ayush or Aino in that case.
Yeah, and it looks like Saudi Arabia here going with the Byron and the Diadia. I think that these heroes have been criminally underplayed. They add quite a bit in terms of like the laning phase. They have a lot of control. Yeah, you want to jump to the back line, but how are you going to deal with both of them who have a ton of CC? This is a nice 1-2 combination. Plus now you got the Musashi on top.
Yeah, that's the question, right? And also probably they will try to handle that amount of CC with their own version of crowd control coming in from Zhang Fei, hopefully. But having Musashi on the line, they're going to be able to stop any terms of health regeneration coming in from India for about a couple of seconds with the duel to death. And as of now, it's not going to be a good idea for India to take any assassins for the jungle, I think, Zagi.
Well, we'll have to think, right? There's still limited options coming in for the side of Team India, but I like the Musashi pickup coming in for the side of KSA, where it gives direct access towards the backline on key targets like Ayush and also the side of Harsh on these two core carries here. And knowing for the fact it's Ainul, I don't think you'll put him on a jungle tank unless we see another lane swap shenanigan coming in from Aino and also Ayush.
Yeah, you're playing it wrong, I think, if you put Aino on some sort of hero. Like, he likes the mechanical damage dealing style. You got to play to your strengths, right? And he's more than capable to do that. And I mean, not to say that it's easy to play like a jungle tank, but it is definitely, you're kind of taking a lot of the punches and you're doing a little bit less, so it is a little bit simpler in that regard.
And it seems like India has already banned out Angela, knowing that that hero is just so painful to deal with, especially you as the Zhang Fei, as the front line, who's going to be dealing with a lot of Blazing Brilliance non-stop because the cooldown coming in from Angela is very short.
And to add on towards that, right, the Angela has been one of the rather popular picks in the tournament where it's really effective in taking down tanky heroes. When you get taken on by the Angela full combo, it probably deletes like 70% to 100% of your health if you take the full combo coming from Angela.
Yeah, that would be a problem, right? And I mean, it looks like KSA are going to go with this Jia. This is going to help. I mean, Musashi's probably a prime target to just get those extra levels and to just be that monster. But my problem with this hero is that, yes, it has that, you know, the universal law, that like the red carpet, if you will, of wave clear. But if you're falling behind, you're going to really struggle.
Yeah, I agree. It's not really a good scaling hero, but only in the early game he can try to bully as much as possible.
But let's take a look at India's draft real quick here. We are getting a Wukong debut coming in for the hands of Aino here. I'm telling you, these are assassin picks that are really fun to watch, especially when it comes to Wukong. Luck is a big issue with Wukong. If you're lucky with those crits, you go big with the team fights. But you're unlucky in the early game, it kind of slows down your clear and your team fight strength in the early game.
Yeah, the RNG coming in with Wukong is actually quite a lot. So sometimes people would go with full Calamity on the Arcana to maximize the critical chance. But sometimes I would love to try with Unparalleled to get a lot more of that critical damage instead.
And we were talking about how letting the players just play what they want. This is the perfect time, right? The Wukong just showing up. This is the first pick in the Asian Games qualifier. Great for them.
I'm loving the confidence coming in from the side of Team India, experimenting picks coming in towards a tournament ground here, playing to their strengths. And right now, this is the series match number 4 coming between Team India finding a win against Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
I think this is exactly what we were asking for, right? For India to actually just play as best as they can, do whatever they want and try their limits. And this is trying their limits. Look at the map. Look at the position of Wukong, which is very interesting. And he actually managed to get the Azure Golem with no problem whatsoever.
Just to go. You want to steal, you want to be aggressive. We haven't seen India do this, right? So it seems like actually, they're kind of relieved, right? I mean, yeah, unfortunately for them, they're not going to be moving on, but at least it's to the point now where, again, let the players play the way that they want to play, and it is being aggressive, but they too right now are also being invaded.
Yeah, they're going to be trying the same thing. I don't think they're relaxed, but look at the damage coming in from Ashish with the help of Harsh. They're going to get the first strike, and also the Azure Golem is going to go away.
Yeah, so, I mean, a huge commitment for that one, but it was a nice rotation by Harsh, really setting it up with that Honey Sweep Breeze to really knock it down. Laning-wise, they're in a much better spot, because again, yeah, KSA did steal the blue, but they lost their own blue, so in neck and neck, it's pretty much even in that regard.
Still even right now unless they stay around for a little bit longer for them to get the other resources, the smaller ones. But let's take a look at Ayush. Is he going to be able to react to this move coming in from Faris? He's going to lock the movement, but he's going to pull back just a little bit. The cavalry is coming from the side.
Yeah, and this is why the Chano is always a prime pick, especially for the farm laner. You have that extra jump. You're able to kind of basically leapfrog away, get to safety. And the gank attempt was pretty formidable, right? Faris definitely has that little bit of control, but again, just not enough damage, especially early.
Oh, very unfortunate for Muhammad to show up too early, and they see him. They're going to go all into Muhammad. Anas is going to be the next target. He's going to get pushed. Ashish is so relentless. He's going to find Faris. Faris is going to be strike down as well. Double strike for him. They're going to go for Ahmad, and Akshad is tanking all the damage from the tower to allow his teammates to go all in.
That could not have been a better play by Ashish there, right? With the Guan Yu, and why he's the like top 3 most banned, because the way that he's able to get on, and you'll see it in the replay, he's lurking in the top, comes in, perfect Razor Cavalry, sets it up, Soaring Green Dragon onto 3. Again, just everybody else is just rushing it through, and literally it's a drive-by, finding Ferris as well, taking them all down. KSA had no chance, especially with the numbers. And again, just a very aggressive play by India. Let them go.
No chance whatsoever. And Ashish actually just walked and galloped from top lane all the way down to the bottom lane. And let's see what he's going to do to Ayush. Ayush managed to survive that. But they did manage to get Zia in the mid lane. It's going to be a bit of a problem for Anas. Maybe when he got hit a bit too much. But look at Muhammad. He's going to try to get this damage quite a lot, but he's going to be able to survive that.
Yeah, it was very close. The dual death was used a little bit early. I felt like he might have saved that, because when he gets the Honey Sweep Breeze off, and unfortunately he did get hit, he was able to kind of walk away, but you save your dual death to the very last moment, and then you're able to go and secure that kill. Unfortunately for him, again, Harsh with a little bit of an outplay, just staying alive.
It's very interesting to see on how they literally just leave Ayush at bottom lane without any problem whatsoever, and they believe and are very confident with him to actually survive anything. But can he survive this? Muhammad's gonna go down in the hands of Ainul.
Yeah, so this Wukong, this is a problem, right? Like the amount of crit and the way that he's able to find you. And finding Muhammad, best case scenario, he's the other jungler, right? You slow him down and it comes off of his expense.
Umbrella outburst connects, Anas goes down. How many times does Anas has to go down? So many times. Very unfortunate for him. His roam is actually quite far, and they're gonna go directly to the Tyrant.
Yeah, and Akshad just like, buddy, I need help. I don't have any damage. I mean, yeah, I can take this Tyrant here, but it just really, again, just setting it up for Ainul. India right now, finding that 4th gear, if you will. They're off to a racing start, and it's not even 5 minutes in.
Yeah, within 5 minutes, they have 5,000 gold in front. This is very, very aggressive coming from them. It feels almost unfortunate that they didn't try something like this before, which is very aggressive with the Wukong going in, invading very early. I think it's a very good gameplay from them.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to say, hey, let the past be in the past, my friend. All right, we moved on. Okay, all right, it is what it is, and I think that, no, India, this is where, again, you got to let them fly. Let the bird out of the cage, and they're playing well. They're up 9-0, finding all the right pickoffs. They're positioning, and they're looking to rotate in the top lane here, potentially going for another game.
Akshad is still trying to see if this is the right moment for him to go in. But we have to remember, Madness hasn't been used just yet. He's still not full. He has to collect it first. That's the downside of Zhang Fei, and he's going to pull back just a little bit with 5,000 gold in front.
Yeah, I have enough madness for Akshaj and I to fill that bar, okay? I think that we're going to be able just fine. It's just a matter of time before they get it. But again, once they do, that's the team fight. Look at KSA right now. They know that they're behind, but they're grouping up. This is going to be less farm on the map.
Duel to Death has hit him, and he's going to try to run away. Ashish is still okay. He knows that he's a little bit of danger, and 4 people is still nearby, but Ayush is going to destroy the tower, and so is Anas going to be gone.
You get out of position one time, Ainul is on top of you, and the crits are real. This Wukong is a bit of a problem. If he's ever ganged up on, or if he's controlled, that's how you shut him down. KSA, though, have been caught out. They've been walking alone in these dark alleys.
Umbrella almost connects once more, but no one is doing any follow-up towards him. It's a little bit of a waste. They might have to pull back just a little bit. But look at Muhammad. He goes all the way to the front trying to find the damage, but Ainul punishes his position immediately.
Yeah, I know. Just with the burst, and he just like walks blocks away, right? Like, it's like cool people don't look at explosions, and he's just getting those kills and just literally walking out basically on a sliver of life here.
You painted a very nice picture that I actually imagined that in HD. I know he's trying to run back, and he knows that he needs to get some of his HP back. But we do know that the Overlord is still up. This is pre-10 minutes, so they really have to maybe wait for 10 minutes to actually make good use of an Overlord.
All lanes pushing right now. I mean, everything in favor of India. The way that they've been dismantling KSA, they are playing scared. They're holding hands. They're just like walking into the lane together because they know that Ainul might be there. Anas previously walked down, again, just around behind his T2. He got caught out. No place is safe right now for KSA.
Quoting what Sagi said just a little bit just now, right now, Wukong's critical chance is looking very nice. Everything that he hits, it all procs the critical damage. It's a lot and it's working very well.
And that's what you want to continue on. I think that, you know, Ainul has just found the right moments. He's got a huge level advantage. Now, not stunned.
The Umbrella always really connects. Two of them go down at the same time. But look at Ashish. Is he going to try to get Anas out? No, he's not. But four of them has went down. They're going to get the last strike or not. It seems like they're just going to play it out for a bit until the minion comes in and they're going to try to finish the game. It seems like a very quick one for them. But it looks like the ultimate from Zia actually managed to clear the minion. He flashes forward. Even though there's no more minion, the Vanguard is here. His teammate is coming back alive. Will they be able to protect the crystal? The ultimate from Zia once more. And they're going to go in. Mohammed's trying to defend. Mohammed is alive. And Ashish is running away. He got smite by Mohammed. And they're all still trying to scurry away. But they're still okay. They tried to force it out. It didn't happen, Holler.
Well, let's be very honest. Even it looks like Ainul will somehow stay alive. Didn't get a pick off on that one, but he was fighting 1 versus 4, which is kind of crazy. But, I mean, India, let's be very honest. I think we all would have just stuck around. We all would have looked to end. There was only a Nas left. And if we're checking this replay, I mean, yes, the crystal is wide open, but here come the reinforcements. It's still too early in the game where the respawn timers are too quick, and they're fortunate that they only lost Ayush.
And they have to remember, they have a Zia, right? So Zia is a very long-range hero. He's going to be able to clear the waves very quickly with no problem whatsoever. And fortunately for them, that's the only hero that was still alive, thanks to him being down just now.
Yeah, Anas, I mean, Zia, the old and wise man, somehow able to kind of salvage, at least for now, but just buying time, right? I think KSA, they're fortunate that the game didn't end right there. It was more about the minion waves, but again, Anas was the way he was able to kind of take down those waves. That's what kept them alive.
Look at Akshaj. We all know that we can expect another Umbrella Orb is going to be used trying to start a fight for sure, but Ashish is going to try to do a follow-up. Umbrella Orb has been hit. They're going to try to get the back line. Ashish is going to pull all of them out, and the crystal will be destroyed.
False hope, if you will, right? I think that there was one hold, but it's just too far behind. There was really no way for KSA to come back into this one.
Where was this India before, man? This form is absolutely insane. Good plays all around. Very, I would say, proactive unbridled outbursts coming in from the side of Akshaj on that Zhang Fei. And Ainul, that signature pick on the Wukong, that was a eye-opener here with those crits.
We need more Wukong. We need more Ainul on
Agreed.
I think that's the biggest piece. It was a good change of pace for them. I mean, they're being able to set it up. I mean, yeah, they're happy, but it's just one game, right? They haven't won the series, but the way that they did it, it's got to be a little discouraging up here on the KSA side.
I think this is because they don't have that pressure anymore. There's no one breathing down their neck. I think this is what makes them feel a lot more free to do anything that they want. And it's being reflected into their gameplay. And they actually try insane, crazy gameplays in the early on, and it actually worked.
I think it's valuable experience nonetheless, because for Team India, these are the moments that you can actually gather that confidence and convert it into other tournaments, regional pro leagues, or even for your personal life itself. And I'm proud of them. In this game one itself, they did express one of the best gameplays so far that India has to offer.
And they showed up, right?
They showed up, yeah.
I think that in the last match, everything, you know, again, Unfortunately, again, they're not going to be making the main. But the ability to be like, okay, we're still here. We're still competitive. We are still a team that's kind of, when we're able to kind of play our play style, we're able to dominate like that game.
Really making good use of their time here to get as much experience as they can. And what's wrong with trying, right? And especially in this situation. So I do think that they can try to implement this maybe back in their own league in the future, because they've actually did something that is quite insane here.
I mean, it's not an everyday thing that you get to travel across the world just to play in a qualifier tournament with like different region, cultural exchange, living in a nice hotel and everything, like enjoying food with different people, you know, exchanging thoughts with other pro players and pro teams. So I think it's a good start coming in for India, and also we need some new stuff coming in from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as well, because like we say, yes, it's over for India's approach in going to the main event, but for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, if they can clinch back this series, they still have a shot.
Yeah, and you know Einol, every single time when he's on that Wukong and he's just like deleting hero, he's just like cultural exchange, he's like smacking them all down, right? You know, because he was having such a field day. He was enjoying this hero, and you could tell why this team was starting to hit their groove, because, again, letting them play, they were being very aggressive, and we want to see more of India playing like this.
Freedom really gives them a lot of aggression, for sure. They're much more brave to do this thing and that thing. But this is the ultimation coming out from them. We would like to see what Wukong has done. He actually bought Eternity Blade, Shadow Reaper, and Axe of Torment. I think all of these really focuses down on critical strike, as he should.
Yeah, 8-0-7, right?
Yeah, 8-0-7. 8 times he did cultural exchange. I was just saying. Go on.
8 times he bonked on the enemy, right?
yeah.
8-0-7, and also 8,720 gold in a mere 9-minute game against Kingdom of Saudi Arabia here, and a shout out towards to the side of their roamer here. I definitely gotta give props over to the side of Akshaj. This is one of the best games he's played so far on Zhang Fei. He got so many crucial unbridled outbursts to start off the team fight, and one of the final few moments, he caught both of the carries coming in from Ahmed and also Anas to settle the game.
Yeah, and actually the only time Ayush got picked off, I mean, he's the only death on the entire team. So I guess there's that black mark right there in terms of the team's performance. I mean, it's just one death.
yeah. But it's still, we did see a lot of Akshaj's very good play. He was actually so consistent with his unbridled outbursts just now, managing to get at least 2 to 3 people every single time. So making full use of that. Because sometimes we've seen within day 1, day 2, some Zhang Fei's actually just use his ultimate towards one hero, only one hero, and sometimes they didn't even hit anything. So this is something that you really need to practice to find the timing and communicate with your teammates.
Look at how Einol, man, his damage, 74,000 damage, right? The burst. I mean, he's like, yeah, crits, but like he just found people isolated and he would just burst them down. I want to see more Wukong. I want them go back to this even in game 2.
Like, aside from Wukong, there's still a few heroes that we have yet to see in the jungle pool itself, like especially the Lam, for example, the Liu Bei, for example, Tianwei. All these I would want to expect coming in from Idol. He's a pretty good mechanical player here, you know? Good future coming in for the Team Indian squad, especially. They haven't joined HOK for long. This is one of their first debuts in a regional tournament here, so pretty good start coming in. But judging coming for KSA, I would say that that's a lot of role swaps coming in for the entirety of their team. Every single one except Ahmed has a role swap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this probably has to be lesser in the future, or maybe that they have to find something else rather than just swapping roles. Maybe they have to force one of the players to just stick to their roles and try until the end of the tournament. Maybe that would work as well. But with the amount of damage coming in from Ahmed, he will definitely shine throughout the entire team.
So, I mean, it's a little early for the India squad. We were talking about the fact that this is like their first big international, and just they had their first league and they got in. KSA, on the other hand, is even in a more infant state, if you will, right? So to find that fitting in terms of role and all that, it's going to be some growing pains, right? They haven't found exactly where they want to be, and I think that just trying things out, again, this is a team that has that potential to grow, though.
Sometimes you have to get hurt a little to actually experience growth. So for both of these teams, India and KSA, the growth might not be the smoothest, but it will be expected if you always put in the pain and also the effort coming in towards it.
Yeah, definitely. And the pain actually comes from Wukong a lot just now, which he managed to do a lot of cultural exchange. But the graph is looking very, very nice for India. They have proven that they are able to play at this level with high amount of pressure as well. And we do know that India is no longer going to go to the main event, but at the very least, they're giving us a very good showcase.
Yeah, these are the few moments that they actually were really aggressive in the early game, with Ashish coming in with a very, very crucial assistance here, coming in all the way from Clash Lane at the bare 2 minutes here. They almost aced their opponents here, but due to the fact that the timer was just so fast coming from Mohamed, he came back up, and this is the bonks, the cultural exchanges that you guys were mentioning about.
There were so many. I mean, he had 8. He would catch them out, but the way he was, like, again, finding another one, that's cultural exchange for you. Where you going, brother? That's not going to happen. So, again, being able to just find the right moments. It's like when KSA, no place is safe, right? And you're on the defensive side. And, like, that was a perfect umbrella.
Perfect umbrella outburst, catching on towards to Ahmed and also Mohamed, and just sending them back to the fountain here. As of this point, you can definitely feel that Team India is starting to have more confidence in these team fights here. Yes, they probably didn't end right here, which caused Ayush to suffer that takedown coming in with the Musashi dive. But overall, it has been a pretty good game, especially with Aino just finding those bonks, finding those backline flanks on this Wukong pick.
Just so good, just so good. I mean, the umbrella outburst, and then you have the Guan Yu as well from the top with the Razor Cavalry, but I mean, the MVP here, clearly him.
It's gonna be Aino 807, 40% damage coming in from him. This is not surprising, right? We know that he has dealt a lot of damage for the entire team, and the damage taken is not small as well, 22.8% alongside with 25.3% of total gold. Aino showing up with his Wukong, very scary, very risky, and he's still able to pull it off very well.
I think so as well. It's a very mechanically difficult hero coming in for the side of Aino here. And I like the Wukong pick, right?
Yeah.
It's non-conventional, but if you put it in towards a jungle counter where he did in level 1, because of the fact that Wukong spell 2 gives you that execution mark that you can hop on towards the jungle monster and execute it at about 15%, which technically outsmites most of the junglers in this patch.
Yeah, and actually they started things very, a different foot, right? And we had not seen them jungle invade, and they went for that because, again, they had the research of, okay, it looks like they're going to take their red, the blue is going to be open, I'm going to be able to solo it as Aino, and that started this snowball effect.
Which is very nice, right? Because we rarely see that from India, especially, to have that confidence to actually go sort of blindly into the enemy jungle and try to steal one, and they've been lucky about it. It's very, very nice to see. It's very refreshing to see India trying something new.
It's a good game plan nonetheless coming in for the side of Team India and also Aino here, but can they actually continue their dominance here in this series? It's what I exactly want to find out. I want consistent coming in from Team India if they want to prove themselves to the world that they are a contending region.
I think that they have the skill and experience to do so, right? Because this is a team that we saw. Like, even when the highlights were shown, most of them were about execution, right? When those ganks were happening, they were very patient, waiting in the brushes, and then they would walk in, and then they would spring their trap, right? That takes a team that's really good execution, and with that coordination to make those plays at the same time.
Yeah, coordination and communication, especially on how Ashish, in the first ever team fight, he actually galloped his Guan Yu all the way from top to bottom without using teleportation, by the way. So I think that's very nice for him to do, because this is a surprise, right? There's no announcement telling that Guan Yu is coming here, and the communication was so on point. They actually had that team fight so good that they won the first one.
It's one of those proactive plays that you need to praise players, right? Because 2 minutes into a 5v5 team fight and actually bagging all the 5 takedowns coming in from Team India, that's what really put them on the board and allowed Aino to consistently find those single pickoffs against Mohamed's Musashi in the early to mid game here. Then later on, it's all the Aino show. Just pouncing on, bonking any single one of the enemy team that he actually saw. And those unbridled outputs coming in from Ayush, those coming in from the side of their roamer, those were really good.
Okay, but as the coach of KSA though,
all right,
how do you stop the cultural exchange? What do you need to do here? How do you get yourself back into this series?
I think that's a difficult part, right? Because so far that we've seen, KSA seems to be lacking a bit in terms of the mechanical and also the macro department, which no one blames them because they are still learning, they're still emerging. So for them, same thing. You try to learn as much as possible and convert those into learning experience, and then maybe in the next game, in the next series, you try to prove yourself more. You can't shorten the gap in one single night. It's
True.
not feasible. You have to get the experience and then slowly build that path.
I would say probably try your very best to play with your comfort hero first.
Yes, I would
and
say
maybe that's a good place to start, sort of, because there's not much of a risk for them to actually try to go with their comfort heroes, even though it might not work, even though it's not the meta hero. But at the very least, they understand that hero first. It's always the first step of learning process. Is always the micro understanding the hero itself.
But do you know what I want to learn about? Like, I want to learn about where is the exact venue of our Asian Games Esports Qualifiers here.
Where would it be, huh? Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, the official venue of a hotel partner of 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. And as we go into this one, of course, it's the fourth series of the day, game number 2, finding ways to get back into this one. I mean, I know that there's a bit of a gap in terms of skill. It looks like that's a bit of a problem. You were talking about familiarity. Makes a lot of sense. But I think for this one, it's just like, hey, let it all out there. Right? Everything is on the line.
Yeah.
Elimination, it is what it is. But play, again, something you're comfortable with.
Yeah, I think it's a good start. Rather than trying to force something that you are not really comfortable with. And also, maybe probably try to rotate more with your friends from the mid lane, jungle, and the roamer to do a little bit of those gold sharing.
Exactly, right? I think I like the fact that Holler brought up the thing that you cannot be playing scared. And just go all out. Like you can see on the screen itself, there is a player swap coming in for Muaf, swapping in for Youssef. So Youssef will be taken on the original role. We know for a fact that Youssef has had a lot of game time coming in with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia squad. So maybe coming in, he will bring a different chemical reaction with the team itself against a specific matchup.
Okay, what kind of chemical reaction is going to be? I need to be very careful. I don't know. I'm fire resistant, I would think, but I want to be very safe here and.
I think a good chemical reaction was to set the confidence level to a higher one. We're not talking about the actual chemistry. We're talking about actual mental chemical reaction here. Maybe like a player of a certain team is like, maybe they're not the most mechanically best at something, but they have the leadership or they have the mentality of a captain that can bring the team atmosphere up when everyone is down.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of aspects to this, right? That's contributing to how the game is being played. Also, how well they know each other. Maybe this player might bring in terms of shot calling inside the game. Maybe he's much more of a leader that can try to oversee with a better vision throughout the entire map. So it's all going to be depending on how they're going to execute this, knowing that all of these factors are going to play a lot of effect into the gameplay.
Yeah, and it looks like the teams are getting ready. We're going to be starting the draft here. But one thing to take note of, India right now, it seems like they're very jovial. They're in a great spot, right? Being 1-0, I think that they're going to be comfortable with that. But it looks like they're going to start things off with a Lapu Lapu pick.
Well, we've seen a Lapu Lapu pick coming in from Akshaj. I would say that in the first few days, it wasn't as consistent. And coming off of a fresh game of that Zhang Fei just now, I would say that he's more confident right now in finding better engages or more daring ones in towards the backline here. KSA picking up a rather safe 1-2 here. One of the tournament's most picked duo, the Chano and Zhang Fei here as their 1-2.
I'm actually quite surprised that India did not take Zhang Fei as the first hero. I was expecting Zhang Fei to be picked because that seems to me like one of the best performing hero for them just now. But it seems like they're going with Xiao Xiao and Erin, two magical heroes. But of course, Erin's basic attack is going to be focusing on physical attacks. This is going to be quite interesting. 2 damage has appeared. We might see maybe a couple more tanks coming in from India.
If I'm being completely honest, I'm not 100% on the Aaron train, usually. Especially going up against a Chano. I definitely think that this is not a great laning phase for you. Yes, you obviously have a potential late game, you know, assuming you're rolling, right? But it's not going to be easy. So it comes really back to, like, Ayush, how does he play with this one? Again, he's not the guy. It's mainly been Ainul to really setting up this team for success.
So far, I think regarding the Aaron pick, right, I would rather have a Direnjie, which could really set the pacing for the team itself in dodging some of the unbridled outbursts with the legal immunity and also go 50-50 in the laning phase against the Chano here. But maybe it's a confident pick coming in from Ayush because we have seen him pick it multiple times in this tournament.
He's comfortable on it,
yeah. Coming a little back towards what Holly just said just now about Erin, I do agree with you because Laurel Bloom, if I'm not mistaken, can also shoot its target towards the Spirit Wolves, which might be a waste of the projectiles coming in from Erin's ultimate. So I agree with Sagi as well, because Direnji might be the better pick here.
Oh yeah, then KSA comes in here, locking in the Nurza here as one of the I would say Nutsa has been skyrocketing in popularity recently, man. Like, out of the last 2 days, it has been increasing more and more appearance rates here. Yeah. And you can start to see the confidence oozing out of Team India here. Molan, second pick of the tournament here, and also Xuanze, our first one of this Asian Games qualifier.
Oh, going with both. I mean, both of them, the first pick for both. I mean, why not at this point? We were saying, hey, let the birds out of the cage, and we're seeing it, right? Across all the different roles, and going with both of them to kind of go into game 2. Pretty interesting picks here.
I think you're going to like this, Holler, because Xuanze is going to be very interesting on how the gameplay might be a little bit similar towards Wukong, because the damage is going to be all focused on critical. So, you know what? More or less the same.
I'm for it. I'm for it. Let's see it exactly. And as we go into this game, any final thoughts before we go in?
Final thoughts. I want to see this Xuanze pick shine once again. Back-to-back first debut picks of the jungle with more assassin picks here coming in from Einol. He is trying to go out with a bang.
With a bang indeed, and this is going to be the second game between both of these teams. I'm pretty sure India is on fire right now, and they're going to try to prove to us once more how they can perform very well with Mulan and Xuanze and Xiao. It's going to be quite fun. Very fun indeed.
Yeah, it definitely will be fun here, but the lineup, okay. When you're talking about the Neza, you've got the battlefield command from Anas. It's like the delivery system, right? 2 people right on top of you. That's the initiation that you're looking for. The problem, though, is that if you're looking kind of at Faris and Yusef, well, both kind of immobile, not as fast. So the synchronization of the team fight, when they do happen, when he does try to go for that launch, you got to be on point, right? You cannot be slow, you can't be early, you got to be right on time.
Yeah, you can't go one by one. I totally agree with you. But again, exactly like what happened in the previous game, India and KSA, both of them actually traded their blue buff. Azure Golem is going to be swapped, but it seems like he's going to get caught here. Stun has been used by Zhangfei. They're going to go in and try to get Faris. Faris might go down right now. He might overextend just a little bit, not expecting there's going to be a cavalry arriving to back up India at the bottom lane.
Oh, I know. Just styling on all the heroes that we haven't seen. Again, just letting the man play those, like, the heroes that we, again, haven't seen, right? That hook was perfect. And the fact that Faris is in a bad spot, I mean, it was just the perfect setup. And again, why India is doing, or they're in the driver's seat here.
She's actually manages to survive that execute, and he will try to recall first. But again, Xuanze's skill set is really confusing sometimes to people who hasn't seen it before, for sure. He's going to be able to sort of hook and like throw them to his back and make sure that he hits them. But the damage actually comes from basic attack, which hurts a lot.
And that's just another hook, right? Just setting it up, just out of control. Muhammad just in a bad spot, gets hooked again. Einol just playing with his food.
The damage is a lot. And we can see on Faris, he's not ready yet. He doesn't have his Umbrella Outburst. He's still at level 4. But look at Harsh. Harsh is still ready to steal this jungle, but he did not manage to do so. Ahmed managed to land the last hit.
Actually, Faris is not level 4, so he's not able to use the ult, even with the madness that he has. So they're going to need it soon, but he doesn't even have it at this moment.
They're all grouping up at the Azure Golem. Are they going to try to force it out? No, they're not. They're going to be much more safer than that. With the 2,000 gold lead, this is quite early for India.
I mean, they just hit the 3-minute mark, up about 2.5k. Really sets up with Einol. Like, his ability to farm, ability to execute, and to find players. And they found Yusef in the mid lane. This is looking disastrous for KSA.
Yusef is going to lose his hero in a bit, and I think it's going to be quite problematic for them. This is not the first time that the mid lane of KSA is going to go down. Previously, it was Anas, but right now Anas has changed his role, playing at Clash lane. He's going to try to run away. Ashish is gonna try to pull him back, but the Battlefield Command actually saved him.
Yeah, it definitely did save him. I mean, that's one way to deal with the hook, but a way Einol was able to kind of get that initial hook, now you're threatening. Look, he's just diving the backline.
Yeah, he's really going all in, no problem whatsoever. Muhammad is still trying to protect his teammate, but Einol is so angry. Anas is gonna go down as well. Muhammad almost got hooked, but he is all right.
Oh my gosh, I know how you like a good hooker, Adam. And I mean, Einol's just been on point, just hitting him time and time again. The only one he didn't get was that last one because, again, the speed, that just barely out of range. I mean, but Ainul's completely styling here.
Yeah, they're going to go to Titan right now. Titan is going to be started by Ainul, definitely. But Ainul's HP is actually quite low. And Fari is not going to do anything because it's a bit too risky, especially when there's 4,000 gold difference. But we haven't seen any movement coming in from Muhammad.
Yeah, we haven't yet because he hasn't had that space to really kind of, feel comfortable enough to go in. Ainul's at half, though. Misses the hook there.
Oh, okay, it is a good hook, but it didn't hit. But it's going to try to take Muhammad. Muhammad's going to go down, and Muhammad is actually building a full physical item. So this is why he is extremely, extremely squishy. And I'm not sure if this is the best decision that he has.
It doesn't look like that. Ainul has almost all the buffs as well, so his ability to just take them down. Ashish, even in the top lane, getting that solo onto Anas. This is looking rough. KSA right now, they have 1 kill to their name, but mainly they've lost their jungle and falling way behind as they're down 5k.
Extremely way behind for sure. How are they going to try to win this out? Ahmed needs to farm as much as he can, but how can he farm when Ashish is all over him all the time? And they're going to try to get him, but Ashish is going to be able to run away with no problem whatsoever.
Oh, that was one where they actually had him in a good spot, but then Muhammad tried to go for the Skyfall. Way too late.
Damage is quite high. Faris is still okay. He missed to run away, but look at Ashish! Oh, he missed his first kill. He wanted to slash, but look at this. A very good Raging Sea hitting both of them, and Anas cannot help him at all.
Cannot help at all. And I mean, this is where the wheels kind of fallen off, right? Muhammad, he wants to be aggressive. He wants to be skyfalling your back line, but he is getting jumped, and he doesn't really, I mean, he's pretty much a melee creep just trying to jungle at this point because he's not able to get anything going. He is so far behind. I mean, look at the goal.
Yeah.
He's second from the bottom.
Second from the bottom, indeed. They're going to try to focus down on the high ground tower. Are they going to force it out? A very high damage coming in from them. At least it seems like Anas needs to pull back just a little bit. But again, the Ninja, Muhammad, with a full physical build, he's not going to be able to use a Grand Skyfall to the back line.
Can't. I mean, how can you, right? The way that they're even grouping, it's almost like, a terrible decision to go. And taking the bottom T3 here, India right now just like taking over this game.
Yeah, they're going to try to group up around the bottom area, still trying to see if this is a good chance, this is a good time for us to go in or not, but it seems like they're going to play it safe. The trigger discipline is still very well kept by India. They're still having the Ashish down at the bottom lane, trying to pressure on that side to make sure that on the other side of the map, they can try to destroy the tower.
Look at Ashish, like striking a pose, just like waiting, because it's like somebody, I mean, it's wide open. As long as the minion wave hits, somebody has to rotate. So, again, India doing incredibly well. This positioning is amazing, but they found him.
Oh, the damage is so high, but then again, it did not connect. Ashish goes down. We're still waiting for Akshash to actually start the fight, but they did not manage to do so because he was overextending for sure.
Yeah, I know the teams are not actually trash talking, but I will implement the trash talking because here we go, the Umbrella Uppers on.
The Umbrella Uppers is very good, and it seems like they're trying to go all in. The Blazing Brilliant hasn't been used yet, but Raging Sea is so good. Double strike has been done, triple strike in fact. They're going to destroy the high ground tower, and I'm not surprised that they're going to be trying to destroy all the way into the crystal. No one's going to come out in time. Still waiting for the minion who has been slowed by the debuff coming from the tower, and the crystal will be destroyed by India.
Ainul just doing everything right on this one. I mean, he was just like letting the Sage's Sanctuary pop because they had such a good, lead that they knew that they won. They had the crystal wide open. There was really no chance for KSA in that one.
A very good way of bowing out the tournament and coming in for the side of Team India here. Yes, they do not make into the main event of the Asian Games, but the way that they showcase that they have the actual skills, the commitment, the practice is something to be respectful of going into the future of the HOK careers.
Yeah, I think India really showed and shined in this one, right? I think that if you're looking at a team that's like, okay, how can we show up? How can we ensure that, we make a name for ourselves? That's the way to do it. India right now, they looked phenomenal in that series.
Very, very phenomenal for sure. And it seems like they really do know what they're doing. They can play super well. They've proven to the world that they know what they're doing, and all they have to do is just polish a little bit more.
Yeah, just polish a little bit more, have more games, have more time, have more experience here. So the Asian Games have concluded coming in for Team India. The India standing with a 1 win and 3 loss in their respective group.
Yeah, go out on a high. And I think that that's best case scenario for India here, especially after the first 3 series for them. But being able to do it against KSA and to do it in that way, I mean, it's got to be nothing but, you know, a huge confidence boost for this team moving forward.
For sure. And there's a lot of things that KSA needs to learn as well, such as maybe itemization that is much more suitable for certain heroes and such. I think they are on the right track as well. There's something wrong with what they're doing right now, but of course, don't be discouraged. There's a long way to go. We are all still fresh here as well.
Yeah, no one knows how to fly on their first day, right? I mean, we can't fly as humans here, but you can't run on your first day here. So when you start off HOK, it's like you're starting off as a baby trying to walk or trying to run. These are just the baby steps that KSA and Team India will be having here. Unfortunately, both teams coming in for KSA and also India won't be making it to the main event. But this is not the only chance. There's more to come.
Yeah. If it makes the KSA fans any better, I'm still a baby in this game as well. So I think that we're all kind of in that boat. Well, no, not you guys. You guys are actually pretty good at this game. But I do think that, you know, there's always 1,000 things that you could do better, right? Let's be very honest. And I think as long as you're playing mistake-free, which is almost impossible, but everybody will strive for that.
Trust me, even the best team in the world keep on saying that there's still a lot for them to learn. So what about us, right? So I'm pretty sure that everyone is learning at their own pace. And you know what? Just take your time and do it in your own way, because different people have different style of learning and catching up.
As long as you're committing the practice, committing the learning curve, and you're using your time wisely into learning about anything, right? HOK, life itself, a new skill, you will always be rewarded at the end of the day, because that's just how life is. You have to commit something to gain something.
Okay, but I'm afraid of commitment, so, you know, I'm just going to ride it out.
Yeah.
Okay. No, we're not. But I mean, look, KSA, I think in terms of just like the growth, I think that they like more experience, more reps, definitely playing with one another, just like huddle in and, you know, for the next like 3 months, just lock yourself in a room, so to speak, and then just play this game because you're only going to improve from here on out.
I agree. It's all about putting those hours in, and we call it practice. Long story short, it's practice. So they have to practice as much as they can, for sure, for anyone to actually improve on anything, because the reaction, the timing, subconsciously memorizing the timing of every hero's skill and common skills as well, that's very important.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, right? As you play more and more and more, sometimes there's different learners. Some people will actually actively remember flash timers or like specific spell timers, like the battlefield command coming from the Liu Bang, or like the Holy's Burning Sun arrow. Those are important timers that could affect the game, or even to a more critical level coming in from, let's say, the other regions who has a pro league. They start memorizing the buff respawn timer after taking it down, so they can better plan invasions or counter plays coming in for the team to build that goal league here. So you gotta learn these sort of things to better improve your experience in Honor of Kings.
I agree. And the fact that some of those professional players, by the way, how do they know which buff the enemy jungle is taking is by opening up the scoreboard, checking their gold. If their gold is this much, oh, they're at the red buff. If their gold is this much, oh, they're at the blue buff. So that is just next level. I cannot catch to that level.
Oh, yeah.
But that's how deep the game is, right? Most teams, you'll hear them every 30 seconds, there'll be like a timer. Like somebody just making calls, because the movements revolve around what time it is in the game, right? Especially in the early game when things are very fixed. You know when the minions are going out, you know when the tyrant is going to spawn. You have these things set up. So everything revolves around these timers.
And timers such as the first objective in the game. How do you push the mid wave? Do you go for the invade? Do you go for the fire beak in the bot lane? Or do you go and help your Clash Lane counter out some camps from the enemy top side? River Sprite, respawn timers, all these are really important in Honor of Kings, and I believe it should be vastly picked up by not only pro players, but also regular players trying to go pro or just have fun in HOK.
And honestly, the damage coming out from Ahmed is actually quite a lot. He was trying to defend himself all alone just now, but again, the chance for him to actually do a lot of damage output was there, and he actually managed to do so.
Yeah, and I mean, this gold graph, full control, you kind of saw what was happening, right? Even when India was like winning, like Einol, with the way he was able to just ambush people, it seemed like he can play almost any hero and he would have had an impact, because he was always in the back lines, setting it up. He had so many good plays because, again, he's just so aggressive and understands the hero.
Maybe it's a mentality thing for this Team India. It's like they are too locked by their pressure. It's like that. Maybe it's like a team pressure, a goal pressure that they actually have on themselves to actually perform good in their first tournament, which made them more, I want to say scared. Scared is not the word. More limited or restricted in their own gameplay.
Yeah, I understand. And sometimes maybe this also affects in the different places as well. You know, let's say an example. They were practicing other heroes. They were very comfortable with Xuanche, with Wukong from the India side. But when they arrive here in Malaysia and they realize, hey, wait a minute. Everyone else is using different sets of heroes, different metas. Maybe we shouldn't be using our hero. Maybe we should try something similar to them. So that kind of pressure also plays a huge role. Maybe it's a factor in a bad way.
Yeah, and you can kind of tell that they didn't seem like they were too familiar with some of these heroes. It's one thing to play meta once, but you got to be 100% comfortable. I know that you rightly pointed that out, Adam, in the pregame to game 2. That is that thing where you can't just play meta heroes if you don't know how. You don't know the intricacies of that hero, and you get caught out because of it.
And these replays coming in from Einol just casually landing those hooks and flipping the enemy team going into his own team is giving me PTSD from all the peak tournament Shense players I have been meeting here, and I don't like it. But he's definitely a master of this pick, and he is playing really, really well to bring his team to a comfortable lead from start to finish.
There's always that one Xuanche that is just so painful. That plays very well, and as usually we see a lot of them from Vietnam especially. I'm not sure why, but this is such a very good play coming in from India, and there's almost nothing KSA can do.
Nothing they could do. I mean, just Ashish did well. I mean, he dies on this one, so it's a little bit of a low light for him, but he had a lot of impact. I mean, he was able to kind of just solo. They're taking fights 4 versus 5 because they're so far up. They're able to kind of dissect the team whenever they're jumping in. Nice 2-man stun. Everything just really setting up for India to just really steamroll them.
Well played coming in for the side of Team India, collecting up and picking up their first win of the Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. And there we go, back-to-back MVP performance coming in from Einol. He's confident and he is bringing in the heat.
8.9% damage coming in from him. I think Einol is a person who is so comfortable with a basic attack-based hero, right? Because Xuanche, Wukong, both really focus down on basic attacks, and the critical hit is coming in from the basic attack. I think he might excel in these kinds of heroes, so maybe he should just focus on these kinds whenever he's playing jungle.
Now, I'm on the rejecting side of that idea because I feel like if you're going pro in HOK, you can't only have a dimension of a hero, you can't only be knowing how to play assassin and carries here, because compositions are so vast and so much available here, like flexible, you know. You need to be able to be versatile as a player. You need to be able to play tanks, fighters, and also the other heroes like the frontlines and assassins here. So you cannot be only at one dimension. You need to be multiple dimension and be flexible, like what you mentioned.
All right. Having different hero pool is going to be huge for Einol, right? I mean, you play the Wukong and the Swans as well, so you have more availability. And now when people watch back on this, and they're going to see this team again, right? Revenant Exports, they're going to be at the KWC. Now people are knowing, but like, do we actually ban these heroes? Now, what do we need to do? Because the availability is there, but again, it's more about the composition of the draft more than anything.
I agree, and at least they actually show a showcase of what a good hero could be as long as you know how to use it. That's the most important thing. Knowing how to perform at maximum capability of a hero is what makes you a very good hero user.
Yeah, be efficient, master the heroes, know the tricks, make sure that you make it a viable pick. Those are things that you need to be considering when playing a specific hero in Honor of Kings, and let alone he's doing it in the Asian Games Esports Qualifiers here, and he did a fantastic job of not only the Wukong but also the Shense, like Harlow mentioned.
Yeah, and actually, but moving forward, I think the biggest piece for India is that, like, okay, we know Einol can play, right? Other guys need to step up.
Correct.
Right? I think that this is going to be a team effort. We need to ensure that everybody is able to step up because Einol's not going to have a great game all the time. So you need other people to kind of really just carry this team as well.
It's a team effort when it comes to competitive and also ranked games. You need to make sure that everyone is on point and picking up the slack for one another. But let's check out the winners interview coming in from India's representative with Mara on the stage. Take it away, Mara.
We're here with Einol from Team India. Congratulations on your first win and MVP for game number 1. What we noticed was something different from Team India. Normally, you guys play defensively, and today you were very aggressive.
Yeah, because this is the first time we had a lead in the game. Like in the entire tournament, we had a lead. First time we had a lead in the early game, so we just try to capitalize on that and try to snowball off that.
And how does it feel to finish strong for your last match, getting that W for Team India?
I think everyone's confidence got boosted after the first game, which we really needed. Everyone was a little bit depressed since we didn't win a single game in this entire tournament. So yeah, I hope we all grow from this and perform better in the future tournaments.
And we hope to see you in the future tournaments as well.
Yeah.
What would you like to say to everybody watching at home and to all the regions that's looking at Team India?
We are at a very early stage, so just don't count us out yet. We'll try to improve and hopefully be much better in the next tournament.
And that's what counts.
Yeah.
We hope to see you again in the future tournaments. Once again, what matters is that you finish strong to get this W. Thank you so much for participating in this tournament. And now we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Ainul, and also Mara for the interview there. You definitely see, I would say that it's a bit bittersweet coming in from Ainul. He knows that he could have done better, but it's competition that counts, you know? You don't get many chances. When you get the chance, the opportunity, you gotta grasp it firm. So for them, it's back to the drawing board, it's back to the grind stage. Make sure that all 5 players are up and available and they can get that win next time. Not this time, but next time. There's always next time.
Definitely. And I think India are going to be very proud of the results that they had, being able to pull that victory out. I mean, they were able to do it on stage, in front of everyone, the international stage. And it's a great opportunity for them to kind of further grow from this. The experience, again, playing different metas. It's not easy. And again, just being thrust out there where you have to kind of, you know, evolve on the spot. It's incredibly tough for a team.
I agree. It's not the easiest thing to do. The pressure, knowing that a lot of people at home are watching for them and rooting for them and not knowing whether or not they're going to make it properly or not. But in the end, they did their best. They tried their best. And it seems like we're going to be looking at our standing first because that was India's last match.
Correct. With that game down, India will be bowing out of the tournament here. After Philippines in Group A won their upcoming match, they are sent directly into the main event with a 3-0 overall win and loss, with their final opponents being Indonesia here. And Uzbekistan and Pakistan are currently tied up with Group B. We can see that Myanmar is sitting comfortably, and also same situation, Philippines directly sent into the main event. Nepal and also Kyrgyzstan might have to fight for that final slot. And looking into Group C, this is where India and Saudi Arabia resides. With their losses, with their wins coming in from 4th and 5th, they will be out of the contention going in for last chance stage or even the upcoming top 1, top 2 that gets invited directly here. So for Group C, you can start to see the shape.
Yeah.
Laos, Vietnam, Kazakhstan, they are fighting for 1st and 2nd. Then the loser out of those 3 teams will be going in for that last chance stage later on. And finally in Group D, with the minimal games happening right now, Hong Kong, China, and also Republic of Korea is sitting comfortably with Syria in the middle zone. Singapore and Sri Lanka are currently at 4th and 5th, but only play 1 game. So more of the games will be shape-shifting Group D later on in towards today, with the final series looking over to Hong Kong, China, and Syria after this.
Yeah, it's been so long since we've seen some of the teams from Group D.
Correct.
It seems like everything has been pushed towards the end, which, I mean, it's favorable for them because they get to see what the other groups are doing in terms of meta. I don't know if it's going to completely change the way that they're been picking because, you know, Hong Kong, China, Republic of Korea, like, you know, those 2 teams, I would say, are kind of set in. It comes back to Syria, Singapore, and Sri Lanka to kind of really to somehow defend against these 2 titans here.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it might affect them in terms of what heroes they're going to be picking, how they're going to be playing, because definitely the entire team is going to be watching all the games from Group A, Group B, Group C. A lot of things to learn from everyone else for sure. So I'm not surprised if they would turn out different than the last time that we saw them.
This is what we talk about, like the cultural exchange out of the game and meta exchange in the game between some of these teams. You learn, you lose, you win, you still learn. So coming in for all these entire groupings here, I do think that Group C looks the most mature thus far. You can definitely identify the first 3 teams that's going to be going to the main event or going to the last chance stage. Now, coming into the final series of the day, we will be having Syria going up against Hong Kong, China.
Wow. It's going to be
Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka and Hong Kong, China. Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting match after this because this is probably the number one in the standing and probably one of the last ones in the standing as well.
Right.
It's huge in power difference for sure. But we do know that Sri Lanka is also still trying their best, trying to learn something new, and maybe this is the time for them to try things out and experience the best of the best inside the game itself.
Yeah. Hong Kong, China, definitely the favorite in Group D. I think that there was a lot of pro play. These are guys that are very well experienced. I mean, you're saying that, you know, Sri Lanka's on the bottom, but they've only played one game, right?
Yeah.
Let's not discount them. I think that, you know, they still have a chance at the end of the day, as do any of the teams here. But I think Hong Kong, China right now, it looks like they might just be too strong.
Well, there's still more time to actually figure out before we actually head into the first game of the side for Sri Lanka and Hong Kong, China. Because for me, you can talk about it on paper. Like we all know, like, okay, Hong Kong, China, maybe they look the best in the group for itself alongside Republic of Korea and maybe Singapore coming on. But for me, it's like, if it never happened before or it hasn't happened in game, you can't really say it's 100%. Maybe it's a 99%, but it's never 100%.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, because
especially not of Kings.
Yeah,
we did see on how Hong Kong China actually has some of the weaknesses as well exposed yesterday. Maybe Sri Lanka saw that as well and they can try to exploit that. So it all depends on how they're going to execute this. It's going to be hard, sure. Everyone's going to be quite difficult to go up against Hong Kong China, but I'm pretty sure they can try to figure something out.
But you know what you can try out? You can try out the iQOO 15R, which is our tournament official phone coming in. Come for iQOO for this Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Thank you so much, iQOO, for sponsoring this phone, allowing our players to practice and play on the stage seamlessly and smoothly.
On stage, and just, again, being able to do it, we've had, like, very smooth 5 days already, right? And we're going into the 5th series of the day, and it seems like everything's kind of been in motion. But this is that moment, right? If Sri Lanka are going to make any sort of upset, to go in to take down Hong Kong, China, I think that that would be amazing for them in terms of confidence and being able to make it to the main event.
Even if it doesn't work out later on, right? They can still learn a lot from Hong Kong China because they have, like you said, only played one match. So they still have another 2 more matches after this for them to actually try to prove something or actually try to save themselves from being at the bottom too.
I want them to stop learning and I want them to start winning. That's my
winning is the game, right? You can talk all you want, you can say power of friendship, but we like to win in honor of Kings, just like the players here. But we need a short break before we bring you the final match of Day 5 featuring Sri Lanka and Hong Kong, China. See you later.
Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The time's turn.
They're going to use it. Golden goes out constantly.
And we pull it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Legendary.
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Don't engage and slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower is under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable. Triple kill.
Ah, the fragrance of romance. Lady Fortune is on my side.
They tried.
The new Spritling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu bukan track kita. Relax bro. Phone aku! Jom ke mana? Mountain View!
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feel the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the
shining like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
After a short break, we're back at it once again with more Honor of Kings action for the 5th day and 5th match for our 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. My name is Sagi, your desk host once again for the final series of the day. And in the casting side, we have Holler and Adam Spartanka back at it once again.
Yeah, again, continuing on with the momentum, right? We made it to day 5, the 5th series, and we're past the official halfway point, and now we're getting to the point where, hey, some of these teams might not be surviving for too much longer. So a little bit of drama.
Yeah, we've already seen a couple of teams that, sort of eliminated out of this. And I think there's going to be more of this for sure. But the pressure is high. It's very, very high.
Talking about high pressure, right? I think the moments that you can actually imagine is that if you're 1-0 or 0-1, you gotta be careful of the upcoming that you're playing, because if you're at 1-1, you're pretty okay. You still have chances. You're at 2-0, you're pretty happy because one more win and you're like, poof, you're in the tournament for the main event. But you're 0-1 or 0-2, that's where you are like so backed out into a pinch that you desperately need a win to prove for yourself. And I believe this is the exact scenario that both Hong Kong, China, and their opponent Sri Lanka is currently facing right now.
Yeah, they're looking to this one. This one in particular is definitely very important because, as you're rightly saying, 0-2 or 2-0, very different stories, and nobody really wants to be in that. They want to be 1-1, right? If you're on the bottom, right, as Sri Lanka. So you're kind of trying to overcome. You want to put yourself in a good spot because there's so much that goes with it. It's like the positive mental head state, the momentum. You're going to feel much better in the morning when you're, not 0-2.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that you're going to have a very good game against Hong Kong, China. It's going to be quite difficult. But you know what? We're not. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. We don't know that maybe they have some trump cards or secret picks that they're going to be doing, or maybe the coaches are just going to do some crazy things up on the stage.
But in Honor of Kings, if you're tired of ranked games, you can always experience the new mode called Super Flow Brawl mode with amazing new talents and random events. More ways to play and more ways to be discovered here. So I think the new Super Flow Brawl mode comes in during June 27th, so do mark down your calendars for it. But if you're into immediate stuff, new stuff already happening on the Gorge, definitely check out the new update, which is the Davara, Lorian, Florentino, and all these new heroes that are currently available live in the official server.
Yeah, just downloaded it today. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to play a game yet, but I I'm super excited to see some of these heroes. I mean, all at once, seeing this number of heroes this quickly, I think it's uncharted time, dare I say, where, you know, again, we're kind of overwhelmed with the spoil of choice.
Yeah, I agree, and I think definitely a very fun mode for Super Flow Brawl mode. And going back to our tournament for sure, Sri Lanka and Hong Kong, China for the last match. We would love to see what's gonna happen after this. What would you do, Sagi? I think I would personally just go as crazy as possible, just exactly like what India did just now.
I mean, for Sri Lanka, is not towards that level yet. They're still only 0-1 in their respective groupings here. I would say that it's a really difficult matchup that they're facing right now. We saw how Hong Kong China played yesterday, and they played the most textbook style that we've ever seen. That's similar to Indonesia, that has yet to suffer a single death or elimination on their own side. So for Sri Lanka, when you're facing such an opponent here, just try your best. Just try your best. I have nothing much to say. Just try your best.
Really? Okay. I would, because for myself, I'm kind of like on the Adam camp, where I would be like, hey, let's go all in, right? Okay. Not just, I mean, obviously the positive coach speak is to be like, hey, try your best. Let's just, you know, continue on. We know what a Titan Hong Kong China are, but I do think that, like, let's not hold anything back. Let's go all in. Let's just, what do we have to lose at this stage, right? I mean, if they're already so much better, they're going to beat us regardless, but let's go out, you know, again, with everything in mind.
Yeah, I also understand where Sagi is coming from, because there's a lot of things at stake for sure. They would prefer to not lose any game whatsoever. So the fear of doing a mistake up on live TV, especially when they're out on the stage, a lot of people cheering at home, sometimes that fear can really get a hold onto you.
It's like, I would say, a double-edged sword. Sometimes people get motivated under tense situations, then you have like the dopamine, the adrenaline that pumps you up. And sometimes people get haunted by these moments on stage, piercing lines and everything. But that's for players to prove us wrong, because upcoming in will be Hong Kong, China, and also Sri Lanka taking the stage with this teaser video.
They have already shown they will not go down without a fight. Every moment in the gorge must be earned against them. Now they step forward, ready to push their opponents to the limit. Entering the arena, Sri Lanka!
They have made their presence known with dominant performance. They have shown exactly what they are capable of. Now ready to continue their march through the competition. Give it up for Hong Kong, China!
A battle between a young squad from Sri Lanka and an experienced bunch coming in from Hong Kong, China. This matchup will stir up the grouping coming in for Group D.
And as we go into this one, I think that a lot of expectations, right? Sri Lanka, how do they bounce back? How do they get back themselves into this, not only the series, but also the group here? But it's going to be Sri Lanka, Nisada, Parusa, Janith, Anjana, and Malka here, just rounding off the Sri Lanka squad, where, again, we have seen glimpses of hope and positivity, and I think that the team has that potential, but can they take on the Titan that is Hong Kong, China?
Yeah, that is the question, right? After seeing a lot of different matches, pretty sure they will be able to pick up a thing or two from all of those amazing matches that we've seen so far. but going against Hong Kong, China is definitely going to be a little bit more difficult.
I think it's definitely going to be difficult, right? At the end of the day, if you were to come in with a prediction, Hong Kong, China is definitely one of the group leaders and the main contenders here coming in from Group D. But I like something about Sri Lanka. The way that they are doing the goal strength strategy that you guys mentioned, the roamer item mid with the jungle item support role, really allows the Tarusha, the main core of their team, to really, I would say, flourish in that sense. Get all the goal and try to carry the game and break through.
Yeah, funneling the goal towards your jungle is one of the most important things that they have to get used to, and I think they really know what they're doing, and it all depends on whether or not they can continue it consistently. But this is the lineup for Hong Kong, China. We have Skin, Kahin, Hoa, Sumki, and Shishan. We do know that Hoa is such a good player in the mid lane, so scary for anyone going up against him.
A lot of history on this team. I mean, if you're talking about the pro scene, I mean, you know that Tikin is actually, he's from Fearless Esports. He played on Pause as well as AG in 2024. Then Miles Otus, right? Kahin. This is also a guy that's actually been there as well. Hawa has had some experience with Zoa as well, some key, excuse me. Both of them had been playing on AG. So a lot of that pro experience, but now they're bringing it again to the Asian Game Qualifier stage.
Like I mentioned, right, a very experienced squad, and we do see that there is a substitution coming in for the side of the roamer role. Yesterday, we saw the player called Kahing play the roamer role for the side of Hong Kong, China, and today they are bringing in Sintan for their roamer role instead. So it's going to be interesting how this new upcoming roamer player will affect the team from a fundamental-wise, or how it will create a chemical reaction in bringing them forward in this Group D.
Yeah, that's definitely true. They actually swapped it out. Probably we want to try to garner as much as experience as possible. But from Sri Lanka's side as well, they would want to be learning in this game a lot and not try to hold back. Again, holding back might be too much of a bad thing.
I don't think you ever want to hold back. I think we're always kind of talking about like, oh, how much are they going to bring? Do they want to be reserved? No. You saw that in the last series, right? When India, I know, let the man fly. Let him pick whatever heroes he wants because he's going to be comfortable. He's on his comfort heroes. He's able to excel. I expect both of these teams, if they want to play, you can't just be boxed in. You got to do what you want. You got to play your heroes.
Comfort is the name of the game here. If you are playing scrims and you can't be accustomed to the meta heroes and get comfortable with them, then maybe going back to the basics here, like Uzbekistan. They weren't comfortable with the meta picks, but when they came in with the Kaiser Dolia in their day 2 or their day 3 of their debut, they got back into a reverse sweep series, the first one that we had in the BO3 setting. So maybe that's a formula coming in for some of these emerging regions playing in a international or regional tournament.
So it seems like the pattern that we're seeing in the Asian Games qualifier is that maybe if you're stuck, maybe it's just so hard to progress. Going back to what you're comfortable with might be one of the best choices that you have, because it takes a lot of pressure out of your shoulder trying to second guess whether or not is this the right move that I'm making, is this the right brush that I'm hiding at, because you already have all of these muscle memories because you're comfortable with that hero and role.
And especially in game one, I think that you want to be a little bit more freewheeling, right? Let them just kind of play it out. If things didn't work, okay, let's just shore up some of the weaknesses. What are those mistakes? Is it a draft? Then you're looking to kind of, you know, hone in a little bit more in that sense. But I think that especially for game one, set the tone, go out aggressive.
Set the tone and an aggression. I like that statement coming in from you, Holler, here. As we jump right into the pick and ban here with Sri Lanka with the blue side here, we do see some of the high engaged capability heroes such as the Guan Yu and also the Maestro Nui has been banned away from the blue side here. And for Hong Kong, China, staple bans here, Ukyo Dachibana and Dolia removed from the pool.
Yeah, taken away from the blue side, right? Those are prime first picks for the blue side, right? And Sri Lanka right now, they're going to think about what they want to do in terms of direction. They're going to go a little bit, you know, not show all of their cards, and they're going to just pick up the tried and true Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, Lapu Lapu is such a good pick for sure. Looking at the bans coming in from Hong Kong, China as well, they actually take out Ukyo and Dolia, which is very, very annoying, very efficient in being used by Sri Lanka before. So that shows that they did their research for sure. The first two picks coming in from Hong Kong, China is going to be a lot of crowd control.
Very aggressive, right? The Xiao Xiao, the Dharma, a lot of damage as well, and the knockups that you've mentioned just now. And Xiao Xiao has been one of the underrated picks thus far in this tournament. It's not really about 103 Breeze, it's more on how you can apply damage. One good spell one coming in from the Xiao Xiao Boomerang, and you are essentially out of the laning phase if you do get hit from mid to late game.
Yeah, and one thing that we've noticed from Hong Kong China generally, I mean, we've only had one other series, is that they are not looking to, you know, like tailor their draft to something that's like one-dimensional, like a glass cannon style and looking to end the game. They are very balanced. They're looking to just play what's given, and again, a more traditional style of draft.
I think it's more fair to call it a default mode, maybe,
correct.
because it's very balanced, so that maybe they can react more within the game itself. So, oh, you know what, if we need to funnel more gold towards the Dharma, we can just leave the Dharma alone, let him farm. Or maybe if we want to play in a bit more passive way, we can try to make it in a way that the roamer plays much more aggressive to the front and try to open more so that we can farm much more passively at the back. So I think default maybe one of the most balanced and okay thing to do.
Yeah, it's like their muscle memory, right? Like they're already accustomed to a specific playstyle. Slow and steady wins the race. If you can be accomplished, you can like successfully repeat the fundamentals, the laning phase. Make sure that this exact matchup, you play it 100 times, you can master it 90 times. This jungle pathing, clear it up fast, make sure that you save those seconds on the jungle camps, and then you come out for the early ganks. Those are all the things that fundamentals can improve your gameplay in the long run.
Personally, jungle path is one of the most hardest thing for me to understand, because there's the shortest path and there's also the fastest and most richest path, which is two different things, right? So it's very hard to understand.
Yeah, and you're talking about slow and steady winning the race. It's like traditional tortoise and hare style. But for me, I want things fast. I want the Lamborghini. I want the Ferrari. I want to go, 120 miles an hour, just going reckless. Because those, to me, are the most fun games to watch. And being able to kind of just, where there's absolute chaos, that's kind of what I want to see. But it looks like the draft from Hong Kong, China, they're not going to be doing any of that.
Yeah, it's looking really slow and steady coming in from Hong Kong, China. It's like their bread and butter here, the way they are trained to actually play the game. China will be locking on the 4th pick here, checking out the pick and bans thus far. The second phase introduces bans like the Byron and Thiren Jie. And coming from Sri Lanka itself, we do see the Arlie and also the Zhang Fei being locked away. With Sri Lanka, their last pick is the Fatih and also the Consort Yu. Some of the good picks here that are able to counteract against the Nakoruru, the Dharma, and also the Fatih is also pretty decent in handling the laning phase against the Dharma and also the late game assassination attempts on towards that channel.
Yeah, right now we're trying to see what roam that Hong Kong, China is going to be picking out. But I do fear that the picks coming in from Sri Lanka is going to grant Holler what he wants, which is exactly the chaotic gameplay, the aggression that they might want to bring out, because these are the hero of an early game composition.
Definitely, and you have the Nakoruru, the Chano, a lot of damage, burst potential, plus everybody else is literally there to set you up, right? And it comes back to those two. If they get isolated in any way, they're going to have a tough time.
And this time around, coming in from the draft from Hong Kong, China, is looking really aggressive, I would say. Everything has a crowd control, everything has a trigger discipline, where the moment that they feel like they want to fight you, it's go time coming in from the red side draft. But let's do take a look on the Sri Lanka draft for a while now. It's really slow and steady. It's really back and forth. They are playing with front lines coming in from Tarush and Malka, making sure that there is room to farm for Anjana and also Nasanda in the clash and farm role here. It's a different approach coming in from the Sri Lanka draft, but this is game one between Sri Lanka and also Hong Kong, China, duking it out in Group D.
Thank you so much, Saki, as we start this one. Game number one of the 5th and final series of the day. I mean, going into this one, I mean, you knew that Sri Lanka were going to come out firing, right? And I think that this draft is pretty balanced. I'm not giving a huge edge to either of the squads, and right now it's all about execution.
And very interesting move coming in from Tarusha to actually join the mid lane to clear the waves first. But look at this, potentially an aggressive rotation coming in from Hong Kong, China. It seems like just try to steal as much economy as they can.
Yeah, this is a great start, right? And you're going to also leave Anjana and Sumki. Let those two kind of duke it out one-on-one. Nobody should get a huge advantage, as it looks like the pheasant is going to be stolen away. Hong Kong, China, again, this is that value. You went into the enemy jungle, you were rotating around. What was available, and they took that away.
Exactly, without losing anything, without being noticed at the same time. So I do believe that they're going to be continuing this until they have that goal advantage. What we do realize from Hong Kong, China is that they will never try to engage in a war that they think they're going to win in 50-50% chance. They will only take it if it's 70-30 or 80-20, somewhat like that.
Yeah, and it seems like, I mean, they didn't know who was coming in, who was stealing. It looks like, you know, Sri Lanka kind of need to install a couple more CCTV cameras, right?
That's true. And Hoa consistently using the Chow Chow this way, always throwing random first kills towards the enemy, trying to see if it could hit. If one sticks too much, they could be able to try to continue engage into a fight.
Yeah, how is going to be a problem? I mean, those fans, those Blasphemy fans are going to be a problem, right? The amount of damage that they can do. So Sri Lanka on the other side, I mean, if you're looking at like Janeth, Anjana, you know, they definitely can be vulnerable. They can be a little out of position and get hit by those things. So it really comes back to the positioning. And now it looks like Xingzhan is going to be just kind of stun locking a little bit, but there's a disengage.
A very interesting move coming in from Hong Kong, China, still trying to pressure out from the mid lane jungle, and they're trying to collect all as much as they can. See all of these small little things. Of course, it seems like it's a small thing, but a very good throw from Emalka, trying to steal away his own jungle.
I mean, you think it's small, but it's actually big in the long scheme of things. It's like the game of inches. Any sort of like steal away, any sort of, you know, jungle camp that you probably shouldn't have gotten, but taking it away, that thing swings quite a bit, especially in the early game. And we're not even 3 minutes in. We got a 1K lead for Hong Kong, China.
Almost be able to try to steal the Crimson Golem, but it seems like a teleportation might force a fight here, but it seems like he's just using it just to rotate back to his Azure Golem. Hong Kong, China really trying to focus and play in the long game.
In the long game. And I mean, it's going to set up by a really good early game, which it looks like they're going to even contest this as Golem. They actually found out Shinan, who's going to just get a two-man stun. The Tremor Smash is going to be used. They got a nice little play, but the Raging Sea in return. And it looks like Hawa getting a little bit low, gets the plan out, but he's going to be picked off. It's going to go first strike going the way of Sri Lanka as they make him pay. 3 members down from Hong Kong, China.
A great secretary blessing coming from them. It's a very good fight coming from Sri Lanka. He can go back to the top lane and try to get any objective that's left over there. I think that Sri Lanka actually managed to pull the kiting very nicely. Here we go. This is exactly what happened. The ultimate coming in from the Liampo actually started the war only towards the Janith. But then the rest of the team from Sri Lanka side did not receive any crowd control whatsoever, giving them the freedom to take down Hong Kong, China.
That was a great team fight by Sri Lanka. And also Tharusha, let's talk about that ghost ship. Locking Hawa down, getting him stuck into you where he's not able to run away. That is the perfect team fight to start off this game. And now the net worth lead has shifted in their favor.
A very good fight for sure, but it seems like they're trying to make sure that they can get the Tyrant. The vision is provided by Sinchan, but apparently he doesn't want to take any risk because his teammate is quite busy taking a lot of resources in the top lane.
Yeah, you're counting out Sri Lanka, and man, they're coming out firing here. Not even 5 minutes in. Yes, they are a little bit behind, but they're taking the big objectives. They've gotten 3 kills plus that Tyrant, and now it comes back to Hong Kong, China. They need to be aggressive. This is what you're doing when you're kind of like maybe losing the map control phase. You look to contest. Maybe you get the 50-50. It doesn't look like they get it here.
Rotation is being done by Hong Kong, China, still trying to focus down in the bottom lane because they know Sumki is nearby. They need to try to help him as much as he can. It seems like they're about to dive right into the tower.
Yeah, this is the perfect timing. The flash away is not going to get away from that. The Honey Sweet Breeze, and they will knock it down for Sumki, and they will take the bottom T1. Hong Kong, China with a great rotate.
So clean, right? The way they rotate from the back, and they know that there's nowhere he can go. Anjana really cannot do anything over there, but look at this damage coming in from Kahin. He really tried to punish down Nisanda, but it seems like he managed to run away.
Yeah, but you kind of knew that was the situation for Anjana, right? He was all by himself. It was just a matter of time, but they lost the bottom T2. That entire push from Hong Kong, China, they're like, okay, we don't care about kills, but we'll figure out and take objectives away, and this is how we're going to win this game.
Seems like they're trying to focus down towards the mid lane. He was recalling in the middle, out in the open, and Flash has been used by Sakin.
Yeah, Nisanda down for the count on this one. Sakin making him pay. This is a guy that we've seen time and time again. His alias, his IGN, is actually Snow. He has a lot of history on the Hong Kong esports scene. Just remember to respect his name, but this is actually the first time we've been calling him by his actual name, Sakin.
Oh, okay. Very interesting right there. They're going to try to clear out the minion as much as possible in the mid lane, and the rotation is going to be done by Hong Kong China, putting Zakin at bottom lane. But look at how they're trying to slowly creep forward, trying to see if there's any chance for them to start a team fight. But it seems like they're still trying to hold back. Sri Lanka, a lot of respect coming out from them, but they have no vision towards the Crimson Golem.
Yeah, and the rich get richer, right? They've shifted things. They were able to take that away. They had the vision game, and it looked like Sri Lanka were not willing to fight. They had chances, mind you. If we're talking about this gold graph, it was definitely in their favor. But Hong Kong China, the way that they're efficiently taking things off of the map, yes, they might be down in kills, but they're getting the neutrals, which is actually helping accelerate this farm here.
I agree, and they are suffocating Sri Lanka away from any economical advantage. But it seems like Tremor Smash coming in.
Yeah, he's looking to go for that backside, but the ghost ship is going to be used. He's actually on the other side of that, and Malka's going to be taken down. They get the freeze on a Shinsan, who's going to get away, but they've gotten what they wanted, the Azure Golem, as well as that kill.
Any other team would have just continued trying to continue that team fight after getting a Malka, but Hong Kong China is just so disciplined, doesn't want to do any unnecessary mistakes at all. Also because of what happened just now in the earlier fight, right? Because they got punished, and it's been proven that Sri Lanka can actually still fight against them, even though they had one hand tied behind their back.
Yeah, and actually, it's a huge confidence boost, right? When you're able to go in, and you know, that early game has been largely in favor of Sri Lanka at moments, but the way that Hong Kong has just completely weathered the storm, and in the past like 3 minutes, shifted it back to like all of a sudden to like a 4K net worth lead. That is absolutely massive for Hong Kong China.
They're really controlling the entire map, and Fateh hasn't even finished his Doomsday just yet, but we can see Axe of Torment is done. He's on the way to maybe make a Glacial Buckler after this, but definitely a very high damage coming in from Fateh. It seems like he was the cause of why Hong Kong China lost a lot of their heroes just now.
Yeah, if you're looking at the roles, all of the different pieces, every single head-to-head has been in favor of Hong Kong China, and they've gotten that. There's a reason why they've grown this lead to about 6K at this point, because all of the lanes winning, and then, again, taking more of the farm and being very jungle efficient.
Also focusing on all objectives, but it seems like he's gonna go down from the Sunda. There's nothing his teammate can do.
Yeah, Tharusha is on the run, but the ghost ship is not going to be locking him down. It's a double strike going the way of Sumki. That's the worst guy to feed.
A very good fight coming in from Hong Kong China. They managed to steal 2 heroes away from Sri Lanka. They can focus down towards the mid lane. This is the tier 1 mid lane, by the way, very important. But
they're going for the flank. The Honey Breeze, the flash away. That's a nice one. Janith will get off, but he actually runs into the wrong side. Kahin taking him down, the mid T1 down as well.
Seems like they're trying to punish him, but it seems like Kahin is so ready to go back in.
Yeah, Kahin, though, he's getting walked down here. A couple shots, and that last one, not enough to take down Kahin, just baiting him away. Space created top lane, top T2 down.
That's exactly what happened. The space is so valuable that they managed to get a tier 2 tower, which is very effective and efficient. They can just keep on doing the same thing over and again. Having Sakin pushing the side lane, or maybe just sending Kahin like right now, and putting away their attention.
Yeah, and actually it's one of those things. It's like, look at my left hand, look at my left hand. But it's like the right hand that's doing all the damage. And you kind of saw that in the top lane. And the Rage C will connect on the 2, but there's really no follow-up. He does get the charge, but Amalka is going to be left for all alone as he gets picked off. They find Janeth as well.
No one can save him at that point, but at the same time, they're sending the Sanda towards the top lane. This might be quite smart in my opinion, because they have to send someone to the back to try to defend their tower to make sure that they don't lose any towers.
Yeah, so you're going to look to trade the top T1 away for this mid T2. Hong Kong China not able to find Tharusha, but this bottom lane is pushing. Sri Lanka, they probably need to figure out some way to hold. They're not going to be able to in this bottom lane.
You know, Liampo is going to be ready with the Tremor Smash anytime soon. He is very trigger disciplined, but we can also see Nasanda is going to go down in the hands of the Nakororo. Kahin is really unforgiving. He will go and punish you if you go into his side of the map.
Yeah, Nasanda was in the top lane just happily pushing, and then Kahin's just like, yeah, hold my beer. I'm going to get this one. He goes all the way up top. He's like an assassin style, just completely burst him, and then that just completely limits or takes away that top lane push.
Yeah, we all know. At this point, Kahin's damage is quite high. So
yeah.
Anyone's going to get burst now, even though Nasanda actually has Sacred Tree Blessing or maybe even a Pure Sky, but there's nothing he can do at this point. Sumki is going to be able to get the Tyrant, even though they had Primal Bond for a bit, but he is fine. Sakin is going to be focusing down at the bottom lane. They're all trying to prepare for what's potentially going to come afterwards. They sent the Shadow Vanguard towards the top lane.
They're so far up right now. Kahin right now with a 3-level differential, 2 now with against Darusha, and now they've all joined up, and it looks like they want to siege this mid T3. Shadow Vanguard in the top lane, so they've got even more push coming, but the Raging Sea only onto 1, not too much value. Xinjiang will just happily tank that.
Yeah, they will not try to force this one out too much, still trying to be disciplined, and this is what really matters for them, right? Not trying to force unnecessarily, because they don't really have to. They can just try to let it all play out until one mistake comes out from Sri Lanka.
It's so patient, right? They'll push with the Shadow Vanguard as well, and now they're looking to go, this is that space, and they instantly delete Jonathan. He's going to be taken out. Darusha's getting a little bit low himself, but Sumki with just enough taking him down as well. They're diving the Crystal. They had just barely taken the top T3, and now Hong Kong, China looking to just end this. They find Asanda. They're going to get the ace, and they will take game number 1.
I'm in awe with how they managed that comeback after that 3 takedown given over to the side of Sri Lanka in the early game. Hong Kong China's resistance towards these things and how they pace themselves patiently is just really worth it for other teams to learn.
I agree. That definitely very, very hard. The patience, the trigger discipline. Actually, the moves and the skill set that they were throwing out just now, it's not really that complicated to do, but the macro gameplay coming in from Hong Kong, China is just so complex and so high that it's very hard for us to have that perfect kind of macro to be done like that.
Macro, the exact thing that is allowing Hong Kong, China to claw back into that game. You'll be thinking like, okay, 3 takedowns go over to the side of Sri Lanka, and you'll be thinking like, oh, is this a potential like smooth mid-game coming in for the blue team? Then Hong Kong, China, they start taking down towers, left, right, countering camps, building the goalie into a 5,000 comfort, and then bringing the game back with pickoffs and team fighting. Slow and steady, but they did win this Game 1 race.
Slow and steady, and I mean, emotionally just very neutral in that sense. Like, because again, in the beginning, there are moments where you're like, hey, we're losing. We're down 3 kills. Things are not looking great for us. And then some people can kind of, you know, they get a little enraged, but they've been there. They understand. They're like, hey, this game is far from over. We're going to continue to use our jungle efficiency.
Yeah, definitely. And I think they really know how to pull it off very well without losing anything at all. I think there's a term for this, min-maxing. That's what they were doing the entire time, and which is also how they managed to get a 10,000 goal lead within a couple of minutes, which is very, very effective.
I think it comes by experience as well, right? Where you utilize the least amount of mistakes after that specific play. It's like how you stop bleeding. It's like they immediately found that little patch and patched it up, and then they start playing back to basics. It's like, okay guys, a little blunder in the early game, not the end of the world. Let's make a comeback, let's reset our mental, and then let's claw it back slowly into an even and start overtaking their opponents by doing what they have to do.
Which is also why I think they were trying to stop the bleeding, but at the same time, they weren't bleeding in the first place. So what were they trying to stop if they're still trying to really playing very, very much safe, right? So that is literally trying to max out everything that they have.
I mean, they had such a great game, right? I mean, in that beginning, yeah, it's bleeding, but they're just like flesh wounds, right? They're very early, they're superficial, not really deep in terms of the cut. And the Hong Kong, China, the way that they're, again, able to just overcome. Hey, 3 members down, don't care. But if you're looking at other squads, if they were down 3, they lost that buff, things would have gone terribly for them. But Hong Kong, China, again, the ability to rebound, key for this team.
Patience is a virtue, and it is shown through the Hong Kong-China gameplay here. But you gotta give props to Sri Lanka. They did try, and the early game where they fought back and immediately reacted towards that play, that was pretty fast, I would say. And they actually capitalized on Hong Kong-China's over-aggression, which we don't really see from yesterday, where they wanted to invade, brought 3 men in towards the Sri Lanka jungle, but then you're wondering, like, why are you fighting the enemy jungle 3-4 minutes? As we talk about, if you're in the enemy jungle, you do 15% lesser damage 3-4 minutes.
That's probably why they managed to pull out a very nice fight coming up from Sri Lanka, but also the positioning coming from Nisanda, managing to get Circuit Tree Blessing before that fight was quite crucial as well. It's just that the 15% damage reduction is so effective that Hong Kong cannot pull it off that cleanly. But again, the bravery to have to actually, you know what guys, we can actually defend this, we can actually try this out, and they proved it.
Yeah, they defended. I mean, especially in that initial push with that jungle invade, they got those 3 kills, but and you're going to feel great at that point, right? You're like, we're up 3-0, we're in a great spot. And then, unfortunately for them, those are the last kills they got in the entire game. That has got to feel kind of bad.
Really bad. I mean, you were thinking like, oh, this is a pretty good early game here. How do I convert it into a win? Now Hong Kong China's like, nope, that's all you get. You can't be greedy. It's our turn now. And they just went all in, and all of a sudden, it's a easiest move game coming from Hong Kong China.
The damage coming in from Hong Kong China, most of them is definitely from Soom K, thanks to all the space that he has coming in with having the roamer and the jungle always rotating for him to have a immense amount of space to be able to do a lot of damage during the team fights.
Also because of the Chano pick. I mean, how many times was he able to get like the perfect soaring signals to just kind of ensure that that damage continues? Like, the Chano pick has been incredibly strong here.
Especially on this hands of this farm lane player, right? But let's check out the goal graph on what exactly went down. So you can see that small little up at the 4th minute mark, where Sri Lanka got the little tyrant that on towards the bottom side, where they were like off a fresh start, right? Because in the early game, in the laning phase, before that 3 kills happened for the side of Sri Lanka in their own blue buff, things were looking pretty good for Hong Kong China. They got every single little objective, the Fire Beak, the Spike-tailed Beast, and then the map resource. All the laning phase, it went smoothly for Hong Kong China, but they capitalized. Sri Lanka, they did, and they pulled it go back to even at 4th minute.
This gold graph is basically the same thing as the happiness level of the Sri Lanka team, right? Like, it's like, it's not so great, but then, they invaded, okay, we were up 3-0, and then everything else straight down, unfortunately.
That means a stressful situation, right? I feel like if like anyone else were to play with the Hong Kong China team, they will definitely have to be able to handle the pressure, because if you do a small miss-up, things will go really bad, and this is the upcoming highlights here for the early games fights. Here we see the immediate engage coming from Sinzan and also Isaiah Hoa, but they overestimated their early game damage because there is the Sparkling debuff in the jungle here. You can't do too much damage, you overdove yourself, and you sacrifice 3 kills. But it's the subsequent plays coming in from the red team Hong Kong China that actually brought them back in towards these games. Plays from bot side, plays on towards the top side, and when this moment actually came around, it was the deal that actually snowballed all of them towards that late game.
Yeah, again, the movements, every movements were all calculated, were all, no time wasted. There's no wasted movements, that's the thing. There's always something that Hong Kong China was doing just now, and everything is just so effective coming in from them. I think there's almost no stopping them, except if the other team, as if Sri Lanka, also do not do any mistakes whatsoever, and at least try not to lose their own side of the jungle, small little resources, before any big invasion happens.
It's one thing to kind of get that start in terms of those kills, but then it's a way to, again, you got to turn it into objectives. You got to like push out the lanes a little bit more. You got to be a little bit more efficient with that. And Sumki here literally putting the other team to sleep here, as they was 5-0-5, didn't die a single time. 32% of the team's damage, pretty insane here.
In a rather, I would say, chaotic game, he was the most consistent factor out of the Hong Kong China team that brought the team's victory with no worries, right? This is why Chano is such a destructive pick on the proper hands. Strong early game laning phase and a good late game damage output on this single pick.
Yeah, definitely. We do know Soom K is a very good player, and Hong Kong China is going to be trying their very best again one more time after this. Sri Lanka, is there anything that they can change about the gameplay? I am not too sure if there is enough time for them to adapt. But maybe if they pick heroes that are more leaning towards early game, maybe they can try something much more aggressive.
I think that the Sri Lanka, I mean, this is something that I was actually shocked when those moments were happening, right? Yeah. To really take the fight to Hong Kong China and to have that lead. If they're able to continue on, but they able to compound off of that success into more success to turn it into, again, map control, that could have been a very different game. So I still have hope for Sri Lanka. I do think that the potential is there, especially after what we just saw in Game 1.
It's the movement that counts, right? Where if you can move as efficient coming in against Hong Kong China and combat them at the objective points, because objective doesn't mean Tyrant or Overlord only. It comes into towers and how you defend the waves, because sometimes when you lose the laning phase, you lose the minions, and minions gold is higher than it kills gold. Like minions is about like 230 gold total. Elimination is about like 150. So if you really lose the lane, the after effect comes in much deeper, right? So let's say you come for the objective. It also counts as buffs, towers, minions, or things like the jungle monsters. All these are objectives, and if it gets traded and stolen away coming in by Hong Kong China, if you're on Sri Lanka side, the goal lead will always be wide open between you and the opponent.
I agree. That's what they want. They want that advantage early on. But do you know what our advantage is? We are at Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, our venue sponsor. Thank you so much, official venue and hotel partner of 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings.
And as we go into this one, of course, day 5, we've been here at the Marriott Petaling Jaya. We've had a great time in terms of the games that we've seen and been able to kind of, get into this one. But again, let's talk a little bit more about this one. Sri Lanka have moments, have opportunities. But Sagi, again, your coach of Sri Lanka, what are you telling them?
Play as 5.
Play as 5? Okay.
Play as 5, move as 1, try to react to plays Hong Kong, China is trying to propose. Because so far in this tournament, you can see emerging regions, they have this issue where when you don't have enough numbers, you're still trying to force a play. Where you're seeing like more mature teams coming in from Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, Myanmar, or even Hong Kong, China. The way that they play is that numbers advantage always give them the edge in team fights or skirmishes. That's the first thing that Sri Lanka needs to be checking on. Numbers advantage. Do we meet it 50-50 or is it a 5-5?
Yeah, that's the question, right? We probably would prefer to meet by 50-50, and
correct.
That's the best thing to do for sure. And right now we want to see whether or not Sri Lanka is going to try their very best to go with maybe different hero picks. Something that India actually did just now, just go crazy. I think what India did was probably a bit too late because they are already confirmed to be at the bottom 2. Maybe Sri Lanka should try something like that, but try earlier before they're actually confirmed all the way down.
I don't really mind Sri Lanka's picks. I felt like they were comfortable on it. They were definitely proficient on them. It was, again, more about the team play and the execution and how Hong Kong, China were extracting resources across the map and taking things away from you.
I like it. Efficiency, right? Where we talk about, you can play safe. But playing safe is not the answer if you're not playing efficiently. You can be careful, but when you are not wanting to be proactive, not wanting to be moving for objectives, not wanting to do a single play and just hope that the enemy makes a mistake, what if the enemy doesn't make a mistake? You'll be forever in the reactive side and everything will be capitalized by your opponent.
Sometimes trying to counter meta might be a little bit worse than trying to do something with your own meta, something that you want to do yourself. Maybe they have an idea that you might want to try to, at minute 1, just all in towards the enemy blue buff. Maybe something like that. Just force it out, knowing even though that, Hong Kong China is a very good team, very scary team, we can't do this, but just try it out.
It's to throw off their tempo, right? If you can throw off their original game, put them in with discomfort, maybe you have a shot when you are trying as a lower position or a less experienced team, challenging a stronger and much more mature team like Hong Kong, China.
Yeah, I kind of look at this too. Sorry, I'm going to just go a different direction in terms of this. Like with chess, right? You have a really good early game, and you're going up against the chess master who has seen this time and time again. They're able to, like billions of matches that they've already played. Yeah. So like mid to late game, they're going to just close you out. But if you're able to get a little bit of an edge early, maybe you catch them out. Kind of like what they did in game 1. Yeah. If they're able to continue that success, that might give them a chance. But again, if they're behind and you're up against the chess master, gotta help you, man.
The analogy is great because it's things that are out of the expectation that you can catch your opponents off guard. Maybe it might not work always, but it's worth a shot.
Yeah, I agree with that because sometimes we confuse them. It might just throw them off their feet and they would be surprised. Because if it's a surprise to us, it might also be a surprise to the other team as well, right? So we do have a Charlotte. We also have an Arlian idea for Hong Kong, China, which is a very strong start for sure. But they have yet to pick any hero for the front line to open the map aggressively.
I want to say that we're also chess master casters. Nothing will surprise us, Adam. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. We're gonna have to find out. I mean, they still can. At the end of the day, we've seen a lot of interesting picks today in and of itself, especially with like the Schwantz, the Wukong. So they've definitely kind of kept us on our toes, so to speak.
Yep, and coming into the second phase of the draft right now, we do see Lady Zen being picked up, and you were wondering like, hey, where's the front line coming in from Hong Kong, China? There you have it. It's a Bai Chi going in towards the jungle role for the jungle of Ka Hin's hand. So that's going to be an interesting one. And then the Angela is used to directly counter out against some of these frontline picks coming in from Sri Lanka. One good Chaos Cinder and you are gone.
But there is a possibility that the Charlotte might be the one that goes to the jungle, right? So this is going to be quite interesting if that actually happens as well. We do have the Lady Zhen that's going to be picked out as the 4th hero from Sri Lanka. They're still trying to look for their best jungle at this situation. They need an assassin because they already have a Lianpo, and they're going with Zilong.
Actually, I prefer a Charlotte jungle over a Baichi one, but that's just my preference. What do you think?
Same.
For me, in the usual case, maybe yes, but since we're playing a Diadea, usually we want to pair Diadea up with a strong front line, like a Dun or like a tank in general, right? But now you have the Diadea. I think Baichi jungle has decent clear, can pair up the Diadea to pump in more heals after level 4. I think it makes much more sense having the Baichi in the jungle.
Well, there you go. I think he's doing it just for the fact that he's got the skin, maybe, you know?
Oh, the Playground Hunter, right?
Playground Hunter.
Yeah.
Boom, sponsored post. Boom, count it.
So smooth to handle it. But yeah, that is the one. They're gonna go with Baichi at the jungle from Hong Kong, China. Can Sri Lanka handle this aggression coming in from Hong Kong, China? This is what we're going to be seeing, because we can assume there's going to be a lot more other jungle evasions.
Yeah, gotta believe right now. Yeah, I mean, if you're a Sri Lanka fan, this is that moment to really bounce back. I mean, yeah, I think you had opportunities in the first game. It's again about surviving the early to mid. Get yourself a great chance, a little bit of a head start, if you will, and again, turn this game on its head.
To be honest, in the previous game, actually Sri Lanka survived the early game before they won that eliminations, right? They actually managed to survive, but here we go. They really get their first kill very early on, and Anjana is the first victim.
Okay, you were just talking about surviving the early game, and then that happened, right?
Yeah.
Come on, Adam. Like, I feel like you're not giving him much of a chance.
I'm trying my best here. Somehow they just want to prove me wrong.
You got to say it the other way for Hong Kong, China. You got to make it seem like bad for them. You know what I mean? So that you kind of, jinx both sides.
Oh, okay, I'll try that one out. Let's see how it goes. Charlotte is still up top, facing Dharma for now, and it seems like Arlie is gonna have quite a comfortable time farming as well. Are they going to give it to Arlie at this early of the stage? Okay, no.
No. Just to speed things up. I mean, the lane wasn't, the minions were nowhere there. So he's, again, providing value by making things a little bit more efficient for Kahin. He's, of course, your win condition. And letting that man farm as the way he's doing, that's the one where you're kind of like accelerating, because you're getting everything in terms of the gold sharing as well.
Actually, yeah, it's very interesting on how 4 people can actually do gold sharing as well, and actually benefit quite a lot from it. Very aggressive and brave coming from him, while Kahin was actually busy trying to rotate to the top. This is what Hong Kong China keeps on doing. Every time they have an advantage, they try to go and invade the jungle.
He lost nothing. That's the perfect way. Right now, they're like, oh, wow, they are not afraid to play. Shinshan jumping on that guy. Like Sri Lanka right now, again, playing a little bit scared. They're like, oh, wow, like how aggressive they can be. Now, how do we kind of maneuver around that so that we don't get jumped again?
Within 1 minute, 1,500 gold is already in front for Hong Kong China, which is extremely insane. And Sekin is going to be quite ready to prepare for maybe potentially a red buff invasion.
And now it looks like they're going to look to go for this Crimson. They get the mini stun as well.
Oh, look at the blazing brilliance going out, and all the damage coming up from them. Nisanda managed to actually run away. The first death going to Shinchan. That is a quick punishment.
Yeah, nobody cares about roamers. Roamer lines don't matter. So I think they're going to be happy with that. Plus, they've got the Crimson Golem. So I think overall the team is going to be fine. Obviously, Shinshan is like, yo, this kind of, roam life does suck at times when we're getting jumped, right?
Is that why you moved to the Clash?
Yeah. That used to be me, right? I felt that guy's pain, and I was like, why am I putting myself in this situation, right? I don't want to get punched in the face anymore.
The unsung hero, no problem. Well, I'll make a song about you one day. It seems like Malka is actually quite nearby, and he's gonna play quite safely. He's not gonna go to the front and open the vision for the entire team. And it also seems that, oh, interesting. Lady Shen is actually buying roaming item, and we can see Malka is also buying jungle item tank.
Yeah.
Which is very different.
It is very different. But I think that you're also looking at the priority of how the net worth will be looking to go. Jonathan will literally sacrifice all of his farm for Tharusha, who is your win condition. Anjana is going to be the late game to get them over the hump. But Amalka, again, he doesn't need to go for that roam, because if Jonathan is sacrificing, he doesn't need it.
I'm quite worried for Anjana, actually, because he's sharing gold with the Liampo, but he does have the jungle item, right? So he's not going to really actually share that much. Again, they're going to be able to get the Tyrant pretty quickly. But Sri Lanka is going to be focusing on the Overlord without no problem whatsoever. It seems like they're going to try to force it out. Sekin is quite nearby, trying to find Tharusha. Tharusha is going to run away to safety, because the Hong Kong China is still focusing down on the Crimson Golem without no problem whatsoever. wow, what just happened?
Yeah, well, Janath was rotating. I mean, as that support was looking to help support, I mean, the overload was happening. There was no way they steal it away from Tarusha, who had the smite up, right? Kahin was actually making the rotation there, but they did make Janath pay, and then because of the fact that they know the timers, they were able to take the Crimson Golem. So again, a lot of value and more gold in the coffers of Hong Kong, China.
Talking about timers, they are aware that the blue buff timer is already up and they can try to make an regression here, but he just got the blue buff just in the nick of time, and the rotation is going to be done by Sumki back towards the bottom lane where he just lost the tower.
Yeah, and so we've been talking about it all day today, right? In terms of just like how teams play around timers. And you also have the timer of the jungle camps, the buffs when they're available. So you revolve around that. You look to rotate, you look clear the wave, then you're looking to go in.
Look at how high the damage coming in towards the Sandra. That's a very efficient move coming in. Kahin wasted no time using lane waste.
Yeah, so the way that they did it is that they cleared the wave, then they made their way up, they got the kill, and they're continuing to push. So now this is that value. What sort of objective are they getting? It looks like they're going to take the bottom T1 off of that kill.
Getting that tower, because they have an advantage of 1+ hero at this area, is a very effective situation apparently. And also having Sekin always checking the side lanes, making sure there's no split pushing opportunities going to be given to Tarusha is quite interesting.
Cutting the wave, I mean, this is going to be even tougher for Nisanda, especially in that top lane. They're looking to contest this Crimson Golem. They're going to give it up for free. Sri Lanka just caught left wanting and just watching them.
I'm just excited to see if Emalka is going to try something aggressive moving towards the front. Maybe use the ultimate coming in from Liampo, trying to maybe open a war before someone else does it first. Because right now, he's trying to play defensively.
Yeah, so I don't like it as an initial starter because when you do the Tremor Smash, generally speaking, you springboard so far, the mobility of the rest of the guys aren't there, right? Yep. So I look at him as like that counter initiator, right?
Yeah.
So Tarusha can be the guy. Maybe he just attracts them. Then Asanda coming in with the Malka on that Tremor Smash. So that's the Wombo combo, but they gotta set it up. It's not gonna be easy to do.
Theoretically, it sounds easy, but it is definitely not. Nisanda is all the way up top. He is alone. He's trying to do a split push. It seems like it's quite effective right now. Throwing Hong Kong, China off guard. Right now, their tempo has changed a little bit because Charlotte has been sent towards the top, forced to defend.
Forced to defend, but still has that advantage. I think Skin will be very happy with that because the Charlotte will start to scale, will be a problem mid to late game. And whenever you're getting some sort of value, you don't want to go too far. I mean, it's not about the team fight right now. They're pushing on all three ends and literally like taking off all of the jungle resources. So he's going to be happy because he wants to carry as well.
Xinjiang forever ready, trying to help Hawa out of any bad situation. At the bottom lane, we still have Somki trying to take down the tier 2 tower without no problem whatsoever. Sakin is also quite nearby, trying to see what's the position of Nisanda. They know Nisanda is nearby, but they don't want to make a wrong move.
Yeah, look at how Kahin is just rotating around the map. I mean, he was making his way to the south one because they thought that they would defend the bottom T2, but he cut it off and he was incredibly scary.
Put your attention towards this one. A very good ultimate blazing brilliance coming in from the Angela. Double strike has been given to Sumki. Behind them, they still Sakin trying to chase Anjana, and they managed to get all of them. All 5 of them has been put down.
That's a quadra strike, right? And just like that, it looks like they're going to potentially end the game off of this ace. I mean, the bottom T3 is going to be great in terms of just being able to take down those minions. So it's going to buy Sri Lanka a little bit of time before they go in. But as we go into this replay, look, he's trying to go for the burst ram. He gets frozen near the Tremor Smash, and they go all in together. They get caught on the edge, but then it was a little too far. And even on the backside, you're seeing King doing some serious work, finding the damage dealers, and just taking them down.
Eventually, all the finishers actually goes to Sumki. That's the most important thing. He actually got quadra strike, which is super, super effective. And I think that this is going to be very good for him because a lot of goals going to be funneled down towards him. He also is using Frenzy, so he's going to be able to really benefit from the extra lifesteal and physical attack coming in from Frenzy. They can try to focus as fast as possible to move towards the bottom tower if they want to.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, giving it the gold to Sumki is probably worst case scenario. Probably, yes. But the rest of them, they know what to do with the gold if they were given it as well. So getting the Quadra Strike on Asumki is probably not a great spot for Sri Lanka here. But now they're looking to split push because, again, you need a little bit of breathing space.
Oh, no. He knows he's right there. Nisana's going to try to run away. But very good power gradation. But Sumki is here. He does have all the Doomsday and Spark Forge. He has to run away as soon as he can. But Nisana seems like he's quite okay. But Sokin is not done yet. It's going to go in. But there's not going to be any support or backup coming in from the rest of the Sri Lanka.
Yeah, you can't get away from this Hong Kong-China lineup. I mean, the mobility that they have, if you get caught out once, you're just going to get run down. I mean, the Monk has his own mobility, but it's an Arlie and a Charlotte. Those guys can find ways to just speed burst and get even on top of you.
But look at this, Lei Weiss is quite effective of managing to pull Anjana into the team fight, and Janith has to run away. Destructive Deluge has been used just now. The high ground tower in the mid lane has also been destroyed, and Hong Kong-China looking to try to destroy the crystal.
I mean, they're doing everything well. They're just going to wait and bide their time, but now they go in.
Tremor Smash has been used. Look at this. A very good ulti coming from the Zilong, but it seems like he's going to go down very quickly. Double strike has been given towards the Angela. And the last one also goes down. The Crystal is going to be focused by Hong Kong, China. A very clean game coming from them with 14 strikes versus 2 strikes to Sri Lanka.
I mean, it's looking like it's going to be the end. He just tried to maybe go for the minion wave. No way Anjana makes that save. And it looks like Hong Kong, China are going to take a clean 2-0 sweep in the series.
Further cementing themselves coming in towards Group D here. Currently, their score is 4-0 in terms of the match points. And in terms of series, they're comfortably at a 2-0 after this defeat, sending Sri Lanka further down the depths of this Group D.
We knew Group D was going to be tough. We knew Hong Kong, China were very good, and they were definitely one of the favorites in the group. But to see them perform on the stage and the way they do it, man, it's clean, and it is incredibly fun to watch a team like this.
Yeah, incredibly fun for sure. And the fact that they did not go down without a fight, that's the fun of it, right? Because Sri Lanka actually tried their very best. Also, we saw on how the rotation coming in from Hong Kong, China was just too fast. And they already cleared all of their own resources until to a point where even the farm lane joined the jungle trying to clear the red buff just to make everything quicker. And you know what? It works.
It really works, right? As we saw from the highlights later on that we can see, it's about the early jungle invasions, right? How they managed to get the lane win coming in towards the mid lane. I appreciate the enthusiasm and the proactiveness in going to try the mid lane roam build into the jungle funnel strategy, because you need mid to be able to buy the knowledge gem. You need roam to be able to buy the jungle item so you can cross out that effect. But that's the problem, right? You have a Bai Chi, Charlotte, and also a Diadia, so much healing. Yeah. But you're delaying the Venomous Staff so slow on that Lady Zhen. I don't think that's really much of a value, considering the fact that Zilong is also not the best hyper carry jungler that can benefit off so much gold.
Yeah, I think they were taking a huge risk with this kind of itemization, right? Because usually people would just go straight away with a proper roaming item for a Liampo and not the Lady Zhen's gonna buy the roaming item. But I think they might have an idea that they want to try to apply, and where better could they try to apply rather than at this match.
Yeah, a little bit more standard build, a little bit more standard play, maybe a little bit more standard draft. I'm not a huge fan of the Zilong pick. I think it can be a little underwhelming. We didn't see too much value in this game because I feel like just like Hong Kong, China were just able to roll in it.
I think it also goes back to our discussion just now. Would you play meta against a team that is far above your league, or would you want to try something that is potentially feasible? Maybe like a pocket pick or a comfort pick like the Zilong, or also the roam item mid, right? Because this is not the first time that we've seen Tarusha and also the mid lane do this kind of combination. Before this, when they played their first series, they also tried the exact same way.
Yeah, I think I myself would actually try to do these pocket picks, make it a bit different, try to take more risk, because for sure, even the enemy team wouldn't be expecting of the same thing. I believe in one thing. If I don't know what I'm doing, maybe the enemy wouldn't too.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're picking like a crazy pick, it definitely makes sense, right? Yeah. But I do think that the crazy pick probably needs to be within the realm of meta heroes.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there has to be, I mean, there's like 5 or so. Yeah. You got to probably play at least one of those, right? And to continue, like, there's a reason why it's meta. It's
correct.
Generally speaking, probably stronger.
I think it's about how you can make your composition make sense, right?
Yeah.
Because so far, if your composition doesn't make sense from the get-go, like, I understand. you want to be funneling gold to your jungle so that your jungle has a decent lead in making sure that they can find impact. But I think it's not really feasible to give it over to a Zilong per se. Because if you give it over to Zilong, it's like, yeah, you jump in and then you get blown apart, you trade like 1-for-1, and that's everywhere of your gold going into the dumpster, right? And you can start to see, like you can see Charlotte, Baichi, Diadea, so much healing. But where's the venomous staff coming in from the side of Lady Zhen?
Yeah, that's the most important thing, right? For the Lady Zhen to actually get venomous staff as soon as possible to reduce any sort of healing coming in from Hong Kong, China. But maybe not everyone really focus down on the supporting items. Sometimes they want to really focus on getting damage first. But again, this Janith, the mid lane, is the one who bought the roam item, Redemption.
Yeah, it was all about sustain, right? Hong Kong, China were able to just, again, take some damage and then just like out-heal it, right? And I think that Xinjiang did a good job of just ensuring that they had that sustaining moment so that the team fights could continue. Plus, they have burst and the control from everything that you needed. Just a really good draft by Hong Kong, China.
And Sumkey is still the heart of the team thus far on those farm lane picks. You can see the damage output similar to that channel game previously. Very clean stuff overall from the Hong Kong China team. Although we did see some blunders coming from Xinjiang in the early game invasion, but I think it's still okay because Xinjiang traded himself, but he got the Crimson Golem into the pockets of the side of Kahin. So I think that's a worth it case.
Yeah, I was about to mention that they actually have a few mistakes early on, but I agree with Hagi as well. And I also think that other teams might be watching and they might see on how to try to counter Hong Kong China for the next upcoming matches. Pretty sure this is a very important match for them to watch and observe and have a replay on how Sri Lanka actually managed to get the first 5 heroes, the first 3 heroes, my mistake, in the first game just now.
Yeah, so, I mean, when you're watching that, though, I'm like, that's not a whole lot of data. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's hard to kind of get specific items. Maybe, you know, like the movements and things like that. You're not really getting too much because it was, you know, a little bit of a shorter game, right?
Yeah.
You need them to play a little bit longer and to kind of sustain and not have a gold graph that just completely shifts in, of course, Hong Kong, China's favor.
I think the better thing to observe when you're watching Hong Kong China games is not your own mistake. You can definitely improve, that's a fact, but how they move as a team and how are they playing around objectives. Sure, you can see some takedowns being traded left and right in the first game, those 3 takedowns going over to Sri Lanka, and that one takedown over to the idea just not in the red side jungle. But these are the things that Hong Kong China does well. Yeah, you take those takedowns. We take the objectives and we still build the gold lead going in from there. Maybe in another realm where you see another team going against Hong Kong China, it's more towards these small objectives. We need more skirmishes in stopping them from getting free access.
Ultimately, I think it all goes down back towards Hong Kong China's macro because their macro is just insanely good, stupidly good that I think everyone needs to learn the way they rotate, the way they do things so quickly and not wasting a single second from point A to point B. Okay, done, point A to point B, point A to point B. I think that's what they do best. And if other things could just try to at least mimic what they're doing, pretty sure the economy situation is going to be so much better.
Yeah, it will definitely be better. But look at every single highlight fight, right? All of them had been started by Hong Kong China. The way that they're able to jump. Somebody gets out of position or there's like two members, boom, everybody goes. They have the mobility, they're just jumping on top of you, and it's an all-out retreat. You cannot team fight when you get somebody picked off and you're fighting 4 versus 5 early.
And I like the combo chain coming in for the side of Hong Kong China. Every single play was a Lei Wei's or a Diadea route into a Chaos Cinder plus the ultimate coming in from the Angela to guarantee the burst. And as of this point, if your Zilong doesn't jump on towards Sumkey on the early, the early is going to be free hitting for days here. That's why it's really difficult when you choose to funnel all the gold into a pseudo carry like the Zilong. It's not as efficient compared to a real carry.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a bit of a struggle, right? And I think that you're putting too many eggs in one basket. I think that it needs to be like Anjana definitely needs to step up. He has that potential as well, assuming he was able to survive. But it seemed like, again, everything was like, you know, in favor of Darusha, which I'm sure this is something that they were trying to focus in going to game 2.
Yeah, Anjana wasn't really able to get a lot of gold right there. And here is our MVP. It's going to be given to Sumkey with 506. Look at that damage, Sagi. 33.1%.
Back-to-back performances coming in from the man himself, right? You know his sleeping position. He's on its way to be resting well later on in the hotel. But I gotta say, so far out of the 4 games, these two games were slightly shaky coming in for the side of Hong Kong, China. There are signs of mistakes that you can see. It means that they are still a beatable team coming in from Group D, but the challenge is the difficulty.
Yeah, and being able to, like, it's one thing to know those gaps, and it's another thing to penalize and to punish it, right? That's the hard part, right? When you're going up against a team, it's like, oh, I know what they like to do, what they don't do, and trying to get on top of that, where, again, they're also moving very fluidly. It's a tough situation for any team, and why? I mean, even Hong Kong, China, like, they look so good here.
Yeah, there's a gap, but the gap is extremely small. The window is too small for them to actually try to exploit anything out of that. But sure, definitely a very amazing game coming from Hong Kong, China. I'm sorry about that. But I do think that the wound is out. The wound is open, so everyone can smell the wound, the pain. So maybe they do know that Hong Kong, China actually has a weakness. Maybe they can try to exploit that.
Okay, first off, gross. The wound smell, I don't want that, okay? I think we can go with any other analogy. Now I can't unsmell that, right? But I think that it's still, it definitely was there, right? I think that the teams are aware that the wound is open and not smelly. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it means there's a sign of they are defeatable. They are not like unable to be pierced, right? Because it's not Hong Kong, China, nor Sri Lanka's last game in the group itself. They've only played 2 games each. But if you're on Hong Kong, China side, you're pretty happy about yourself because you're on your way in qualifying with 1 more game. And for Sri Lanka, it's the flip side, right? 1 more game and you're potentially out of the tournament contention to the main event. So it's a bit of a tough situation for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, I agree for sure, and I think you know what, Sri Lanka, don't feel too bad, don't feel too discouraged. That's the most important thing because they still have more matches after this. And what's the most important thing is they can take a lot of experiences and lessons from this match.
I think the numbers that we should be looking at is that if you hit 3 wins, generally speaking, you're good, right?
Yeah.
You're going to be guaranteed almost in.
Yeah.
You lose 3 times, you're out.
Yeah.
Right? So on the other side, you're just looking at the 2-on-2 area, and maybe you get into 3rd place, you slide into that one. That's like best case scenario. Sri Lanka still has a chance at the end of the day.
It's going to be a tough road ahead, but nothing is impossible here. But something good for our viewers at home here. Do spectate to claim the commemorative badge on June 21. It can be used in the Grand Venture, and more rewards will await you in Heroes Gorge and Honor of Kings. So mark your calendars down, and we will see you there.
Definitely a lot of rewards are waiting out there for you. And today, there's a lot of updates, right? So don't forget to open up your HOK, update them, and try out all the new things that's available. So yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do after this.
Yeah, exactly, Kira. But you know what? Let's do Save the Talk and throw it over to Mara to check out who will she be interviewing coming in as the representative coming in from Hong Kong, China after that spectacular win. Take it away, Mara.
Samki gets double MVP from Team Hong Kong, China. Congratulations! How happy were you with that double MVP?
好開心，好開心可以攞到 MVP。
Yeah, really happy. You were spectacular. And we noticed such a great combo with this Angela Dayadia, and that gave your team incredible mobility and pressure on the map. What makes this pairing so great with your system?
我哋知道呢兩隻鷹嘅組合係可以企到，可以俾對面好大嘅壓制力，可以令到對面好驚。
We know that this using this combination can give a very big pressure to the opponent, and then we know the effects of this combination. That's why we use this combination.
You know what we also noticed that's so great about Hong Kong, China is that you guys were able to recover really fast. Usually other teams, when they make mistakes, they lose momentum in the game. So when things don't go your way, how does Hong Kong, China adapt really well? Who takes charge to make sure that the team resets fast?
通常我哋每個人都會，即係就算我哋失利咗一波，但係我哋下一波都會每個人打足10分精神去迎接下一波，再打好啲。
Even that in this kind of situation, not especially anyone, but all of us, all of our teammates will keep our focus and recover as soon as possible.
That means you guys have really great communication. Now, a lot of people are watching. What would you like to say to everybody and invite them to watch you for your upcoming match?
喺接下嚟嘅比賽，我哋中國香港隊，我哋會繼續努力去做好自己，打好自己嘅以下嘅比賽。
We will continue our efforts and then to make more great games.
And what a great game that was. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you so much, Sumki, and also Mara for the interview there. You can hear the advice that he's trying to relay. I mean, he didn't really directly give advice, but it's more on, so like Mara asked, like, hey, how do you recover back from a bad play? And then Sumki was like, you know, it's about us reminding each other of what we need to do next instead of sulking on the previous play. You can be like sulking on it after the review, like whenever in their practice room or in the like waiting room, but in the game itself, focus on the next play.
Yeah, and definitely a very good advice to be given, because we do know that sometimes we get tunnel vision in the game and we don't see anything else, and maybe our friends are in a better mindset that they can try to help us fix our state of mind. I think that's quite important.
Yeah, that's such a championship mentality that he's got, right? I think that being able to be like, no matter what happens, we've been there. We know how to play from behind, and we're able to find ways to get back in. And I think that those are the teams that are incredibly tough to take down.
I think that's just mobile games in general, like whereby you never want to be able to be fixed in one situation, because it's always different when you start a new game, even with the same draft. Nothing is always consistent in the mobile game like Honor of Kings, where it's always different situations. Maybe this exact matchup that you play between a Chano and Arlie, like a 14 element comes in and disrupts the piece. It's like, okay, it's like a 6-4 matchup, but there's always things that are different that's going to be affecting the flow of the game.
Yeah, definitely. And there's a lot of factors for sure. The state of mind, what they eat in the morning, maybe it gives them more energy, less energy, what they talk about, how the coach prepare the mental state of all of the players. I think it's a very heavy job for you as a coach as well, right? To make sure that all the players are always reminded about all of these things, to always perform at max, even though you're back into a corner.
Yeah, actually, you keep talking about it. Like, I mean, there's so many responsibilities that the checklist, if you will, by the coach, right? So a lot of respect to the coach when you're seeing like resilience on stage and the way that they're able to kind of, you know, to take down some of the emotion, to just look at this as just like X's and O's of playing the game so that we can overcome. And again, hats off to the coach here and all of the teams here.
Exactly, right? I think coaching staff is one of the most important one, because it's not only about teaching the game to new players or the existing players and helping them be better. It's about nourishing these new talents, right? Because no one knows anything when you are born, nor you are starting the game like new. You can be like very mechanically gifted, but when you come into a international stage or competitive stage, you start to notice that mechanically gifted can only bring you so far. That's why you need a coaching staff to whip you in shape. And let's check out the updated groupings here, the standings after this full day. After Philippines beat Uzbekistan just now in the opening match, they have qualified themselves into the Asian Games main event. And Uzbekistan and Pakistan are currently tied for 3rd and 4th with the same match win-lose. They should be able to, I would say, determine their placing for that 3rd spot later on, depending on who they face. But sadly for Mongolia, after yesterday's game, they have lost their chance to qualify to the main event. Coming to Group B, Myanmar versus Nepal. Myanmar have broken the win streak coming in from Nepal and is still the undefeated coming in from Group B. And Kyrgyzstan is coming in hot for the 2nd place spot against Nepal. But for Jordan, there is still a slight ray of hope coming in for Group B, as they still have a chance to qualify. For UAE, sadly to them, their fates are as same as Mongolia, as they are out of the tournament. Coming in for Group C, Laos and Vietnam currently tied, same situation with Myanmar and Nepal today. They will be facing each other really soon. But for India and Saudi Arabia, they're already out as well for tournament contention, and India has finished their tournament journey thus far in the Asian Games qualifiers here. But for Group C is what I'm the most excited about. You have Laos, Vietnam, Kazakhstan all 2-0 and 2-1. Any single win in between them in the BO3 setting will immediately change up the entire Group C dynamic here. And finally in Group D, we have another game featuring Hong Kong, China in match number 5 yesterday and today. And they're sitting very comfortably as the 1st placer here. But the other teams are waiting for more matches in the coming days.
Yeah, and actually tomorrow, if we're looking at some of the matches, I think that the Sri Lanka, we're going to be seeing them again. So if you happen to be one of those fans, but walk me through at least tomorrow's matches here.
Well, tomorrow will be debuting with a Group A match with Indonesia heading over to Pakistan. Indonesia needs to win this to qualify for the main event smoothly in a 3-0 fashion. Pakistan needs to win this as well. If they lose, they are out of the tournament contention for the Asian Games qualifiers here. And coming in for Group B, Jordan comes up against UAE. For UAE, their situation is like India today, where they've already finished their spot in the Asian Game qualifiers, and they can play spoiler against Jordan looking for their first win. Group C, that is the exact highlight that we're talking about here. Vietnam going up against Kazakhstan. Whoever wins, qualifies. Whoever loses, struggles. Now, Group D, Korea, finally coming back once again, going up against Sri Lanka. For Sri Lanka, it's a difficult one because they're going back after back against strong teams in the group itself, like Korea and Hong Kong, China here. And talking about Hong Kong, China, to close out the day tomorrow, they will be going up against Singapore. Back at it once again for another match.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very fun match tomorrow for sure. We have a lot of strong teams going up against each other, and yeah, it's definitely gonna be quite difficult for Sri Lanka.
I think they just need to bounce back. I think that Hong Kong, China are definitely one of the top tier teams, right? And going up against Korea, no, it's going to be no small feat as well. But if they're able to kind of bounce back, learn the lessons, and do it quickly, unfortunately, right? They're going to be going into tomorrow, like to just kind of figure out how to bounce back in that amount of time. It's not going to be easy for them.
It's going to take a while, but do check the tapes back for Sri Lanka against their games with Hong Kong, China, and see what the enemy did that was so good in putting themselves correctly in the gold lead. Because if they can actually take a few tips from their opponents, they could grow really well and potentially make it out of their group.
I agree. The macro, again, is just so good from their opponents just now. The fact that they try to steal every small little jungles as possible. I think that can be applied to any teams out there, right? Anyone who were watching just now, you will know what just happened with Hong Kong, China. Even their games yesterday also showcased the exact same thing. How they managed to do such clean rotations and try to maximize the gold.
Yeah, but they're not perfect. There were definitely moments where they're vulnerable, and I think that other teams are like, dare I say, frothing at the mouth, being like, we can figure this out. We just take advantage of it.
You just need to take some time. And talking about another event that our viewers at home can actually participate in, do try to create a creative cheer text in your native language to support your nation or region in the Asian Games qualifiers here and submit it to support your country. After qualifiers, the top one voted voice pack will be voted by the community. It will be recorded and turned into an in-game voice pack for you to use from your region.
And what other device would you guys like to use to hear all of these voice packs in your Honor of Kings? That will be iQOO 15R, the official gaming phone 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings.
Yeah, just being able to record it off of that phone would make it much easier for the other piece. I think that we saw 5 great series. I think that we, saw some final games like India bowing out. But I think that we have like 4 more days ahead of us. So I think that's we're going to still see exactly where the teams are going to be moving on and who can actually qualify again for the main stage.
As we pace into the final few days, I do have to say that there are more teams that will be leaving us here in the Asian Games qualifier stage, and there will be more teams that will be earning their rights to attend the Asian Games main event itself. But that's just the reality of esports and tournament as well, because winning and losing, that's the main element of esports. But it has been a great day so far on the broadcast. My name is Sagi. With me is Holler and Adam. We'll be signing out. We'll bid you good night. I will see you tomorrow.
Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, start to line. We don't got sweat and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers, hearts alive. We don't gotta fear blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears.
Turn it back.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.